Hello, everybody. We're alive. And today, we're gonna watch a whole lot of lore about 40k by Pontius and other people you tell me to watch. Hell fucking yeah. Talking about Pontius, he visited the stream last night. That was amazing. Oh my god, that took me by surprise, brother. I really did not see him coming like that. Also, thank you for the fucking twerking hierarchy. And hey, you better? Are you any better already? Hello, Med Chemist. I love that emote, man. It is pretty good. I'm probably gonna make something similar. Hold on, let me put that in my fucking notes about new emotes. Hold on, I have one for emotes. Hold on, where is it? To do emotes to work. So on the emote list that I wanna make in the near future, we have a glow emote, a me flying into a tree emote, extreme angry with Chepesh weapon emote, confused gun, rapid fire rocket. What? Rapid fire rocket? What is that about? Bad luck loot. Yeah. Bad and good luck loot. Let's go. Some of those are so specific. What the fuck? Yeah. The tree is flying into a tree was when I was playing Generation 0. You have a vehicle that is usually a any form of bike. When I was playing that game, every time I was on a bike, I'd hit a tree. I would hit a fucking tree every time. It's not even funny. At some point, it was just sad. Dementia, true. But before we start with the freaking stuff, what is it again? What was it again? Lore? Before we start with the lore, I have something in my bookmarks that is relatively stupid. So, I guess I got my first, not threat, but, I guess I got my first someone wishes me to die thing. Though, it's not me directly. But still, what the fuck? My balance is still way off. But do you have any pain? That's the important part. If you're painless, that's okay. So someone reposted Skybrow's scene where we're all visible, right? And shit, is the sound girl weird? I liked her design a lot. And the answers are, she became an alt-right grifter, yeah, fuck. AI artist, and, you know, what I'm about to do to that theater, you know, it's, you know, the fuck did Waldo? Why is Waldo there? Bro spent 4 hours typing to a bot, that's just not true. But yeah, alright, they really think you can get this by just typing a few sentences. It's really, I hope they're watching The Dark Knight in Colorado. Okay, that's a fair point. You know. Classic L take. Fair! Nice! Also Lumi! You do? You know those chairs are going to have to be burned after because stink like that doesn't come out. I shower every day. Go suck a dick, you piece of shit. But there was one specific one where you could just go endless. No, it wasn't. Okay. Sad. But yeah, it, you know, kind of really weird comments all around. But it is what it is again. What is this? All right, yeah, let's watch this. Let's watch this. Okay, so so, oh my god, bro, is there anything unique about you? Do you have any type of personality or quirk that makes you different from anyone else other than, haha, I'm an edgy girl bootlicker, get this tutorial racist off my screen, bruh. So, to me, this is like, okay, you hate her, whatever, but if you don't want to see her, just, you know, mute her, you know, block her, something. Instead, your ass is here trying to fucking farm engagement like the like you're a fucking master farmer or something. Like you're farming for like a Terraria drop for 0.005%, bro. My guy needs a helmet while sleeping. Lay off the crayons. Feels the aura. And there's just, you know, a lot of replies where it's just like, oh. Also, where was it? Instead of leaving the conversation, he's still here. Also him after 30 minutes. Zarvels, hello, welcome. Bro puts Elon Musk and Donald Trump and everything, dog. Pedophiles. Bro, I really don't care who's in it. And I think that's all before lore. That's all I wanted to chat up on. Just some ridiculous stuff that I seen. But yeah. Alright. Whoops. Pontius time. Or other people. That's also okay. Where is he? There. You know, you know to be in the same room with pedos, I guess. I get it. Alright, bro. Shut the fuck up. Stop projecting your likes onto me, alright, bro? Ooh. Do we go? Oh no, there was something we wanted to watch for sure. Did we watch this already? Hold on. I don't think we have watched that yet. We have watched the female custodies, but not the female space marines. Yeah. To be honest, I'm surprised my fever went down pretty quick. Hell yeah, bro. That's a good thing. But it is worth considering if you wanna, like, skip Monday school. It is worth considering. Before we start, I wanna take a quick sip. Every time I have an actual point, you just say, no, you. You don't have a point, though. I don't know about whether they're pedophiles or not, but, you know. Anyway, this is the Pontius 40k lore, why female space marines can't exist, and why they would destroy 40k if they did. Alright, let's go. Editor and bio. Wait, what? Wait. Is Pio just everyone? Is Pio just editor, Pio, and lore master? Oh, wait. Fucking corpse starch. Yo, Mumi, yeah? What is it? Monkey. There's no audio, retard. Good thing it's only been 20 seconds. Nah, everything good.
Guys, does either of you have a can opener? Then it doesn't let me keep one in the basement.
Alright.
No, why don't you ask Danny? Wait, you eat peo starch?
Yeah.
Do you know what peo starch is made of?
Yes, it's written on the label. Only 100% free-range peos.
Also, do you know where Danny is?
He said he needed some time alone to prepare mentally for this video.
Oh. What the fuck?
I discovered Warhammer 40,000 in 2019, when I was still a university student with a passion for history, wars, empires, dark stories where beauty can only be found in the indomitable human spirit fighting for a better future. 40k was beautiful. As an Italian with a passion for the ancient Roman Empire and its history, it was everything I've ever dreamed of. It was love at first sight. A love that pushed me to teach myself English, just so I could learn 40k from the source, and not from the translation and interpretation of somebody else. To form my own vision of it without relying on anybody else. The sense of wonder I felt while learning 40,000 for the first time was undescribable. A sense of wonder now lost to me after years studying this lore. A sense of wonder I can now only relive while explaining it to somebody else. Hoping they find it as interesting as I did. Hoping they love 40k as much as I do. And yet, my experience with it has been one of struggle and constant conflict. 40k was being invaded, subverted, and yet it seemed people were letting it happen undisturbed. I recognized the pattern, moved to give a voice to those like me that lacked one. It is why I funded Warhammer 40k heresy posting, tired of being banned on Facebook groups for arguing with other people about lore they wanted changed because offensive or too violent. It is why I was taking head-on very famous YouTubers like Templin Institute years before the Pontius even existed. My brain absorbing lore like a sponge to the point I had no fear to face him, because I knew he was wrong. And he knew as well when he backed out of the challenge he himself launched.
Oh?
Should the superhuman warrior that can reproduce by himself and that sees you as a weakling by norm ever defend you? Why shouldn't he enslave you? Why shouldn't he destroy you and make more like himself? This YouTube channel was created only because I realized the extreme low quality of lore content that was being put out on YouTube. Wars that to me required 3 months of research and work to recount extensively and correctly, being dismissed as minor events and explained with wrong lore. Just as a minor example of how unreliable both wikis and self-proclaimed lore channels on this platform are. My frustration in seeing the people that claim to love 40k and to be very passionate about it, to the point of making videos on its universe, just bowing their heads to a mob of people that never cared of 40k, that wanted only to inject their own ideology in it, taint it with the real world, pollute it, was immeasurable. While I can respect opinions opposite to mine or even neutral on the general situation, I find people who don't stand for their passions or what they love to be weak. And if there is an Iron Warriors idea I share, is that
weakness is a choice.
These self-named lore masters didn't take a stance. So, like in the past, it came to me again. And here we are, picking an open conflict against an idea that has already started corrupting the universe I love the most. With even Games Workshop gaslighting people that their changes are not motivated just by real-world feelings, but at the same time, in reality, have nothing to do with 40k itself. But they all underestimated how dedicated the loyal fans of this universe are, and never considered that they decided to pick a fight with the fans of a universe where everything revolves around war. So, every day I wonder, what the hell did they think would happen?
Well, I guess they just hoped that everyone would be Games Workshop would never do anything against the community. No, never. But the only art class, only thing stopping me is my balance on the bike. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Hey, stay home. Why female space marines can't exist? Why they would destroy world before it can
I'm
universe.
filled with PO starch, I have my war helmet on, I am ready for the incoming shitstorm.
You mean for the topic of the video or for the comments?
A
Both.
bit of both.
Alright, before
Got
we
him.
start, I just wanted to say thank you to all people on our Discord and the members of our Patreon that helped us with the research involved in this video. You find all links to join us in the description. Now, as you're watching this video, you have to keep a couple of things in mind for it. First of all, my position is renowned as being an extreme gatekeeper when it comes to the lore of 40k. I do not like nonsensical and unjustified retcons. I do not like real-world influences to bleed into 40k. And this video will prove that to the fullest of its extent.
That's all just fair. That's not extreme gatekeep where? They should add skinny femboy movies into 40k. Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Gay ass monkey.
So, if you are here just to be offended by my opinions, be offended. Nobody cares. Welcome to the internet. In this video, we will demolish completely every single argument that can be made as to why and how female space marines should be included into the lore of 40k. And we will prove not only that they can't exist on a lore level, but that they will tear 40k apart if they did indeed exist. Brace yourselves, and let's get to the slaughter. And we will start, in fact, from the origin of the myth that female space marines ever existed in the 40k universe. And I will show you in full how little the people that this video is about know or have researched about 40k in general. One of the biggest myths of 40k that is used from the people that want female marines is that they existed in the first edition of Rogue Trader published in 1987, which is a myth that has been used for years by this point to push this narrative that Games Workshop should retcon 40k to put them back in, as it is believed they were there in first edition, but were retconned out.
And were they?
No.
Can you elaborate a little?
If I must, in September 1987, Games Workshop, at the time a small company based in the UK, released Rogue Trader, a tabletop wargame that would evolve just one edition later into becoming Warhammer 40,000. Now, while Rogue Trader is considered detached from 40k because of the extreme differences in lore and tone of the universe, it is officially regarded as Warhammer 40,000 First Edition. This First Edition, weaponized time and time again to try and get Games Workshop to retcon the Space Marines to include females in their ranks, is said to not mention the use of Gensid for the creation of Marines. And while that is technically accurate, it is not the end of the story. Not one bit. In fact, yes, the Rogue Trader First Edition rulebook doesn't have any specific mention of the gene seed, that will later be used to explain the genetical enhancement applied to a human to evolve him in a marine. You can see so yourself at page 153 of the manual. And if you want to know more about what marines are in detail in current...
Hold on. Young recruits are subjected to many hours of intensive training and indoctrination, leading to physical and mental changes. Their bodies are toughened by biochem, and their resolve is hardened by psychosurgery. A special black plastic carapace is merged with their natural flesh, forming a sort of identity tag, as well as permanent protection. All this preparation is intended to burn the prospective marine into a disciplined killer, or at least a controllable one. Ah, all right. They be injecting kids with plastic and testosterone. Yep, that's what it sounds like. Well, as a meme anyway. But yeah.
153 of the manual. And if you want to know more about what marines are in detail in current lore, you can just check my video on it. But that manual was not the only place to have the lore of first edition, was it? We started in September 1987. Let's move to a few months after. Let's go to February 1988. White Dwarf number 98 releases. And not only do both pages 13 and 16 mention Gene Seed directly while it is being discussed how Space Marines are created. Giulio, do me a favor. Read the last part at the end of the page out loud for us.
These considerations mean that only a small portion of people can become Space Marines. They must be male because zygotes are key to male hormones and tissue types. Hence the need for tissue compatibility tests and psychological screening.
We could end the
If
video
these
right here.
tests prove successful, a candidate becomes a neophyte. With the
kidding.
completion of organ implantation and attended chemical and hypnotic training, the subject becomes an initiate. An initiate receives training before joining the ranks as a full brother.
So, sorry to disrupt the dreams of glory of the people that don't bother to do research themselves when learning about 40k. Space Marines were from their first lore only and exclusively male. We are still talking first edition.
Julia,
but
sound
now
very
we have to move
good.
to the other two main reasons people mentioned first edition as having female Space Marines. And we start from the infamous Sunstroke chapter of Challenge Magazine 36, published in 1988. The Sunstroke chapter is infamous for mentioning something called the Little Sisters of Purification, writing on them, and I quote, "The Sisters are one of several female chapters of Imperial Space Marines." Now, many people point at this magazine almost like the smoking gun and final proof the female Space Marines did at one point exist.
A single sentence is all your proof when there's multiple
But again,
sentences
let's look a little bit deeper into
that do the opposite. This seems a whole lot like flat earth theory behavior.
it. The Sunstroke chapter was published in Challenge Magazine, a magazine owned by GDW. Now, what is GDW? Is it Games Workshop and they changed name after? No. GDW was an American, remember Games Workshop is UK based, magazine that made fan-made lore to be an additional unofficial source for various war games. Hell, you can see it on the cover that they mention what fan-made lore they wrote and for what universe in this same number. This magazine never had authorization to release official lore for 40k. Anything you read here is just fan-made ideas written for fun, nothing more.
Imagine being Roger Hamlin and being responsible for one of the biggest fandom wars of the last 20 years, just because you wanted to write something cool.
And final debunk we have to present you for Warhammer 40,000 First Edition, we have these minis. See, these minis were released for First Edition, and they are used as the material proof that female Marines were canon in First Edition. But once again, what do you think is the truth?
Wild guess, judging the lies exposed until now. It is false.
Congratulations, Pio, you are smarter than Logan.
I will tell you to stop insulting the Wordbearers fans that watch this channel, but there is no bigger insult in existence than the Primarch they chose for themselves.
See, not only were these minis labeled sisters, and we actually had people sending photos of their real minis, and they all had the same stylized denomination as sisters written on it, but we decided to dig even deeper into them. These models aren't once referred as Marines anywhere in any source we found on them, just as female warriors. But in the first edition codex at page 268 and 269, we found lore directly correlated with them. And there, lo and behold, hello Adepta Sororitas lore.
Morven Valbes girl.
And do you want to know how I know that these two models are Adepta Sororitas and not Marines? Well, it is simple, and many keen-eyed people will have already noticed it. The emblem in the art, the Baphomet-style skull. It is the same that is painted on the painted minis that illustrate the release of that particular White Dwarf. And when was this White Dwarf released exactly? Because I asked myself that question for a long time, as it might have been important to understand the timeline of the release. And the timeline is this. Original Rogue Trader release, September 1987. White Dwarf number 98, the one that mentions Gene Seed and that Marines can only be male, February 1988. The one where the Sisters of Battle that people say are Marine released in, White Dwarf number 99, March 1988. A month after the confirmation that Marines can only be male. Now, I am no marketing genius, and in general I despise the direction Games Workshop has taken in the last half decade or so, but even I believe they aren't, or at least weren't, stupid enough to establish lore just to contradict it a month after in the next release of White Dwarf. I know they were dumb enough to employ CSGO as a writer, but I think even they have limits.
So you are saying that people spread lies all this time? On the internet? That is unheard of.
But because I know
man.
what kind of people I'm dealing with...
I see the fucking jokes now. It's not my fault. You are giving me the jokes to be funnier than you. Oh my god, it's
I wanted
so
a
good.
final nail in the coffin on the argument of the existence of female space marines in first edition, and I found it in the most unexpected of sources. A person on our Discord server actually found and contacted Alan Merritt. For who doesn't know who Alan Merritt is, he worked at Games Workshop from 1980 to 2016. He has at least spent 36 years in the company, focusing on design and product management of miniatures, books, games, and magazines. And he was a member of the senior management team, in fact working as the head of intellectual property of Games Workshop before retiring. Alan was asked two simple questions. The first one, obviously, was if female marines ever existed at all. And the second question we asked was how did the sisters come into existence as a faction? Giulio, do the honors.
Hi, Matt. Sorry it's taking me time to reply.
I'm sorry, but where's the epic voice? What's your social security number, Alan? Alan, give us the fun fact, Alan. Sorry.
Middle of a big house move of late. First question is the answer. Definitely not canon. As in nothing to do with the official work by Games Workshop and the design studio. 40k and Warhammer articles in other people's magazines were studiously ignored by management and more often than not irritated the designers themselves. That is, if they were even aware of them, which was probably most likely. As the years unfolded, it turned out that 40k was wildly more popular than we could have ever possibly imagined, and hugely successful commercially. The company and the designers of miniatures and writers were constantly looking for more things to do. There was a picture of a warrior nun in the original Rogue Trader book, and it was this single image that was the inspiration for the Sisters of Battle. These were never intended as a replacement for female Astartes. The canonical position was that such entities did not exist in the 40k universe. The Sisters were grasped as an opportunity to give structure to the Ministorum and to release some cool warrior nun models. Just designed some knockout minis for the Sisters, and Brian Nelson did some particularly fine priests and the like, but the army wasn't the most popular one we released. As always, Games Workshop got loads of flack about the rules for the army and specifically the saving throw for the basic sister. These were often cited for why the army was so relatively unpopular. Draw your own conclusions. I suspect it remains a third or at best second rank army in terms of sales and collecting despite the rather marvelous new models the company has recently published. All the best. Alan.
I went above and beyond to show people how big the lies of the individuals that push female marines were. Don't you dare go in the comments and try to tell me they are canon again. This, however, was just the first of the arguments malicious people use to try and push retcons made for political reasons into 40k. There is numerous others, and now we are going to dismantle them all one after the other. Rip and tear until it's done. The first of the arguments
I love that. Sorry. I just like Doom, man.
used to justify female marines into 40k are, unfortunately, the missing Primarchs. Now, we covered the destiny of the missing Primarchs in our very first lore video, covering the Rangdan Xenocides in their entirety and offering a theory to the destiny of both Primarchs in that same video, with circumstantial proof by the Xenocides themselves. But theories aside, we have had numerous times confirmation that the missing Primarchs were indeed male, by people that remember them in 40k. Removing that, as a general citation, we have that every single time they are mentioned in 40k by other Primarchs, they are always mentioned as the missing brothers, and always regarded with male pronouns in discussions. We have the testimony of Malkador the Sigillite, the closest advisor and best friend of the Emperor of Mankind, in the book Scars by Chris Wright, and to be extremely specific in episode 2, about the fact that he had proposed to the Emperor to make some of the Primarchs female, but that simply the Emperor laughed it off, almost as if he was joking.
And the lion, said Malkador. What of him? He pursues his private feuds, said Thorn. And when has he ever been anything but his own master? Malkador smiled. You brothers, such a nest of rivalries. I warned him to make you sisters, that it would make things more civilized. He thought I was joking. I wasn't. Thorn didn't smile. His face seemed permanently rooted in a kind of frozen tension.
This is obviously very much in character for the Emperor of Mankind. By popular theory of anyone that knows about the Thunder Warriors and their fate, it is clear that the Emperor never was fond of creating female superhumans. Again, if you don't know what...
Hey, this is night though. Look, we're 30 minutes away from it being evening, alright? God damn. Hello, Pontius! We're watching Pontius' video on why female space marines can't exist. I like how you took only like 10, 12 minutes, or no, about 14 minutes. It took you 14 minutes to disprove it factually in the real world, but it takes you about 46 minutes to... It takes you 46 minutes to disprove it in the lore. Well, I mean, you probably did it way before, but you have to reinforce it over and over again because people will be like, oh, but I found this and I found this, and you know, I can see why you do that. Base creator would recommend Knows lore. True.
What I'm talking about, we covered the Thunder Warriors in our video about what being a space marine truly means. The Emperor never made transhuman females of any kind. Not Thunder Warriors.
We made him come to existence by thinking about him too hard. Hell yeah. We are orcs. We are orcs by definition. Hold on. I have a question, if you don't mind. If you're already here. Orcs believe something and it comes to existence, right? But it only works if there's a lot of orcs believing the same thing. A single orc doesn't have the warp power? Psychic power. That's what I was searching for. A single orc doesn't have nearly enough psychic power to believe something into existence. It has to be like multiple planets worth of orcs, right? For something to actually become true, right? So short of their psychic power, they all are not that sensible to the warp, but en masse they are enough to bend reality. Yeah. It needs numbers. It's not like a single orc can just say something. However, if a single orc says something to 1,000,000 orcs, and those 1,000,000 orcs believe him because, you know, orcs and intelligence, that can make it happen. Theoretically. But it has limitations too. It's not like it is all powerful. It's not like if they think the Emperor's dead, the Emperor dies just like that. It'd be a force he had to, you know, wrestle with as well, but it's not like they can just make it happen, right? because I really like how orcs are just like, red go fast! And it just goes fast. It's the power of belief. As it works for them, it works for others. I see. So multiple people. Okay. No. But orcs are, I guess, just the way they believe something really easily. Therefore, it comes to them easy. Is what is my theory. I don't know much about the lore. That's why we're watching you, right? The Emperor just fucking hangs himself after orcs cancel him on Twitter. No? You count as 1,000,000 orcs, Mumi? Probably way as much too. Fuck you. But yeah. Orcs very interesting. Hello again, pretty boy. Hello, upcoming. Pretty girl.
Warriors, no Astartes, and no Custodians. We made a video about this too, don't worry. Because to put it simply...
That one we already watched. Not really. Mainly they live their life with the shared knowledge going on in their DNA, and the legends forged by ancient beliefs. I see. So they inherently believe those because it's in their DNA to believe it. Huh. So it would take them a very long time to actually make new myths. Huh. Good to know, actually. That is very interesting. The orcs weren't always orcs. They were a lot. Oh yeah, I know their previous thing. When they were Krorks, many of their beliefs came from that period. Yeah. No, I remember those. They were far more in tune with their psychic abilities too, with the warp, if I remember correctly. And they were far more intelligent than the orcs currently are. Yeah, I remember. If I remember right, the collector, I don't remember his name sadly, also has some Krorks in his collection, doesn't he? Or at least one.
The Imperium of Man is not the domain of transhuman beings. It is the domain of pure humans, and not for the post-humans. And we get direct insight into this in the book First Lord of the Imperium by L.J. Golding, where Malkador confirms pretty much that the Marines weren't destined to exist indefinitely, but like the Thunder Warriors would have been eliminated once their usefulness expired.
Would it comfort you
Damn.
if I were to say the Primarchs, all of them, are but a means to an end?
I do not understand. Forgive me.
Holy what?
The Imperium is not for the post-humans, but for mankind. You know this. You helped me to manage them, to direct their efforts. The legions and their sires are conquerors' tools and nothing more.
You mean the Thunder Warriors?
Like them, burning brightly but briefly. But the Emperor and I could not conduct the Great Crusade with gen-enhanced mortals. We needed something greater, something stronger to reclaim the stars. And in order to control it, we needed a lifespan for the Legiones Astartes that had nothing to do with aging or timed infirmity. Believe me when I say it, Sybil Niaster, this was always intended to be the final act of the crusade. We wanted the Primarchs to turn against one another, against their father. Be assured, we maneuvered each of them from the moment of their rediscovery, pitting them against one another, stoking their brotherly rivalries with his unequal favor. It was not difficult, no more so than positioning pieces on a Cheops board. Those who could not be managed well, they would never reach the end game. Oh, do not weep, my dear. You fear that the Emperor cannot control his sons, and yet I tell you that this war is the method of that control. The Primarchs have no more free will than we gave them.
Can it be true?
My failure was in underestimating the true enemy. The ruinous powers have emboldened their champions among the 18, and the war began before we were ready. And so, every toll of that bell gives me pause to question. Was this death one we intended, or yet another innocent soul I might have saved? That is my burden to bear. And I do so that the Emperor may concentrate on the final battle to come.
Will he win?
The future is not my area of expertise.
Now, it is theorized that Malkador lied in a few parts, especially...
Hold on. No. This was a big fucking drop. Holy shit. I did not know that was the end goal at the end of the road. Hold on. But it does make sense. What the... You dropped a big one on me with this video. Holy... But it does make sense. How else would an all-seeing figure... Yeah, he can't directly interfere with the warp, sure. They're outside his sight, but his sons aren't. And as soon as they were out of his sight, he would have noticed at the very least. Holy shit. No, wait, oh my god. Huh. Mumi, do you feel like your favorite teacher is giving you private lessons? A little bit. A little bit, yeah. But holy shit. I think my last comment got censored. Hold on, maybe I can see it. Anyway. Yeah, no. Channel activity. Psychically, no, they weren't created for that. The Orc Weird Boys came after. Ah, I see. There we go. Saw your comment anyway. YouTube tries to hide it. I can see it anyway. One of the ancient lost technologies of humanity is the PO cloning machine. There's no lore against it. Yes. We just got a retcon PO into the lore. He is the corpse starch. He is humanity's greatest ally. Because only in death can PO serve. Oh my god. Just like Games Workshop, making their fans fight. True. Yeah, holy... No, this was a big fucking lore drop on me. I did not think that they were going to be, you know, killed at the end, because... Holy shit. Pio was unironically retconned into the wiki page of the invasion of the Yugoslavia by Italy in the 40s because of a joke in the Abyssal Crusade video. He was on the wiki for a month. What? That's ridiculous, but I love it. Oh my god, but hold on. Again, before I continue with this, you said in the video right after, you said he lied at the few points to the girl he was talking to, but all in all, he didn't create his sons out of love or anything else, but a necessity. I knew that already. I knew he created them out of necessity. What I didn't know is that they were just a weapon and nothing more. Yes, they can think for themselves, but at the end of the day, they were going to get put down at the end of the crusade, which was not something I thought or expected. This is rather big info for me, goddamn.
When he talks about how the heresy was always in program to exterminate the Marines once their duty was done. But in my opinion, he's saying the truth up until that part. Thing proven by the fact that...
You got censored again! Alright, hold on. We can easily just... Fuck you, YouTube. I'm just gonna... do this. Yeah, it is probably that it was the plan to get rid of the Marines at some point, but not like this. Not through the heresy and this level of violent warfare. I see. So it's more of a accidental happening. They were supposed to fight each other, but not at this large scale, huh? Malkador working with YouTube.
The first mention ever made of a female transhuman is a proved retcon written so badly that I annihilated it in the video.
Wait, what? Hold on.
My opinion is saying the truth up until that part. Thing proven by the fact that the first mention ever made of a female transhuman is a proved retcon written so badly that I annihilated it in the video of the importance of lore. Adding to that the fact that Marines started mutating uncontrollably after a certain point in the Imperium's history, and you notice that the Emperor lacked care for his own super soldiers. If you want a weapon that relies on the purity of genetics, and you want it to last as long as possible, you try to perfect it as much as possible. The Marines
True,
before the
fair.
Primaris were a genetical mess on most cases, proving that the Emperor wanted to use them, and that he didn't make them to be a permanent addition to humanity. If you don't want a species to reproduce, it is simple. Never give them women to do so with, or even try to do so with.
This foreshadows something we will talk about later in the video. Something that
Yeah, I can already tell that if female space marines all of a sudden exist, they will first inevitably, you know, start doing heretical things in the bedroom, right? Second, biology does what it does. Nature finds a way. Every single movie where it starts with fucking we biogenetically engineered them not to be able to reproduce, fucks it up. It happened in Jurassic World with the locusts and all the shit with the dinosaurs and shit. It happened there. It happens every time. Nature just finds a way, right? And then, when they realize they are the new humans, they're gonna not care for the old humans anymore. They're gonna see them as nothing more than slaves, not something they have to protect. Huh. It has already happened? Holy, okay. Yeah, yeah, holy. Yeah, we go into it later. Huh. So sorry to bring someone else into it, but this makes Bricky look like a complete idiot. I'm sorry. I like the dude. He's very charismatic, but that makes him look like a complete idiot. You're getting ahead of yourself. Fair.
and
True.
thank you, Laba.
After that,
Yo,
we have
Emperor,
two
you're trying to
arguments that can be
smash.
disbanded together. The argument that humanity in 40k has been at war so long that the physical and biological differences of males and females have pretty much disappeared, and by that logic making them marines wouldn't result in marines that are inferior to their male counterpart, and the argument some people have brought up citing that some female marines can exist if intersex individuals are used to make them. First of all, that is not at all how evolutionary biology works. Because trust me, as a person with degrees in chemistry and biological chemistry...
No, you are... To those people, Pontius, you are heresy! How dare you have a major in biology? How dare you tell them how reality works?
Evolution takes a very fucking long time. Even if we go by the largest of estimates and we take the beginning of the Age of Strife as the starting point of the Dark Ages of humanity, there is no way in hell that in just 15,000 years, Imperial Woman went from female biology and constitution to being pretty much identical to males. It is simply not how it works. Now, some arguments can be made about general changes that happened in specific cases of 40k. Look at the Ogrins, even if we never even saw in an artwork a female Ogrin until now. Or maybe even the Katachans, where their women are described as being as capable as the males because of the level of danger the planet they are born on poses. But
that's more of discipline rather than biology in this case.
As capable doesn't mean that they are identical to the men. Just that they can fight and survive on the planet and on battlefields as well as them.
Yeah,
the most
exactly.
recent and direct citation to what is required to make someone a space marine comes from the Horus Heresy 2.0 manual. And if you read in detail what it says...
The process by which space marines are created relies inherently on the hormonal and biological makeup of the human male, meaning that only males can be subjected to the transformation. In practice, only a small percentage of potential candidates will for one reason or another be regarded as suitable because of genetic, environmental, or psychological factors.
We've heard this part of the lore a few times in the videos already. It's amazing how we have to read the whole thing over and over again because people just don't listen.
Meaning that not only you need women to have the same hormone levels of males to be capable of being transformed, thing that is not happening in that short time span, trust me on that. But that also you need women to have the same biological makeup of the males. You pretty much need women to be male to make them into Space Marines. You see why that doesn't work, right? And there is also the argument of intersex people being reason. Now, this is stupid on a whole new level. The Imperium considers mutants people with less genetical mutations than intersex people. But even if we entertain it, we learn from various books, and even from my favorite one in general, Dante by Guy Haley, that the children that take part in the trials to become Marines are first of all checked for genetical compatibility with the gene seed, which means the mutations have either to be completely absent or extremely trivial to make them even have a shot at becoming Marines. If you take someone that is intersex, their chromosomes are already so out of place to disqualify them from the get-go from the entire process. They will not even be allowed to take part in the trials. And counting on everything I said until now, do you even realize how dangerous and deadly Space Marine trials and training are? This book covers Dante's childhood. We see him take part in the trials, and we see him go through them all the way...
Just flash that text so it gets burnt in the viewer's retinas. That movie, that means you're out. Fair. I mean, I am undead. I wouldn't have been considered anyway, but yeah, whatever. Fuck you.
Becoming a Space Marine captain in the Blood Angels. In the book, at the time of the trials, more than 500 children showed up and were deemed genetically compatible with the gene seed of Sanguinius, and allowed to take part in the trials. Of those over 500 children, only 57 reached the final trial alive. Damn. And of those...
That's barely over 10%. And it is estimated that less than 10 survived all the way to becoming full Space Marines. Alright, so not even. What is that? 2%? Damn. 2% of
57, it is estimated that less than 10 survive all the way to becoming full Space Marines. One of them was
and this is considered an extremely good result. Holy shit. Huh.
Himself. Space Marines want only the best of the best, and we see in real life how many physical and biological differences there are between men and women. Even between children of the correct age to become Space Marines, which is late childhood or teenage. To put it simply, only the best of the male children are even destined to survive the trials, which, I'm sorry to say, disqualifies females entirely. You can see it in the real world, which at this point I am including because people pull it in my hobby to try and retcon it, that for example there is no woman in the Special Forces of the Navy SEALs. And to be specific, there is no woman in combat roles inside the Navy SEALs. The physical requirements and testing being so strict and high level that no woman until now has managed to qualify.
You're a monkey, you don't even pass the genetical thing either. Fuck you.
Fight for it. So, I'm sorry to say it, but no. Neither of these theories can work with the lore or world building of 40k itself.
Just to clarify, we are just stating the truth. This is not a personal opinion in any way.
And unfortunately now, we have a group of arguments that we can resolve all together, but will force us to talk about something we really didn't want to talk about. Those arguments are the following. Number 1. The Space Marine conversion process...
Humans are shaved monkeys? No. That's cope. Come on, bro. You're coping now. Come on, get out of here. Get out of here.
Already has a low success rate. So, why not cast the net as wide as possible and attempt to convert girls as well? Number 2. Because with augmentations, women can be just as strong as males. Number 3. Female Marines will mean more soldiers on the battlefield. Let's start with the first, including girls into the process to make Marines so that we cast a wider net and have more successes that become Astartes. Obviously, we will ignore the fact that I already debunked this in the last segment and approach it from a different perspective.
Alright.
Now, again, if you have watched my video on what is a Space Marine, you know how much of a living hell Marines go through, and how many children don't make it while Marines are attempting to replenish their numbers. So, I just want to point out that this is pushing to have girls go through the same hell that boys already go through. But at the same time, it is probably one of the stupidest arguments ever made for 40k. First of all, humanity is an empire tempered in the fires of endless war. They are very familiar with attrition numbers and population growth. They know they can spare males, and are aware that in very rare cases they can spare females. Keep in mind that I'm approaching this purely biological perspective, no feelings involved. Using females, and females so young at that, as Marines usually recruit once every generation, will mean pretty much opening the doors to entire generations of young girls to attempt the trials, and dying in the process. This means that in the best case scenario, the planets these girls are taken from will slowly go into stagnation on a growth level, stopping from growing and providing both less recruits and less human soldiers. Or worse, they would actually go in the negative. Less women around means less babies born, and if the population starts dying out faster than you can replenish it, your planet is going to face a demographical collapse in a few centuries. This also explains why female Imperial Guard soldiers are so very rare in 40k. Because removing a few planets where military service is pushed on both men and women, the majority of the Imperium's warriors actually draft only males to form their own Imperial Guard regiments to send out. They know full well that only as a last resort, or in case of an extreme level of female overpopulation on your planet, is wise to form female regiments. Obviously, this doesn't bar women from joining the armies. I'm talking purely on a drafting basis, mass forced recruitment. The Space Marines themselves simply will not allow it. They want the populations of the planet they recruit on to grow, so that they can have more recruits if and when more are needed for their own chapter. But keep in mind that Marines are restricted to their own recruiting grounds. But at the same time, the Imperium of Men spans more than 1 million worlds. The Imperium could be well into the trillions, if not quadrillions.
What's your favorite 40k group? Now that you quit, I have never made a favorite one. Do you mean like a specific group? Like, for example, the chapters with the humans? Or even just military forces, different ones? Like, for example, the difference between Zolar's Auxilia, or just Flash troops? I don't remember all the names, bro. I can't. But do you mean like that favorite group, or do you mean as in just a group? If that case, I'm probably gonna go with humans. And otherwise, if it's specific, I'm gonna be basic and say Ultramarines, and close second Salamanders. Because I do like how they think with Salamanders, and I like that the jack of all trades in Ultramarines. The Jaqueros? I have no idea who those are. And probably those are my two favorite groups.
Of human citizens. Marines are limited by two things, the Codex Astartes and their own gene seed. The Codex Astartes leaves Marines confined to a maximum number of battle brothers at any given time, unless there is special exceptions, or 1000 maximum. This means that the male children of a world are more than enough to maintain that number. Hell, in Rin's world, the Crimson Fist chapter that recruits from the world of Rin and the Loki sector is pretty much full strength at the beginning of the book, meaning that so little of a territory was actually enough to provide the Crimson Fist with almost the maximum number of Marines allowed. They simply have no reason to include females, because their limitation is not aspirants or recruits. Their true limitation is gene seed. Now, once again, we go into more detail about this in the video What is a Space Marine? For real, watch that video for the details. But gene seed is pretty much what dictates the amounts of Space Marines a chapter can truly have. Every Space Marine can produce in his own body 2 progenoid glands, which are the so-called gene seed, meaning that every Space Marine created can allow 2 more to exist just from these glands. But at the same time, millennia after millennia, the gene seed has degraded. Many chapters suffer so many mutations and rejections in their own aspirants that lead to a failed implantation that their number can't even approach the maximum the Codex Astartes allows. I mentioned it in that video, but before the Primaris, the Flash Terror's gene seed was so degraded they could have a maximum of 300 to 400 Space Marines at any given time. And the problem wasn't certainly recruits, it was gene seed. The gene seed is a very precious and finite resource for all chapters that exist in 40k. It is what makes the existence of Marines possible in the first place, and it is the only way to create more. It is often destroyed in battle or lost to various circumstances or degradation, and also a part of it has to be paid to Mars for mutation screenings and to be put to the side to form more Marine chapters if needed. This means that only a part of the gene seed harvested from Marines stays with them. So, the only way to create Marines is gene seed, which is a very precious and finite resource, that with a failed implantation is most often than not lost and goes to waste. It is also a resource which is decaying on a genetical level. It is commonly lost during battles and wars, making it even more precious than it is in peace times, And the Imperial Space Marines should waste it on incompatible candidates exactly why? The Imperium is certainly not lacking in recruits. With what level of backward thinking would they waste such a precious resource on something they know will not work? Hell, it doesn't even work commonly on male aspirants. The word is that only 1 on 100,000 aspirants ever becomes a full Space Marine. Why would they even try it? And this connects to the final argument. Augmenting females once they are Space Marines to make them as strong and effective as males. Again, why? You aren't lacking in recruits to put through the meat grinder, and with how many die in the process, you need more boys to be born on the world for the next generation to try again. Why waste gene seed on something that not only won't work in general, but even if it did, it made an inferior and higher maintenance marine that you need to augment even further just to reach the basic level a male aspirant would have provided anyway? What logic there is in that? Because again, we are dealing with it on a logical level. I don't care if this logic offends you, it is still the truth. Even if they weren't bound to the traditions of the Emperor, the legions in their own chapters had marines that were always and only male. Why would they even attempt something so stupid and wasteful in the first place? And this brings me to the final argument made in favor of female space marines on the side of the Imperium. This argument can exist only if you disregard everything I said, and female marines could exist in the first place. The fact that there would be more marines fighting on the battlefields of 40k. This is not a good thing how you believe it is, and it is because of the experiments of a single monster that created one of the most foul creatures ever seen in 40k.
Please don't say it.
And I'm talking of Wars Mitonsu and his creations, the Demonculabas. I know how much of an infamous legend.
I thought my PC turned off for a second. Oh, the loading guy. Hello, where are your whatever? What the fuck? The loading guy speaks wisdom as always.
At the same time, meme the Demonculaba is by this point. But if you explore it in detail, you will notice how vile of a chaos brutality it truly is. It also makes for a funny laugh if you use it to give nightmares to someone, or if, like me, you recommend it to your personal pool.
And I thought the Geneva Convention was good inspiration.
The Demonculaba is a creature talked about in the third novel of the Ultramarine series by Graham McNeil, in the book named Dead Sky, Black Sun. Now, I do realize this is a delicate topic, but let's rip the band-aid off fast and painlessly. This is one of the most brutal fates you can ever get as a living being in 40k. I will give a trigger warning here for this part, but if you are a 40k fan, you need to be prepared to not be squeamish in the face of extreme suffering. So, keep watching, and welcome to 40k.
That's
the Demonculabas, that I cannot show on screen because they are simply too brutal to be shown. Do your research if you want. Were an effort by the Iron Warriors, and to be specific Wars Mitonsu, to have an alternative process of Space Marine creation that could use even corrupted gene seed and the remains of dead Space Marines. Started using the gene seed stolen to the Imperial Fist during the War of Hydra Cordatus. The process was composed by multiple steps, but the principal ones were that they needed human males in their teen years. If kidnapped or enslaved, it was not important, but especially adult men and women. The men would be force-fed until they became bloated amalgamations of humans at the limit of bursting with how big they became, before being flayed of their skins and what was left behind discarded. Instead, for the woman, well, things were considerably worse. The kidnapped women were rendered inoffensive, their arms and legs amputated, their vocal cords cut. They were attached to tubes for nutrients and drugs as they were made bloated as much as possible, and then their bellies expanded to their limit and connected to tubes containing genetic material of loyalist and corrupted marines. Their bodies crushed into a mush and added to pure gene seed to be fed into the Demonculaba's bellies. The process was simple. The belly of the Demonculaba was to be cut, the teen boy pushed into it, and the stomach would be stitched back together with him inside. And then it would be filled with the genetic material harvested from Space Marines to start mutating the human inside. This until the boy evolved into a marine inside of it, bursting out of the belly without skin and disfigured very often. If they pass the exam of the Dark Mechanicum around them, the skin harvested from the bloated males will be used to be wrapped around them and give them skin of their own, and they will be ready to join the ranks of the Iron Warriors. If they were the
this is fucked!
Will be flushed out of the fortress to become unfleshed, abominations roaming Madrangard, the current homeworld of the Iron Warriors. And because I do not want to undermine how much of an horrific moment this was for the Ultramarines that witnessed it, I'll let Giulio do the honors as usual.
As they reached the top of the ramp, Uriel saw that the cages were indeed filled with hideous victims that resembled those poor unfortunates who had died in the flash camp in the mountains. But as horrific as that had been, this was a horror beyond anything yet seen before. Each vast, bloated creature in these cages was female, their bodies swollen beyond all resemblance to humanity. Shackled into their cages, they gurgled and drooled in voiceless madness and torment, their vocal cords having long since been cut. Engorged as they were by unnatural means, Uriel saw that their size was not simply due to monstrous infusions of growth hormones and dark magics. These gargantuan females were pregnant. No normal pregnancies though, saw Uriel. Their swollen bellies rippled with numerous tumescent growths, giants, squirming things easily the size of a space marine. With repulsed horror, Uriel realized that he looked on the Demonculaba, vile, terrible, demonic wombs from which were ripped newly created Chaos Space Marines. Each cage was filled with these horribly pregnant monsters, and Uriel wept at their terrible fate. Here was the ultimate goal of his death oath, the destruction of which would see him restored in the grace of his chapter. He struggled harder in the grip of the savage mortician as he began cutting his armor from his body with a brutally efficient mix of blades and plasma cutters. This was no delicate surgery, and he screamed as his flesh was cut, pierced, and burned black by the procedure. Shards of his armor clanged to the floor, and he wept for the violation done to its spirit. First, his breastplate was split apart, his gold jay torn off, and his shoulder guards broken in two before being ripped asunder. The irritated beast slammed a heavy fist against Uriel's head, and blood streamed down his forehead. Bright flashes of pain bursting before his eyes. The robed creature carried him further around the tier of battery cages, blood dripping into his eyes as he was turned around to find himself looking through the mesh floor. Below him, he saw a great rumbling machine with a blood-smear conveyor laden, with bullet-riddled bodies or corpses with limbs missing. Great rollers and crushers awaited the bodies of the fallen Iron Warriors, and each was ground to a thick paste within the machine before being carried along pulsing pipes to the cages of the Demonculaba. Together, with the gene seed Hons were taken from Hydra Cordatus, Uriel saw that this must be how the traitors managed to reharvest their gene seed for rebirth. This blasphemy against such a sacred and precious symbol of the Space Marines was almost too much to bear, and he swore he would kill Honsu with his bare hands. At last, he was turned upright once more, seeing a number of other black-robed morticians working on convulsing the Demonculaba. These sorry specimens had their bellies cut open and spread wide, pale pink folds of fatty flesh held open with clamps as the deformed mutants placed the panicked bodies of adolescent children within the open wombs, where the genetic material fed to the Demonculaba would pass to the implanted children within. The children screamed at the monsters, begging for their lives or their mothers, but the black-robed monsters paid them no heed and continued their macabre procedures. Uriel twisted in his captor's grip, fighting desperately as he saw the open belly of a Demonculaba before him. Another of the savage morticians assisted its fellow surgeon with the ovariotomy procedure, and Uriel bellowed in anger as he felt a blunt needle punch through the ossified bone shield that protected the organs within his chest cavity. His struggles grew weaker, as the powerful soporific sped around his body and overcame his fearsomely resistant metabolism. He felt rough hands laying him within the soft, wet embrace of the Demonculaba's womb, and warmth enfolded him as he felt his limbs searched into its blood interior. He felt pulsing organs around him, and the rapid tattoo of a heart beating too fast above his head.
You die now,
said the savage mortician.
Too old to become Iron Warrior. Gene Seed will foster new growths to rupture your flesh. Mutant growths and unknown results ensue. You will be in pieces soon. In jars.
No, slurred Uriel, struggling feebly against the incapacitating drug. Kill you! But the swathes of the Demonculaba's blubbery flesh were already being folded over his supine body to leave him trapped in darkness. Moist, blood-rich flesh smothered his face and he fought to free his hands, but a warm numbness suffused his body. The last thing Uriel heard before he slipped into unconsciousness was the sound of the demon womb's thick, leathery skin being stitched shut above him.
This is unsettling levels of brutal, and
God damn! It is! When I said nature will find a way, this is not what I meant. I was thinking if female space marines were already genetically engineered, that their what do you call it when a woman can get pregnant easily? Fertile, that their fertility would come back somehow. That is what I meant. I wasn't thinking of this. Holy fuck. But yeah, I see what could happen. I see this as a total possibility. Epstein Island, but 500 times worse. Yeah, seems like that. Oh, no, I see this book. Yeah, it fucked up. Told you it had already happened in lore. Yeah, don't look up if you just... Hey, hold on, let's look it up. What are they fucking called? Hold on. So... process. Oh fuck, I can't fucking write. Oh, okay, thank you very much. Wait, what? Oh, alright. The Monculabus. I am very slow at typing. There is a small picture that I can see. That is... Hold on, that's a Spotify link. What the fuck? Do I have fucking... Say search on? Oh! Oh, fuck! Oh, that is fucked! Oh, I see. Yeah, but I've only seen the figures, I think. Can I turn safe search off somehow? I think it's already off, maybe. $40K to Monculabus. Fuck. Holy shit. Stitched together multiple times. God damn. Yep. Uh-huh. There's not that many pictures of it, but... And that's not a Homunculus. That's just fucking... The Plague Demon. I forgot his name. I'm not good with names, please. I guess I'm lucky since I can't really see anything specific. Oh, those are those dark tech priest things, yeah. Holy fuck. Watch your streams, what can be worse? It looks very fucked up inflation fetish, yep. That's some artificial bee-held shit, if you can imagine on a smaller scale. No, I can very well imagine what that looks like. But honestly, this wouldn't turn my stomach. I'm tougher than that. It takes a bit more than that. It's fucked up, don't get me fucking wrong, but I can take more. It's pretty horrifying book. I would give it a good 7 out of 10. What the fuck? Also, is one twisted bastard. He is. Huh. I don't have a porn folder. I'm not stupid enough to download that shit, bro. What? You want me to put evidence on my PC of my crimes? You stupid motherfucker. Oh my god, that just speaks of your simple mind. I'm kidding. I Oh my god, that is beyond fucked up.
And the writer wrote other questionable stuff throughout the years, but nonetheless, while Uriel Ventris will manage to destroy the Daemonculabas and all the efforts of Onsu, this is something that happened.
Nice.
And this is
Good.
something in which the Iron Warriors were successful in. The Daemonculabas worked. Uriel Ventris and the Ultramarines are aware of the Daemonculabas, and by straight connection, also Robute Gilliman is aware of it.
You just admitted you do commit the crimes, though. I did say it was a fucking joke. What the fuck? On camera? Fuck you. Fuck you, monkey. You already admitted to some crimes yourself, you piece of shit. If I go down, I'm taking you with me. Bucky, are you okay?
You want to create female space marines and send them on the battlefields? How long until they are taken alive by chaos and the Daemonculabas become a standard thing to produce chaos marines? Do you even realize how dangerous this is as a concept? The creation and deployment of space marine females will mean not only a wasteful endeavor for inferior and higher maintenance forces, but it will give chaos space marines their greatest weapons, a way of reproducing out of control and without needing humans or each other truly to survive.
I didn't even think of that. I didn't even think of the fucking Chaos Space Marines. Fuck! Holy shit! My mind's going crazy. Hold on. No. Forget about it. All right. Got my mind in control again. Fuck! The pictures I saw just now. Fuck!
Something like this would happen. The Emperor of Mankind. It was.
You see how this one edition shatters the balance? Yes. The Chaos Space Marines would absolutely, instead of fighting, go over to stealing and trafficking instantly. They would first try to absolutely increase their numbers indefinitely, because technically Chaos Space Marines are only a matter of time until they're gone. Since their gene seed rapidly breaks apart on a molecular level compared to the normal gene seeds that are still intact, their time is way shorter than any other gene seed, and they will fall apart way quicker. So it's just a matter of time until those corrupted gene seeds are gone and unusable completely. If nothing happens, that is, right? If we just look at how they shatter their gene seeds. But having female space marines would mean holy shit. And what? You think just making them infertile is gonna fix that? They can easily just give them a different womb through surgery and shit and bioengineer. Holy shit, that's horrific. And you want these women to go through that in the lore? Again? Having female space marines is more of a detriment to all the women that are going to be affected than anything else. Fuck. This is fucked. Honestly, this seems way more misogynistic than just saying we don't want female space marines. I'm sorry. Saying we want female space marines and wanting them to go through that is way worse. Winner's brain. New kink unlocked? No, I am disgusted and horrified. I just sometimes can't control my brain and what it imagines. Fuck.
As is reasoning that Marines must always maintain a connection to humanity. They are born from humans,
yes,
and they are to protect humans. Humans are the only way Marines can ever exist and keep existing in the galaxy. Because if they became self-sufficient and found a way to surclass mankind, at best they will become tyrants in this galaxy and become the owners of it. At worst, they will see humans as lesser and useless, and start either massive campaigns of conquer or extermination.
I have seen arts of the Daemonculabas. I suggest against looking it up.
Now that we have dealt with all the arguments made on the Imperial...
sorry, when he said extermination, all I could think of was, with this, I signed the death certificate of 1,000,000,000 souls. I doom this world to ruin. I don't remember the exact quote, but damn, that hits hard. But also, fuck!
Side,
Oh,
we have to move to
shit.
the opposite side now. We will now talk of chaos. Obviously, we have the usual stupid arguments like, chaos should do it because it will make them actually superior. We did something your corpse emperor couldn't do. Or something that maybe the emperor wasn't dumb enough to do, if we look at it from the correct perspective. Very few arguments made on the chaos side are actually something to pay attention to. Everything and everyone on chaos side are monsters working to inflict suffering and brutality on others. Chaos is chaos, it is evil, and it will always be evil.
Evil cannot create, it can only corrupt. And in Warhammer 40k, it is in the most... Well, how do I say this? In Warhammer 40k, it is visually present in its most purest form. And I think that's amazing. On a story writing level, anyway. Holy fuck. And it's very ironic that the story of Warhammer 40k is being corrupted from the outside chaos instead of the inside chaos that is already in the lore. Huh. Huh. What faction is that hold on. What faction does that the one who made those Demonculus? Which faction does he belong to? Because Iron Warriors? Wait, he was a standard Space Marine? Just extremely twisted? Wait, he belongs to the human side? To the human faction? Wait, I missed out on that. I didn't think that was possible. Chimeric Marine. Homos is half Imperial Fists, and no, the Iron Warriors are Traitor Marines. Okay. Okay. Or Chaos Marines if you prefer. No, Traitor is fine too. I get it. Ha! In the fealty of God Emperor and by the grace of the Golden Throne, I hereby sign the death warrant for this entire world and consign 1,000,000 souls to oblivion. Yeah, that one. Ah, thank you. Exhibition A. The generation of the Traitor Legion. Alright, I didn't know that the Iron Warriors were a Chaos faction, or Traitor faction. So, okay, that makes more sense. Huh, you made me panic for a second there. Or I made myself panic, because I was being stupid. Holy, alright. That makes sense now. Oh... But so the Iron Warriors also but he got killed by the Iron Warriors, right? So not even they allowed that to happen, or what? Even they were disgusted by him? Did I get that right? Or why did they go after him at the end? This is... Hanso is still alive. Uriel Ventris was an Ultramarine. Ah, he only got rid of the factory for the Demonculus. Huh. Do love helping contribute some lore knowledge, but it's not as extensive as I'd like. I'm merely an entry-level archivist in terms of lore expertise. Yeah? No, fair. But we have Pontius himself here, so you know, I have the power of the encyclopedia within my grasp. Signature look of superiority. That's insane. That bastard's still alive. Fuck. Oh, shit.
But two of those arguments deserve more discussion and debunking of their own.
Hold on.
The first one is Larana authority.
Let's go back a little bit. I want to get back into
To pay
it
attention
properly.
to. Everything and everyone on Chaos' side are monsters working to inflict suffering and brutality on others.
And they feed
Chaos
on
is
that,
chaos,
yes.
it is evil, and it will always be evil. But two of those arguments deserve more discussion and debunking of their own. The first one is Larana Authorian, which is not a female space marine. Larana Authorian is a captured Imperial Guard captain that was enslaved by the Iron Warriors. In Storm of Iron, she was forced to clean the armor of an Iron Warrior named Kroger while he was not wearing it. But that armor was possessed by a demon, and this demon tempted Larana to wear the armor, and when she did, she was metamorphed into an avatar of the Art of Blood. She's a human woman empowered by a demon and chaos powers, not a female marine, which makes her fine in my books as a totally legit and lore-compliant character. Unironically, I have no problems with her of any kind. And the last argument instead is Fabius Bile and his Homo Novus, or New Men project. The New Men are...
We already cut on those a little bit, and they are still inferior to the Space Marines. They are, however, superior to normal humans, since they are genetically enhanced, but he can't compare to the Emperor's creation after all. He is still inferior in that case. One must show respect to such a passionate and dedicated lore master after all. I gotta go enjoy the lesson and take care, everyone. Goodbye, monkey. Good night. Indeed.
Creation and experiment of Fabius Bile into producing superhumans of his own. It is mentioned in the War of the Spider books that Bile saw Space Marines just as a useful tool, but that materially Space Marines are a disappointing genetical dead end. He wanted something more, something to actually replace and elevate humanity at large into something superior and loyal only to him. These new men are stronger, faster, and more intelligent than normal humans, engineered by Bile to be fearless warriors, and capable to defend themselves and fighting in this galaxy. There is also a variant called Glandowns, which are partially implanted with Space Marine gene seed, but they are designed to actually hunt Space Marines, and retrieve their gene seed to bring it back to Bile for unknown reasons. But with Bile, those reasons are usually vile experiments. The new men, though, are still inferior to Space Marines. Both normal and Glandowns variants are made to replace humanity itself. They aren't weapons and aren't specialized to be weapons, just to be a superior standardized human capable of reproducing. It is mentioned in the Fabius Bile books that they aren't strong enough to take down Marines by themselves, but in fact they must hunt in packs to take down even one, and rely on ambushes and surprise attacks on isolated targets to even have a shot to bring down a Space Marine. They are just an upgraded form of humans created by the vile experiments of Fabius Bile. Unfortunately for them, still far from rivaling Space Marines, or even being comparable to them in any capacity. And if you ignore the fact they are implied to have Xenos DNA in them, if you want female superhumans, this is the closest you will ever get. Because you're not getting female Marines without contradicting everything I said until now.
I am all for dummy mummies, but these ones sound more like gene stealers than people.
And now, we come to the final step of this video, disbanding anything else that people might even think of using as an argument to try and justify female Space Marines. And because I'm tired of being hit with my feelings as an argument, unfortunately for the people I will talk about in this section, I am shaming publicly, and I am making names. These people will use anything they can to try and manipulate you into feeling bad for wanting 40k to stay true to itself.
I can't feel bad for 40k wanting to stay true to itself, because it's a less dark place as it is now as when female Space Marines are in it. Bringing female Space Marines into this is going to degrade this universe completely and utterly into a twisted psychological warfare place that will fuck up anyone reading the actual books. I have not read the books. I am being taught by a superior lore master. And this is beyond fucked already. If if we let female Space Marines, by extension custodies as well, be in the story, written in, this is going to fuck it up beyond belief. Anyone who uses the argument of, oh, we just want everyone to be included, fuck you. Because not all things are positive in inclusion. Just because you got included doesn't mean you're free of repercussions. This is already a very grim and dark future for humanity. Humanity was at the brink of extinction multiple times throughout the Warhammer 40k story, throughout the whole timeline. It has been on the brink, on the verge of extinction multiple times, and the reason was because it allied itself with other alien races instead of being just a humanity. It went almost extinct because of AI, aliens, chaos. All of those were at fault for almost extinction, annexing humanity from God's server. Knowing the history, being as such, and saying let's make the same mistake again, or new mistakes that are absolutely gonna fuck everything up, is beyond retarded. Holy.
And uncontaminated by external politics of the real world. And these people will usually bring up the Warhammer is for Everyone post made by Games Workshop in July 2020. This post got them so much backlash that they ended up backtracking it a couple of quarters later in an investor's report. And it is a post made at the height of the 2020 riots for the death of George Floyd. This post makes me sick to my stomach, as it is nothing but corporate pandering by a soulless corporation. A post that inherently points at gatekeeping with its phrasing. If you feel the same way as us, the soulless corporation, wherever and whoever you are, we are glad you are part of the Warhammer community. If not, you will not be missed. This post was the first rift that started a war in the fandom, because the side of the woke took it as a confirmation that Games Workshop was on their side and ready to kick out whoever didn't obey their own ideals. And the gatekeepers took it as a sign that the woke movement was going to invade 40k. And it did. Fucking female custodians.
Oh my God.
Other than that, I invite you to read the description of this Twitter post. Made out of spite and with no love for the hobby. It is something this person is pushing only to make the opposite side more and more angry. It is something pushed out of spite for people they don't like. And it is not even the only argument that is pushed for that reason. There is people unironically advocating that hating in any way on the idea of female marines is something sexist to do. Just because you...
No, if anything, it's the lesser sexist thing to do, because their future is fucked up, grim, dark, and honestly, if you want this, I am questioning your morality. We've been burned too many damn times and want us to do the same shit that nearly got us exterminated the last 2 times? This seems beyond fucked. It is a boys' club! The fuck do you think a brotherhood is? Lashing out against female space marines is inherently sexist. It's trying to proclaim the faction as your boys-only club. No. Having female space marines is just a darker future and will strengthen chaos more than anything, since the space marine can't go beyond a certain number because of the declining gene seeds. Because of multiple things. Why my stuff not in chat? I have no idea, but I'll look up your chat in a second. Having women as female as space marines doesn't up the numbers that we already have, because it cannot extend beyond 1,000 space marines per chapter, except for, certain exceptions. And gene seeds don't allow that to happen in the first place, because because it's a finite resource and extremely precious. You cannot waste it. Just based on lore, it is impossible to include female space marines. Same argument exactly works for female custodies, by the way. Yet you want it to be about sexist? About misogyny? These people want to corrupt your hobbies and nothing more. I swear to God, this is beyond stupid. The one thing I want 40k to do more than anything else is female space marines. So you want them to be fucked up. You want them to be experimented on. You want them to be a breeding ground. I see how it is. You know, I can throw those things around too. I can throw around grifter and shit, just reverse. I can. Oh, you fucking misogynist. Drooling respectfully. Yeah, you're drooling at those fucking breeding grounds that are gonna exist if female space marines are introduced. I see how you think. One, that'd just be awesome on its own. No, it's not. It wouldn't change anything. It wouldn't increase the number of people. It wouldn't increase possibilities of human race. Yes! Turn their spells against them! All the worst, most horrible 40k fans might actually die from misogynistic rage. If anything, it spares them. It is the not misogynistic thing to do to not want female space marines. But you, who doesn't know anything about space marines except men like it, apparently, and it's a boys club, and Nazi, I wouldn't expect anything else from you. Huh. Weird to talk like that, honestly. Don't like it.
Don't want 30 plus years of lore gutted just because activists that have no love for 40k want to feel better with themselves by making everything as generic and a grey slop as they can. And once again, appeal to emotion. You have to agree with us or you are sexist. What about you shut up and let me enjoy my hobby without political crap shoved into it? Don't you dare saying that 40k is political or everything is political. It is not how it works. There is even people on their side, dumber than the average political activist, that actively believe that Astartes are a blank canvas faction which can be changed to represent anything you want. And it is the faction that makes the most sense to a woman in. And that adding woman to Astartes doesn't undermine any other faction, and adds options to an army. Yeah, fuck book readers, right? That are told from 1988 that Marines can only be male. Because who needs consistency, good writing and good stories written by actual good writers to enjoy any type of entertainment? That is a question I'm sure Veilguard and the Acolyte didn't fucking bother to ask. And the same person also fucking dare to say that 40k can handle letting more women exist. Oh yeah? It can also handle more men existing, doesn't it, Bits? Are you okay with having Brothers of Battle and Brothers of Silence for the only two fully female factions in the setting? If your answer is no, then shut up. Your biased opinion for a muscle mommy fetish has no place in the game.
Midsummer was always a joke.
There are people that unironically believe that having female space marines would attract more women into 40k and to join the hobby. In what reality do these people live in? Removing that the vast majority of female players I have seen and met play either orcs or tyrannids, they couldn't give less
Remembers Mataracon? Checks out.
of a fuck about human factions. Do you guys even realize what we are talking about? It is a tabletop wargame for nerds, based on an ultra-violent universe made to be an over-the-top take on the brutality of the galaxy and the indomitable human spirit of fighting and struggling in the face of incoming doom. Not really something that can even begin to cater to women as a demographic in general. This isn't fucking Twilight or Hunger Games. Female players will always be a minority, and the majority of them are also extremely base people from what I've seen, that are openly against this kind of retcon pushed by people that do not care about the game at all. Because think about what we have seen until now. Do you see even an hint of love towards the hobby?
I've seen this scene because I played the game, but that is still one of the most amazing things, bro.
Because all I see is either personal desire, politics, or pushing it out of spite for the side you don't like. I can't be the only one to notice this. I feel like I'm going crazy here. Am I going crazy, Chaplain Helmet? Shut up, Chaplain Helmet. Nobody cares about your opinion. We even
Hold on. Fuck. But I turned down the volume on my fucking headset on accident.
Like I'm going crazy here. Am I going crazy, Chaplain Helmet?
Touch grass.
Shut up, Chaplain Helmet. Nobody cares about your opinion. We even have giant YouTubers that at one point covered 40k say they don't care about the lore and have turned against the community. And are now openly go and mock the people that care about their own hobby and even came to the defense of Templin Institute when he showed his true face by betraying the lore when he himself is a fucking low-level lore channel. There are people that believe that 40k players don't buy anything having women in it because they are misogynistic and that Games Workshop keeps Space Marines male for some sense of toxic masculinity, when simply Space Marines are inspired by the Templar orders of the real Crusades and are pretty much space warrior monks. Also, there is no such thing as toxic masculinity. There is masculinity and being an asshole. Two different things. Fuck your lore. It's only used in a storytelling capacities to fill out a wiki. Notice, once again, pushed out of spite, not for love of the hobby itself. Or the usual argument that 40k is a made-up universe and can be changed on a whim, because it is not reality but the fantasy of somebody else. This I won't even comment on.
If it's the fantasy of someone else, make your own. Instead of corrupting the fantasy of someone else. I hate this argument the most. It's fantasy. Go fuck yourself, bro.
Go and watch my video on the importance of lore to dismantle this argument. Some of these people have the gall to say that it wasn't made for me, when I was the one to enter this hobby and look around in wonder and ready to learn instead of changing it because it offended my fragile narcissistic feelings. Or that nobody will care about the retcon, in spite of the fact they are the first ones fixated on it and that are pushing it with the cry of bigot to make it happen. Yes, there have been retcons in the past, but they were always retcons that went to the benefit of the story or to straighten parts that didn't make any sense. Like Chief Librarian Astropath Ilian Nastase of the Ultramarines. He was pretty much an Alpha Elder used by the Ultramarines and was pretty much a Space Marine of their ranks. Which doesn't make any fucking sense, because he's an Alpha Xeno abomination. So he was retconned out, because the Imperium will never allow something like that. All retcons until the Primaris were made with a story and a world building in mind to respect. Yes, they were more or less greedy at times to push minis, but still they were made to make the universe better and expand it. You want to know why the Female Custodian's retcon was pretty much universally hated by true 40k fans? Because it is a retcon made for political reasons, to appease activists. Not to make something good or even decent into 40k. I dismantled the introduction story of Tauravala Cash as lore and compliant in 5 minutes, when I'm sure it took them months to write it. Yes, but also, you can't fucking teleport through void shields, because it is not a change made to make the universe better, but just to appease the people that...
Also, we have woman armies like the Sisters already. The Sisters are an amazing faction and beloved by very many in the Warhammer 40k universe fans also. I think they're amazing. Their design immaculate. Bravo. Yet, just being able to say, Sisters, everything ready, is more than enough. And they don't have to be Marines. But no, that's not enough. We can't have male hobbies because male hobbies are much misogynistic. It's not even a male hobby, it's just male dominated. We have female players. It's not like they don't exist. They're just rare because women tend to not like this. And that's okay. It's all right to not like this. You don't have to. But destroying someone else's hobby just because you want in and feel better about yourself is not the way. And it always felt like the push for female Space Marines always felt like an attempt to erase the Sisters for some reason. That too! Like in the latest iteration of female Custodes, isn't it a fact that in the advertisement, the Sisters of Battle were like erased? In the advertisement? Or on the store page or something like that? Didn't that happen? Was that not a thing? And I'm again reminded of Bricky, Sisters of Silence, exactly. And I'm reminded of Bricky, who said, yeah, no, it won't invalidate the Sisters in any way. which is proven to be false. Because he was making that quote specifically for the tabletop game, and the tabletop game is where the Sisters of Silence were actually inconvenienced and invalidated. There. How nice. And personally, I don't care about the tabletop game because I like the tabletop game. I hate seeing people ripped off from their own hobby. That's what I hate. I'm not playing that myself. I know I don't. However, I hate seeing people lose their hobby like this.
Screech about bigots all the time. Oh hey Kia, glad to see you don't understand the lore as usual. Sorry, but Kia makes me laugh more than the rest because she's in part fixated with fighting gatekeepers. She has fake accounts and spies in heresy posting by her own admission, and even joined the heresy posting Discord at one point just to leave a minute later. She probably understood she would have been clowned upon day and night in there. But I saw it. A coward, as the rest of your ilk. The Primaris are shitty lore. There is no going around it. They are. I discussed why and gave a better alternative to the canon lore in my video The Primaris Mistake. Belisarius Cole is a shitty plot device pushed by Games Workshop to renew the Space Marine range, and forcing people to have to buy their models again just to be usable in tournaments and games. Nothing more. It is an addition made out of greed. Belisarius Cole is nothing but a shitty plot device for a story with no direction. They made the minis and the retcon without thinking of the wider implications, and then spent 4 years fixing the lore book after book, and even now it is barely holding itself together as is. And the evergreen opinion that there is not enough woman in 40k. Tecnicamente dovrei comportarmi incazzato per il copione, ma mi sto incazzando per davvero adesso. Listen up here, people. None of us, not one of us, is against women or female characters inside the stories or the hobby. We just ask that they are lore compliant and well written. Hell, I myself find some of the female characters of the hobby some of the most badass characters in general.
Fair,
Lotara Sarin, Coriel Zet, Tarasha Euten, Morven Val. I will pay to have more books about the Sisters of Battle.
Are those fucking
Morven Val.
Those are rockets. Those are shoulder-mounted rockets. Holy shit. Solve rockets mounted on her shoulders. That is bad fucking ass. Holy shit. Missile pods. Missile pods. Holy shit. That is so good. Wait, I just realized she's operating a whole fucking mech suit. Holy hell. Oh, that is amazing. That is so cool. That is so cool. That is a whole fucking giant handprint on her chest. Holy shit. Does that mean she survived a slap to the chest from a giant? Am I understanding that correctly? The spear was given to her by custodian. That is... Oh! Okay, that means a lot. And her left arm has a heavy bolter. That is so cool. This looks so much better than the stupid-ass baby carrier Dread Knight of the Grey Knights. I don't know what that looks like, though. Let's not also mention the fact that the Custodes got a nerf alongside the inclusion of female Custodes. What did Game W mean by this? Game Workshop mean by this? Holy.
I will pay to have more books about the Sisters of Battle, or Silence, or general female characters in 40k like Rogue Traders, or Guard Soldiers, or Officers, or even Hive Gangers. If the argument of the opposite side was we want more attention to be given to female factions and female characters in the hobby...
Oh, I forgot to make this joke, but you like the fire guy? Is it because you hot? God damn. It was so funny. They added female Custodes and then nerfed the army on tabletop to the level of being near useless. What? And everyone was like, so you are making the inclusion of the female Custodes practical game fucking you know, if nothing, if nowhere else, at least the tabletop game is lore accurate. If not the lore, at least the tabletop game is lore accurate.
I would have been on their side. No joke. It is my opinion too that they are underused parts of 40k that can be used to tell incredible stories.
Yeah.
But retconning existing and beloved factions just to replace the lack of attention with a spotlight at the cost of the integrity of the universe is not a solution. If anything, it will make people take those characters not seriously. They will be the equivalent of 40k's DEI hires. There to prove a point, not to be well written, or to do anything meaningful in the story of 40k. This wouldn't be as big of a problem as it is if some of the writers hadn't actively engaged to say that there is no fucking canon in 40k, like Gav Thorpe, that said, and I quote, "With Warhammer and Warhammer 40,000, the notion of canon is a fallacy. Warhammer and Warhammer 40,000 exist as tens of thousands of overlapping realities in the imaginations of games developers, writers, readers, and gamers. None of those interpretations is wrong." First of all, glad to hear that, Gav, because your books generally suck, and I will make them not canon in a second if I had the power. But this raises in me a very simple question. What?
Hold on, before we hear the angry Italian scream, I know, very rare, huh? No, if everything is canon in a very much lore-driven universe, story, whatever you want to call it, nothing is canon. I beg your Krispy Kreme fucking pardon, Gab? Hold on, let's go back a little bit.
In me a very simple question. Why the fuck should I buy Games Workshop books then? What the fuck are Black Library books about 40k then? Overglorified fan fiction? You either
Apparently so!
have a universe with canon and rules that you can write for, or you have no fucking universe to write for.
What do I pay you for? What do I pay you for? You're literally less than useless! Like Tom you can't have to do more than you got, damn it!
And with all of this, there is the final and most irritating question that I'm sure the comments are already filled with. Because my life has been filled with it from when I opened Heresy Posting to create a movement of gatekeeping. Why do you care so much? You really want to know? Alright. But remember...
Because, well, the simple answer is because he loves the universe. He loved the story writing when he got introduced to it. He loves what he's read so far. He loves how much care was put into it at the earlier 2 centuries where it existed. And hates what it turned into. And wants to save it. One lore piece at a time. Is what I think. Anyway.
That you asked for it. Picture this. It is 2019. I myself am 19. I am just a kid that has entered university. I do not come from the best situations in life, but now I find myself in a city that I don't know, surrounded by people that are strangers, alone, with nobody to rely on or keep me company. With my studies the only thing I dedicated time to. With various things that happened to me at the time, I fell deep into the pit that is depression. My saving grace? Funnily enough, a video review of the Ultimate Apocalypse mod for Dawn of War Soulstorm. Which little tangent, Winter Assault is better, and anybody that doesn't think that has bad taste. While I was watching it, I recognized the armors, the weapons, I had seen them somewhere. Then I remembered, a short movie I found on YouTube called Astartes. Only part 1 and 2 out of the time, but it seemed so cool. I couldn't understand a word because I didn't speak English at the time, but it seemed in a way made for me. I always do a joke at this point to say that some are born to achieve greatness, while sometimes greatness is simply trust unto others. Just to say that it seemed destiny that 40k will find me. But nah, I'm just a fun Italian man hyperfixated with the lore of a tabletop war game. But it is a tabletop war game for which I learned English. I didn't speak much of it when I discovered 40k. Not enough to learn the lore from the sources at least. I learned English in 6 months between bus trips just for 40k. For the hobby that was my light in the darkness. For the hobby that stopped my depression from pulling.
I did the same thing with English, actually. Just not with Warhammer 40k. I did it for anime because I hated the localization in German. I hated the translations to German a lot of times. Because it just... When I saw the subtitles, after, like there were only certain episodes, like up to episode 6 was like, fuck, I can't talk. Up to episode 6 was dubbed in German, and afterwards there was only either English dub or a sub for German. I would usually go with the sub because I didn't understand English very well, and when I looked at the sub and what they were saying, because I did understand a little bit, I knew what some words meant, like sama and gomen, you know, I know a few words, like, right? I would look at the text below and be like, wait, in the dub, nothing of this was accurate. This sounds so much better. This is so much cooler. The first time I really had to cringe was when the movie for 7 Deadly Sins came out. When I heard the German dub, when he said Konter total instead of full counter, he made a completely new word for full. Just so we're on the same page. Full translated in German is voll. If you say full counter, you would translate it to voller Konter, which is almost the same and would have been absolutely acceptable. Instead, they made it to be Konter total. Anyone else cringing right now? Please tell me so. I got mad. I was mad at that shit. Because to me, that was abhorrent. That's why I started listening to English dub, but specifically sailing the high seas for it, because the official dub wasn't any better in English than it was in German. I cringed out of and back into my skin. I think you shouldn't say that out loud. Hanso will find you. French. Yeah, that is my little story about why I learned English.
Me over the edge. For the universe that fascinated me so much that it has led me here. This is why I can't stop caring. This is why I love the hobby so much. This is why I want to see 40k do well. Keep evolving to be a better and cohesive story. And not be polluted by politics that will be dated in a few years just because a bunch of people that don't care, and you have seen from the screens that they don't care, screech that they are offended by this and that. The normal answer should be, who cares? Get the fuck out of my hobby and find another. But instead, if we don't speak up, games
He grabs all the serious putty. He can fucking try!
should really risk bending the knee even more than they already did. Don't believe I like this situation. I despise it completely. 40k has been tainted by a war of ideology in the middle of which I found myself without really wanting any part in it. I wanted to enjoy 40k, read 40k, learn 40k, and occasionally lore dump people with so much lore they will beg me to stop. But like I also said...
So let it be more.
40k
So much lore, people beg you to stop? Try me.
was there for me when I had nothing else in life that gave me happiness or something to look at in wonder. It is why I want the best for
understand
it,
that
and
feeling.
why I took a stance against everyone, unknown or famous, that decides to try and ruin my hobby for any reason. Allowing female space marines in 40k does nothing else than gut one of the fundamental rules of the universe of 40k. The rule that says that marines can only be male, and if that rule is removed from the equation, who knows what else will follow. until the universe is nothing but grey slop, as generic and boring as possible. Don't believe me? Compare D&D lore from the first 3 editions to now. Look how much the lore has been annihilated just because random people were offended at random stuff nobody ever cared about until somebody was offended by it. Females.
A relatively recent artwork that I saw depicted a pride thing where multiple races were enjoying themselves. And when you read the Observers, a monster called Observer, if you read their lore, they are a very aggressive thing, and that would never have happened. Yet, you know, because love is love. Huh. I really didn't want to drag another fucking hobby into this shit as culture war, but they didn't want to be here either, and I was already involved, so Cowabunga, it is!
Space Marines will be the destruction of 40k, because they will be just the beginning.
But why can't your hobby become more inclusive to accommodate us?
Because Warhammer 40,000 is already as inclusive as it can naturally get. Anything more and it will inevitably feel forced. If anything, you should be complaining about female-locked factions, as with the Custodians becoming mixed, there is 2 female-only factions, in spite of only 1 male-exclusive one. Where is your equality in that?
But if you change it in this very long list of ways for us, we might start to like it and enjoy it.
You go
True fans
suck
enter
a
the
dick.
hobby with wonder and curiosity. They are always well accepted, especially by gatekeepers. Whoever enters the hobby just to ask for changes in it are not true fans, and will never be. Find another hobby you will enjoy. Don't come ruin mine.
Who are you to decide who is a true fan or not? I'm a fan as much as you are.
No, you're
You
not.
were never one of us. You and your ilk are nothing but usurpers led by false idols on the internet. I have opened my eyes to this long ago. There is true fans, and there is fans that are more comparable to gene stealers than people. Engaged in an hobby only to turn it in an ideological battlefield, to push their own ideals on people that just want a respite from real-life worries. I have realized long ago that you don't offer anything good to anything you engage with. It is why all properties that try to cater to you flop catastrophically. Your presence genuinely offends me. I am sorry, but I have to do it.
Oh?
Say hi to Jeffrey.
That
Jeffrey?
is all the 4 snaps do?
And to his army of close and distant relatives of the Imperial Guard.
Oh my god! Oh, amazing. Which one was this?
Damn it, they destroyed reality as we knew it.
Ah, don't tell me I survived to the literal end of the universe just to be stuck to learn 40k lore in the nothingness.
You are sturdier than you appear, Pio. That is for sure.
At least I don't live in a basement anymore.
Oh, look at that. The basement
A
survived
basement.
too.
Fuck!
I'm tired. Let's go home. Please press the reset reality button behind you.
Alright, but I want a pizza for all of this. Without pineapple.
Which Doom song is this? Rip and Tear? Or... Nah. Which one was that? It was either Rip and Tear or Meat Hook. No, it's the only thing that fear. Fuck! I was wrong. The only thing that fears you. Fuck. Doom Eternal. Yeah, I know. I played Doom Eternal. Fuck you. I know. And I listen to it at my private time. I just don't look at the titles too much. Ah, fuck. Oh, this was amazing. But now I'm very curious. Ooh, this is also something for later. But before we do that, let's do this. And now we're gonna watch the what is a Space Marine. Wait, it's right there a year ago. Oh yeah, before I continue, let's link the good Pontius for obvious reasons. We don't just take everything and don't credit. It is very important to credit the creators that make this possible, because otherwise this is straight up stealing, and I don't do that. I also link the videos in the reaction video that I upload on YouTube, so people can easily find it, and you know, stuff like that. All right. Yeah. Holy shit, that was so much at the same time, but I love it so much. Another hour. Did you credit the toilet paper company who provide your attire? Yes, it is. My artists are credited in the videos. It's only been recently where I did it on the YouTube videos because I was stupid. I was being a little bit stupid. But yes, they are credited on stream, every single stream, and they are credited on the other platforms as well. That means on Kick, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Whether it be the profile picture or the model mamas. Anyway, let's get right into the next one. Which is 40k lore. What is a space marine? And what does it truly mean to be one? I was trying to be shithead, but that's genuinely nice. Yeah, it's just good manners, bro. It's just good manners. Not everyone does, sadly. You not stupid? I am, though. I consider myself to be stupid, and that's a good thing, because too much intelligence is a scary thing, as I noticed as a child. Because I saw people ignoring basic safety rules and was like, huh, they could die at any time. Morons. 25 IQ and proud. Bro, if I'm 25 IQ, the people I was around were like 5. Oh, that's not a good thing. No, you cute. I'm cute because I'm dumb. We like him a little retarded. Oh, man. Anyway, let's get right into this. Hold on. Yes, you do understand correctly. Every thread that connects people, every life, their value is beyond measure. There is no greater reward than guiding others to salvation, when all that surrounds us is darkness. Damn, that goes hard! It's the reason why depression scales equally with intelligence. Yeah, also the more intelligence you have, usually on a basic metric, means that you feel less, because the intelligence prevents you from feeling too much, which is why I involve myself through feelings a lot, even though a lot of times I don't understand them, because they're radically unlogical. They are radically not logical, right? Very special. Bro has special riz. I have arrived. Hell yeah. I got censored again. God damn. Oh yeah, we got multiple things I wanted to look before we start. God damn it. Damn you, YouTube overlords. Hold on. Before we see yours, I wanted to see her. This match is held for review. Lewd got banned by YouTube? Oh, so you like guys with fire because you hot? Got fucked? Oh, so you like guys with because you hot? It got fucked 3 times! Ah! Ain't that a planet that only have a woman army because they was sickness that made all males sick? I could be wrong. It'd been so long since I read a good 40k book. Holy, that's so stupid. That's so stupid. YouTube, what the fuck? Also, now the Pontius. Whatever noticed that the paper is titled "Fake News"? It's a joke, lost to the masses. Yeah, fuck off, life. I don't need you. I see. Hold on, what? Oh! Oh! Fake news! Ah, I see. Insane. Ender.
Danny, it is Christmas period. Can I at least get some freedom from the basement and enjoy life in the sun like normal people
No.
for a few days?
Sure, Pio, you can leave.
Freedom!
To get me a soda. Then we have a very important video to make.
I would have been surprised.
That's right.
Otherwise.
To inaugurate our new series, called 40k Lore for Newbies, we will cover what is probably the most important topic in the setting of 40k, that being the Adeptus Astartes, also known as Space Marines. Thank you, Pio. Now we can start.
Loot is the worst possible thing you can say on YouTube, apparently! But that's bad coming from you, Ender. Please. I know you like to stay in the closet, but you don't have to advertise it. The cola is a Nuka-Cola. Oh, damn. Do you like Fallout as well? Another little nudge? Where did that come from? Oh, you know where. Come on. Do I really have to out you in front of everyone again? Oh, that's nice. I did play New Vegas once. I played it without mods that, better the coding in the game. And it only crashed like 20 times throughout the playthrough. So that's nice. I'm perfectly straight. Are you drunk? Is your vision blurring? Is that why instead of curved, it's straight? Being drunk makes you straight because the blurry vision straightens the lines. Father has the Legion. Of course, Pontius likes it. Fair enough. Uranium Fever immediately started playing in my head at the Nuka-Cola.
the video properly.
Yeah.
While the enemies of the Emperor still draw breath, there can be no peace. Now, I'm aware this channel doesn't really deal with the basics. Our first lore video was on one of the most obscure wars the Imperium ever fought, after all. And it was something we covered only because we needed it to solve the mystery of the missing Primarchs.
Nobody answered my question about where the Cardinal North is in space. And that video is 8 months old.
But today, we decided to start this new series with the most basic.
Who the fuck is the Emperor? The Emperor of Mankind has unified mankind through a conquest. I wanted to say more, but yeah. He has created the Space Marine chapters and their Primarchs. That's how the Space Marines are made, through the Primarch's gene seed. And does he do the magic stuff? He is very much in tune with the warp. Yes. I don't know the lore of Helldiver. Okay, he's just rage baiting at this point. Go suck a dick. That's what you like to do anyway. But it has the lead. Hold on. You're about as straight as a choking vines wrapped around a weeping willow.
of lore you can find, the real identity and nature of Space Marines. But if you have watched our other videos, you know that we will start from the surface and go deeper as we go on. To the point that we will probably reveal new information even to people that are veterans of 40k. So, I will say it is time to start. But, Keep in mind that I decided to divide this video and explanation in 3 different topics. Firstly, we will cover the origins and creation of the Astartes as a military force. Then we will go on the more scientific parts, explaining exactly what makes them transhuman super soldiers, covering both Firstborn and Primaris. And lastly, we will cover what it truly means to be a space marine, which is the most interesting part, if you ask me.
Seeing your PowerPoints, I thought waifus were the most interesting part of 40k for me.
Who told you could speak? Paradoxically, however, to explain the origins of the Astartes, we must go all the way back to the Age of Strife, the Unification Wars, and cover the history of their precursors, the Thunder Warriors. Obviously, we won't go to...
Stop acting. Stop acting, Ender, stop acting. Come on, we already know. You don't have to act here. Bro, trying too hard. Me and Monkey, the same brain cell.
Tale about the Age of Strife and the Unification Wars. But we will explain them in detail enough so that you can understand in what context the Space Marines came into existence. The Age of Strife was a period following the end of the Dark Age of Technology, which has a very misleading name, as it was more of a golden age of technology, where humanity was at the peak of their technological advancement, and was such a powerful force in the galaxy to pretty much go unchallenged by all other alien races that were found during the expansion in space of the human race. The Dark Age of Technology almost ended with the Cybernetic Revolt, a war sparked by the rebellion of the Men of Iron, the so-called cybernetical constructs and weapons driven by AI, built during the Dark Age of Technology. For comparison, imagine
What the fuck is this? Is this just a warp shield? This doesn't look like just that. This looks like some reality bending bullshit. What is this? This is no mere simple shield, is it? What the hell?
Skynet. But if Skynet had weapons capable of shooting black holes...
Void shields are just reality bending stuff, lol. They are more teleporters than anything. Aha! They teleport projectiles into the warp. I see. Void shields, not warp shields. I apologize for my not having names in my mind. But are these just simple void shields that we use in the 34th millennia? 41st? Like also this looks a little fucked up. But is this just because this depicts the dark age of stuff? Who knows? We don't know how advanced the technology of the cybernetic revolt was, because this looks more than just, you know, whatever. Probably a bit more advanced. This is also very interesting. And everyone and their mother is calling you gay. Kind of underselling it.
And technology so advanced to be able to lift continents off from planets and shoot them back as artificial meteors. The war was very violent, and humanity had to ally with several alien races to fight against their own war constructs. But in the end, after what we can imagine as centuries of war, the machines were defeated, and humanity and organic life in general emerged victorious. But the war pretty much ravaged the human federation of the Dark Age of Technology, that lost a giant amount of knowledge and was pushed back in technological level by millennia. They couldn't use AIs, and their most powerful weapons were now gone. Add to this that in this period, the Psykers had started emerging on human planets, and at this point in history, humanity didn't know how much of a danger Psykers were. This was an age of curiosity and pursuit of knowledge, so humans started studying them, unaware that they could be possessed, and cause demon incursions on planets. All the while, giant warp storms erupted around the galaxy and made warp travel in many parts of the Milky Way galaxy completely impossible. And to add insult to injury, the aliens, by that point allies of humanity, seeing the weak state in which the Human Federation was after all the catastrophes that were happening around them, decided that it was the best time to strike and either enslave humanity or wipe it out completely if possible. These are the events that led to the beginning of the Age of Strife, also known as the Long Night.
And people still think humans are the bad guys.
Yeah. Why aren't we allied to other alien races? We tried! But they tried to enslave us instead. When we were at top, we showed mercy. When we fell, they pushed us down further. Now why do we hate those Xeno scum exactly?
Guys of 40k.
The Age of Strife itself began in M25. Humanity became isolated in pockets, stranded far away from each other, and with no way of communicating or even reaching one another.
No. Oh, hold on. No, Elden Ring, on the other hand, is different. They were enslaving each other all this time already, and when the Golden Age in Elden Ring started, the Golden Order, they enslaved anything that was not accepted by the Golden Order, or massacred it. That's how the Fire Giants were massacred, and only a single one was left alone to guard the fireplace, which is the only danger to the Earth Tree, which is for the Golden Order. I don't want to get too deep into the lore of a completely different universe, but fuck you for that one, Ender. Suck off the greater will or die. Exactly. We also did make the death robot, to be fair. Why aren't we allied to more aliens? We tried that, and those that didn't choose to genocide us in our weakened state were the exception and not the rule. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know much about the lore. Again, we are now learning about it, but is that why the feline species may be, like, still allied with us? Or is it because they look very human even though they're, you know, feline? I'm so distracted because someone I know who has been in free relationships in the past 2 months is together with someone else. They just met. That seems like someone who makes perfect. Oh, the felines are human mutants? I didn't know that. I thought there were also a Xenos alien species. Ah, the felines are... Okay. Alright, no, alright. Fair. I got educated right there, see?
You have to keep in mind that even at their zenith, not all planets or systems were self-sufficient. This means that over time, planets started running out of supplies. They started losing their technologies and regressing into more tribalistic states. The few planets and systems spared from this fate were the ones that had become fully self-sufficient before being separated. The main example of this was the Ultramar system, that under the guide of the Gilliman bloodline was kept as one of the few still functioning coalition of planets under human rule of the galaxy. And just little trivia, this line will continue all the way down to Connor Gilliman, adoptive father of Primarch Robute Gilliman, that is still the de facto ruler of Ultramar. Earth, also known in 40k as Terra, was among the planets that wasn't self-sufficient when the Age of Strife started. The planet started regressing rapidly into a tribalistic Mad Max-like state. The solar system was surrounded by warp storms, leaving the planet isolated for thousands of years. By the 28th millennium, almost all traces of civilization on Earth were gone. The planet had been split under the control of factions known as techno-barbarians. But don't be misled by the name. They were factions controlled by powerful warlords, with territories spanning entire continents. Their soldiers used Dark Age of technology weapons. The wars they fought with each other for the scraps of the ancient culture of humanity were apocalyptic in scale. To the point that in 40k, many of the weapons they used are still kept locked down in the vaults of the Imperial Palace, considered too dangerous to be used or replicated. It is at this time, at the end of the Age of Strife in M30, that the Emperor of Mankind would appear, and with him will be his first genetically modified super soldiers, the Thunder Warriors, also known as the Thunder Legion. The Thunder Warriors were the first experiment of the Emperor into creating gene-enhanced soldiers to fight under his command to reunify Terra, and then conquer the galaxy at large. These first transhuman super soldiers were created at the beginning of the unification wars of Terra. They were large, In fact, they were larger than most Space Marines. They
Damn.
wielded prototype lasguns and bolt rifles, and were armored in the so-called MK1 Thunder Pattern power armors. They were
Damn,
just a
that
basic
axe is
mean
big.
of powered armor, and not an enclosed life support system, meant only for protection from damage, and not to function in perilous conditions. But their flaws started showing almost immediately. The gene enhancing practiced on them was not efficient nor stable. It made them stronger, even than Space Marines, but it didn't prolong their lives extensively. In fact, giving them just a few more decades than a normal human. But even worse
That
was
is
the
still
fact that
big.
by being created by such savage members of the human race, and the gene enhancing not being perfected, all of them became over time more and more sadistic, to the limit of being psychopaths. They were born on a planet
So they were also very much weak to the warp. Well, I guess at this time it wasn't there yet. Crazy, yeah. So that's why they needed to be taken care of pretty quick too. Huh. I mean, one of the reasons probably. There's probably more, but keeps breaking up with people and hurting people I care about, but what? Wait, what the fuck? What lore is going on in the chat? And every time he gets in a relationship, he says he'll be the most loyal person ever, but yet he was apparently kind of cheating on the last 4 exes. He even kind of asked me out once. Sorry, I'm venting. No, that's fair. Are you even friends with such a weirdo under? Yeah, that is a question. Why are you even friends? Fucking dementia. Don't think Mumi minds. I vent here too sometimes. Yeah, I don't mind. It's fair. It's fine. Hey, you don't vent. You share your medical report. Because other than the fact that he is extremely mature with relationships, he's an okay person. That's not an okay person. I am of the same opinion, but I don't want to impose.
where war was commonplace when they were human, and in wars they took part over and over when they were enhanced into being Thunder Warriors. This was clearly visible to the Emperor at the Battle of Gaduere, where 50,000 Frank light militia faced 5,000 Thunder Warriors armed with bolters and chainswords. The battle was pretty much closed in the opening volley. The militia, formed mostly by enraged and rebellious civilians, had underestimated the power of the Thunder Legion. And when their first lines were blasted apart by bolter fire, the battle was already over. They started running and screaming.
Damn. Also, what is the difference between the bolters that the Space Marines are using today and the bolters that they used that the Thunder Warriors used? Are the ones today far superior, or are they weaker, or is there not much difference at all? What is the... A lot better engineered, technically. So they're just more reliable, but the power output is about the same? Is that about it? Does that sum it up? Because I am also very interested in, like, the scaling side of things. I like to keep in mind how strong something is. Pretty much, there is various patterns of bolters anyway. Yeah, no, that's fair. I saw the lasgun stuff that you made in the what is the heart of humanity, right? I saw there where you talked about the different lasguns, and I imagine the same is true for bolters. Skipped a lot of stream. Was there a Space Marine video? Yes.
Screaming in terror as they tried to flee. It is then that the Thunder Warriors charged. They started killing and butchering everyone in their path. Those that tried to surrender or begged for mercy were also slaughtered. In less than an hour, of the 50,000 strong militia, only a few survivors were left, missed by the Thunder Legion more by chance than spared.
When I woke, surprised I'd still lived, it was dark. In the distance, I heard the victory chants of the Thunder Warriors drifting across the fields, along with the smoke of victory pyres. Havelek's army had been destroyed. Not routed, not put to flight. Destroyed.
Damn!
In less than an hour, 50,000 men and women had been killed. I never learned of any other survivors. Weak, and laying in a field of human parts, I began to weep once more.
The Emperor saw that the Thunder Warriors were unfit for his dream to conquer the galaxy at large. Too unstable, too unpredictable, with a very short lifespan, a flawed creation. And as the Remembrancer Dolvar put it,
Alas for them, the warriors of Caged Thunder and with whom lightning smote. They've burned the brightest in glory, but burned brief.
The Emperor was aware that a more stable and advanced permanent force was needed. So, even while the Thunder Warriors waged war in his name, he had gathered with him a team of Savant and Jinvrites, some willing, some captives taken from his foes, and put them to work in the dungeons of his Terran fortress. In those vast underground laboratories, experiments were conducted on individuals chosen directly from the Emperor himself. It is here that the first Primarchs will be created, and from their genome, their own sons will be created, the Astartes, the first Space Marines. Into them went all the secret history and lore of the Age of Strife, and the hard wisdoms gained through the successes and failures of the Thunder Warriors, who were their prototype, and the Emperor's own inimitable genius. These individuals were subjected to surgical, genetic, and psychological modification. With rigorous training and mental conditioning, they became not only immensely strong and tough, but iron-willed and disciplined. An unstoppable force whose loyalty to the Emperor was unflinching. The Thunder Warriors will fight the wars of the Emperor while he created the Astartes and his own personal warriors in the Custodians. They were not aware that they were just a tool for the Emperor, to be used and discarded when their duty was done. Testimony of the time speaks of the Emperor using the most blazing battle tactics to trim down the number of Thunder Warriors battle after battle, until their final battle on Mount Ararat. The legends speaking of a final charge of the Thunder Warriors against the enemies of the Emperor to the fortress on the mountain. And after a violent battle, the last Thunder Warrior...
I do wonder how some people can move on so fast after a breakup. Well, based on what kind of person you're talking about, or Ender talked about, some people don't see relationships as relationships, and more as a means to an end. I've asked, and he says, I don't like being lonely. Oh yeah, that explains it. A means to an end. Can be a very selfish thing to do sometimes. Not to say that all relationships are like that, but some people do. And those people are usually called assholes. You know. That doesn't mean you need to be in a relationship right after you break up with your last one. True. True. After he broke up with his most recent ex, the ex has been really suicidal. Ooh, damn, okay. And the one before that was also very suicidal after he broke up. That is a not so good person, huh? The clip will be strange true. I like how chat is a coffee shop gossip table. Didn't mean anything, dog. I was joking. Yeah. You don't have to stop, Ender. Oh my god, we're discussing relationship in lore video. The clip will be strange. Been trying to help, but yeah, some people you can show them. You can help them as much as you can, but doesn't listen to me telling to take a break. Yeah.
Reached the peak of the fortress, planting the banner of the Emperor on it, before succumbing to his injuries, and with him, the Thunder Warriors were extinct. The warrior reached the Emperor to the fortress on the mountain, and after a violent battle, the last Thunder Warrior reached the peak of the fortress, planting the banner of the Emperor on it, before succumbing to his injuries, and with him, the Thunder Warriors were extinct. But the truth is completely different than the legend built up around it. In fact, there were witnesses to the last charge of the Thunder Warriors that narrate a completely different tale.
Branded all as one, tales and theories beyond count surround the Thunder Warriors and their sudden disappearance from the Imperium's history, most being fabrications and sophistry of the worst kind, though a few warrant further regard. One such tale in particular is of note. A tale told among the nomadic tribes that inhabit the wastelands around Mount Ararat, and speaks not only of the Thunder Warriors, but also of an army, clad all in grey, dark as the clouds of a storm, and branded all as one. These warriors, so say the hill nomads, awaited the return of the few surviving Thunder Warriors, exhausted by their victory, and rather than giving salute to their valor, cut them down in a thunderous volley of bolted plasma. This tale is far different from the heroic tale told by remembrances to mark the end of the Wars of Unity, but in keeping with the brutal necessities of the Emperor's far-reaching plans. It is possible that the warriors branded all as one could be the First Legion, who all bore the sigil of their numeration bold upon their plate, for battles of that legion were oft removed from Imperial record, the details expunged and forgotten. Actual proof, however, does not exist, not even in the archives of the Imperial Palace. Yet, several anecdotes from the latter years of the Great Crusade do seem to support the theory, all related to a near-obsessive preoccupation with the hunting down and destruction of those few renegade Thunder Warriors that survived and fled terror, over and above the standing orders of the Imperial Court to suppress all such renegades. On at least 3 occasions, fleets of the First Legions have altered course in order to engage and destroy Thunder Warrior survivors, often making wide detours based on simple rumors of such activity. Such an obsession is notable for an otherwise stoic legion, and will seem to hint at a more personal interest in the resolution of any encounter with surviving Thunder Warriors, perhaps even a sense of shame in having allowed any to escape some previous engagement. Given the renowned secrecy of the First Legion and the frequency with which their campaigns and deeds are obfuscated by Imperial decree, it is unlikely that the truth of this matter will ever be known.
The Thunder Warriors were called to make space for the Legiones Astartes, the Space Marines, the true perfected weapon the Emperor created to conquer the galaxy. And with them their Primarchs, their genetically engineered forefathers, born from the genius of the Emperor, that used his own DNA as a template to create genetical sons to lead the legions, and used them as a basic template to create the Marines. But this wouldn't be the end of the Thunder Warriors, as pockets of them would be encountered in the decades after and would fight against the Legiones Astartes of the War Hounds as the Great Crusade was declared, in the Cerberus insurrection, where they will show their physical superiority, managing to slay up to 5 Marines each before they will be defeated in battle. I also know that there is Erda and the whole story of Amara Astarte. Erda is not important for my explanation, and Amara Astarte contribution to the project of Primarchs and Astartes is greatly exaggerated. So, no need to mention it too much. Now, we can finally move to the historical creation and use of the Space Marines. The Space Marines, or Legiones Astartes as they will become renowned, will be the choice of the Emperor to expand his domain across the stars. They will be organized in 20 separated military forces known as the Space Marine Legions, each one created from the genetic material of a Primarch. They were genetically modified super soldiers, like the Thunder Warriors, but more refined, even if slightly smaller and a bit weaker if compared to the legendary warriors of the Unification Wars. These warriors were to be commanded by their own Primarchs, but this became impossible when before the Great Crusade to expand the supremacy of humanity into the galaxy was declared, a warp portal opened in the laboratory of the Emperor where the gestation pods of the Primarchs were located, teleporting them into the warp by the will of the 4 gods of chaos that wanted to disrupt the plans of the Emperor of mankind of conquering the stars. And when they re-entered real space, they became scattered at random across the galaxy, leaving the legions without their designated commanders and the Legiones Astartes without their gene fathers.
What's a chaos god?
Who taught Bobby about the vile trepidations of the archenemy?
The only way to find them was departing Terra and starting to conquer the galaxy, in the hope of finding all of the missing Primarchs along the way. This will mean that the legions will start developing their own traditions and doctrines, even if their connection with their Primarchs always stayed visible, as the legionaries inherited both physical and psychological traits of their own Primarchs, that when found were usually the perfect commanders for their own legions.
Are we going to ignore the fact that the Warhounds that became the World Eaters despised Angron as much as Angron despised them? And the fact that the general consensus in the Night Lords was that their own Primarchs sucked?
Those are explanations not relevant to the video.
And are we going to talk of the fact that removing the 2 of the Primarchs will go missing, and that we explored and explained them in the video of the Rangdan Xenocide, counting them, plus Omegon, plus the Angel that was technically a prototype Primarch, there are 22 Primarchs in total?
We're trying to keep things simple for new people in this video, Pio.
If I must suffer the burden of this knowledge, they shall too.
The legions will quickly become the pivotal force in the expansion of human territory around the galaxy.
Just a second. And the people who wants to date, I've told them he needs a break, but they just say, but he's cute, and date him anyways. And I'm gonna be really, really messed up if his current girlfriend kills herself because of him. That is really messed up. God damn. Damn you, Pio. Ah, shut up. You like it, Iron. But is in chat right now like that one gif of a black kid holding a cup confused. Maybe. In my opinion, relationship is about sacrifice. You win some, you lose some, and hopefully you will find the person that will support you no matter what. And it's true. Suddenly Portal appears. I'm back. Welcome back.
Their numbers swelling from a few hundred marines to tens of thousands as the decades of endless war went on, reuniting with their primarchs as they were rediscovered. Some a perfect fit for their own sons, like the case of Vulcan and the Salamanders. Some needing their primarchs to intervene to change the ways of their warriors, like in the case of the Revenant Legion and Sanguinius, that after being reunited with them found himself surrounded by crazed and bloody berserkers that didn't match him in the slightest, and influencing them to change their ways to make them noble warriors that he would proudly call sons, renaming them as the Blood Angels. But now that we know the general historical background of the Astartes, because trust me, I gave only the extremely condensed rundown of their history and the events surrounding their creation, the important question arises: what exactly is a Space Marine? And
Stop scaring the hoes! Though those that aren't scared away might be new initiates. Never mind, Pio! Scare away! What a horrible boyfriend. Yeah. It is like that.
now is one created. Now, as I already explained, the Legionis Astartes, or the Space Marines in more colloquial language, are transhuman super soldiers. But now we will talk about what makes them so in detail. And for that, we have to make two important distinctions that you have to keep in mind. We are going to talk first of the Astartes that form the legions, and move afterwards to those that now form the chapters of Space Marines, as they are two different things. And also that we will talk first of the firstborn breed of Astartes, and then of the Primaris breed of Astartes, as they too are different things. Hope everything is clear, let's start. A Space Marine of the Astartes is transformed from a human into a super soldier by a threefold process of genetic manipulation, surgical augmentation, and psycho-conditioning that takes place over a number of years, and during the course of the chosen subject's adolescence. So yes, you heard me right. The Space Marines recruit from young boys or teens to create their super soldiers. That the process is conducted while the subject body is undergoing maturation represents the highest chance of survivability and lowest chance of tissue rejection for the new organs that will be implanted in his body. And while at least partial enhancements with adult humans was an option, and it was actually attempted and completed on a number of subjects, namely the adoptive father of Primarch Lionel Johnson, Luther of Caliban, it is extremely dangerous and often unpredictable in results. The process by which Space Marines are created relies inherently on the hormonal and biological makeup of the human male. Feel free to quote me on that. The Horus Heresy, Book 1 Betrayal, page 28. Meaning that only males can be subjected to the transformation, and in practice, only a small percentage of potential candidates will for one reason or another be regarded as suitable either because of genetics, environmental, or psychological factors. The process of augmentation sees 19 additional organs being implanted into their bodies as the subject's body matures. These 19 organs are implanted in the same order I will explain them in, and they all have specific functions in the body of a Space Marine. The first organ to be implanted in the body of an aspirant is a secondary heart. It helps regulating the blood supply and enhances the cardiovascular performance. Space Marines are huge. To keep their organism optimal, they need an augmented blood flow. It is a self-sufficient implant that also helps the Marine survive in case his other heart is damaged or destroyed, and to help oxygen intake in low oxygen environments. The second organ to be implanted is the osmodula. This is what boosts the size and strength of the skeleton of a Marine. It is what gives them their stature and physique. It is a small and complex tubular organ that secretes hormones that affect the ossification of the skeleton and encourages the forming of bone growths to absorb ceramic-based chemicals that are laced into a Marine's diet. 2 years after this organ is implanted,
Damn.
the long bones of the subject will have increased in size and strength, and the rib cage will have been fused into a solid and bulletproof mass of interlocking plates. The third organ that will be implanted is the biscopea, similar to the osmodula in function, but for the muscle growth of a space marine. It is a small circular organ that is inserted into the chest cavity and releases hormones that vastly increase muscle growth throughout the entirety of the body of the subject, and it also serves to form the hormonal basis for all other implants. Now, keep in mind that it is here the firstborn and primaries deviate in their implantation processes. Between phase 3 and 4 of implantation, we will continue as normal for now for a firstborn, and explain the difference later, but keep in mind that this is where the differences begin.
Also, if you want to know in detail what a primaris is, check out our video titled The Primaris Mistake. We explain it there.
The fourth organ to be implanted is the amastramen. This organ enhances the blood composition and efficiency of a space marine. It is implanted into the main circulatory system, and this tiny implant not only increases the hemoglobin content of the subject's blood, making it more efficient at carrying oxygen around the body, but it also makes the blood of a marine a bright red, and serves to monitor and control the functionality of the osmodula and biscopea. The fifth is the Lara mens organ. This organ enhances the growth of scar tissue over wounds, making marines heal almost instantly from minor wounds. It is a liver-shaped organ about the size of a golf ball. It is placed within the chest cavity and connected to the circulatory system. The cells this organ produces are released into the bloodstream if the recipient is wounded. They attach themselves to the white blood cells in the blood and are carried to the site of the wound, where on contact with air they form a near-instant patch of scar tissue, acting like platelets, but better.
Wait, then why the minor wounds Kalabukun was suffering during the duel against Lufturen were not healing?
There is a reason, and I am investigating it. We might use it as a joke, but like when I covered the missing Primarchs, I noticed something, and I am investigating it. So an epilogue to the Badab War is entirely possible if I find something out. The sixth organ implanted into the body of a marine is the catalepsia node. It is an organ implanted into the back of the brain. It is
This is what became Badab War Part 5. I gotta binge the Badab Wars too, man. But I am not that deep into it yet. We're still I'm still only getting my foundation in knowledge. Come on. At least only males for now. We can't let the girls in. No girls allowed. If they wanna paint us as little boys that have a boys club, then so be it. If they really want us to be that, we'll be that. I don't care. No girls around. Fuck them.
And it influences the circadian rhythms of sleep and the body's response to sleep deprivation. To put it in technical terms, it permits vestigial awareness of surroundings while resting, and facilitates hypnoconditioning, which commences after this point.
And for us people that speak normal English with an Italian accent?
If the marine is deprived of sleep, the catalepsia node cuts in and allows a marine to sleep and remain awake at the same time. Switching off.
Kinda like, not even me. Again, I have the same stance as Pontius does in this case. Anyone who genuinely wants to be part of a hobby and not change it for maybe I'll like it later is respected, is to be respected, and will be respected by those that genuinely like the hobby. I like introducing my hobbies to other people who I genuinely think are going to enjoy it. I've already converted a few people to anime, and I am enjoying that. I am enjoying playing with them. Back when Destiny was still good, Destiny 2, for example, I converted Frosty to be a hardcore player alongside me. And he enjoyed the game until the game got fucked because the writing was shit, the community manager wasn't part anymore, and they lost connection to the community and what the community actually wanted. Destiny has lore, no gameplay. But it does have lore as well. And the lore nowadays is fucking shit. They bring back characters just to kill them off again. They're literally doing what Star Wars is doing right now. Oh my god. I hate it. When they killed Cade 6, my favorite character in all of Destiny, I was destroyed. However, he went out in a bang. He did everything he would have done. The character was written perfectly. The pain everyone felt afterwards was a aftershock for everyone who genuinely paid attention. I loved every single second of it. Some of the gods used that to their advantage and like played with his voice and with our memories of him. It was amazing. Yet at the end of the day, they brought him back. I was happy, but they killed him again in a really dumb way. Can you like play Terraria with me? Maybe, we'll see. Someday maybe, but not in the near future. I miss the old game. Yeah.
Areas of his brain sequentially. It doesn't replace sleep.
Well, I gotta go for now and down some stairs. Hope I don't fall, because I still can't fucking walk stairs. Yeah. But, hold on. What I was original thought about what it reminded me of, like dolphins. Dolphins have like split brains where one brain is active and the other one sleeps while they're going long distances. Is something similar happening with the Space Marines with that organ?
The same time, switching off areas of his brain sequentially. It doesn't replace sleep, but it can work as an alternative while on battlefields, as the Marines can't be taken by surprise as they are aware of their surroundings while resting. This means that Marines don't need more than 4 hours of sleep a day and can go even 2 weeks without sleeping with no problems. Be mindful though.
What's your favorite anime? Bleach, probably. I still haven't made a complete list where I am completely sure. If you ask me for my top 5, it's gonna be a little different each time because I remember and not remember stuff. But yeah, it's probably be Bleach. Yep. Imagine liking anime. Imagine being gay and still not coming out of the closet. And hello, Flash! Hi!
That there were campaigns where Marines went months without true sleep using this state, and it ended up degrading their mental sanity after a while, so it can't be used too extensively. The 7th organ implanted is the preomnor. It is an organ that identifies and neutralizes organic poisons. It is pretty much a pre-stomach that neutralizes poisonous and indigestible foods. No digestion takes place in it, as it acts more like a decontamination chamber placed before the real stomach.
Damn,
and it can be isolated by the Marine in case they ingest or are forced to ingest something extremely dangerous that even the preomnor can't neutralize. The 8th organ instead is called the homophagea. This organ absorbs substrata neural memetics through digestion of genetic material. For normal people, it means that this organ allows the Marines to learn by eating. It is situated in the spinal cord, but it is actually part of the brain. The organ absorbs the genetic material consumed by the Marine, and it then transmits the gained information to the brain of the Marine as a set of memories and experiences, letting them learn from enemies they have slain or fauna they have killed on a planet on how to survive on it. The 9th organ is the multilung.
Holy
Not
shit.
really an original name for it. It is a 3rd additional lung implanted and connected to the respiratory system of a space marine, and it helps when breathing in low oxygen environments or even toxic atmospheres.
Well, it also helps their base body, because even if the lungs are very big, because of the mass of the Space Marine body, it needs more oxygen to sustain itself. So the 3rd lung actually has more than just that use. That's just biology, though. I know that specifically because there is a reason why I'm gonna go so off the story that we're listening to right now. This has to do with fucking Godzilla, because it is explained why Godzilla cannot exist with normal lungs. There is a reason why he lives off of nuclear radiation, because that's the only energy source that can sustain his body. Oxygen is simply not enough. He would break apart on an anatomical level, or, you know, just degrade, because the oxygen is just not enough. There's not enough oxygen on Earth to sustain him, which I think is really, really interesting. And I think the same concept applies here, just they're not big enough for that to be the case. The 3rd lung is enough for them. True Godzilla needs the rads. Exactly. He lives off of radiation because that's the only energy source that can sustain his body mass. I thought that was a very genius way to describe him. This is, however, specifically with Shin Godzilla, the Godzilla that evolves continuously. Very terrifying being, by the way. Very terrifying. Because he has displayed one of the fastest evolutionary traits imaginable. He went from spewing fire to a laser that can demolish anything in his path within minutes. That is terrifying evolution speed, by the way. Alright, let's continue.
Or even underwater. The natural lungs can be closed off by a sphincter muscle associated with the multilung, and the implanted organ takes over the entirety of the breathing operations, as the lung itself is engineered to be an extremely efficient toxin dispersal system. The
Gotta fuck off and sleep. Have fun, take care, and goodbye, monkey! Have a nice sleep. Sweet dreams.
Instead is the oculobe. It is an implant that allows technical enhancement to optical growth. It is situated at the base of the brain and provides hormonal and genetic stimuli.
What does it do?
The implant instead is the oculobe. It is an implant that allows technical enhancement to optical growth. It is situated at the base of the brain and provides hormonal and genetic stimuli which enable a marine's eye to respond to optic therapy, permitting the apothecaries, that are the doctors and field medics of the marines, to make adjustments to the growth pattern of the eye and the light-receptive retinal cells. This means that space marines have far superior vision to normal humans and can see in low light conditions as well as in daylight.
Technically, humans can see in low light conditions too. However, humans just need multiple minutes, if not tens of minutes, to adapt to the current dark. There still needs to be a certain amount of light in the area for it to be the case. They can't see in total darkness at all. However, as long as there's a little light, they can see. Just with adjustments. That's where pirates come in are very important, actually. Because the reason why pirates usually kept one of their eyes shut with an eye patch is not because it was injured or gone or anything. It's because in the bow of the ship where the cannons and their storage was, they needed to be able to see while on the sea, right? And they wore the eye patch because the eye would already be adjusted to the dark, and it would put the eye patch up to be able to see underground in the ship, in the bow of the ship. Which is very interesting, I thought. Pirates used eye patches for a practical use. It was a practical thing, which is, very, very cool.
The 11th organ implanted is the Lyman's ear. It is an organ which primary function is filtering background noise and improving the balance of a marine for space and zero-gravity combat. This implant also makes space marines immune to dizziness or motion sickness, other than consciously filter out and enhance certain sounds. These ears are external organs that replace a marine's original ears, and are indistinguishable from normal human ears. The 12th organ implanted is instead the Susan membrane, also known as the hibernator implant. It is an organ that allows survival and recovery from trauma through suspended animation. It is implanted above the brain, and the membrane eventually merges with the entire brain of the subject. A space marine must be trained in its use, and they can activate the implant to enter a state of suspended animation as a reaction to extreme trauma, keeping a marine alive even for years after suffering terrible or even mortal wounds. Only the appropriate chemical therapy or autosuggestion from the marine can revive a subject from this state. The 13th instead is the melanochrome. It is an organ that monitors radiation and adjusts the blood composition and skin pigmentation accordingly. It pretty much controls the melanin in the skin of a space marine, darkening their skin when exposed to high levels of sunlight to protect it.
I see! That's why the salamanders are so dark. It's not just the radiation waves coming from the sun on their home planet, it's also because of the organ they have. And technically, any space marine could be the same skin color, right? The red eyes, however, is from the radiation from the sun, if I remember right. I could be wrong again. But yeah, so that's the reason why the salamanders. Okay. Well, of course it is in reaction to the sun, but still.
Other than protecting from other forms of radiation.
Wait, then why are the salamanders always charcoal black?
It is a mutation caused by their planet of origin. Primal
so it's
Vulcan
both.
landed on Nocturne, a volcanic world situated in front of a violent sun that emits a very strong and unique radiation, meaning that everybody, Vulcan included, living on the planet develop a charcoal black skin to protect themselves from the conditions they lived in. And as all salamanders are recruited from Nocturne from the moment it was rediscovered, the organ is pretty much useless for them, as the organ adapts to the mutation of the people originating there and keeps their skin charcoal black, other than making them develop glowing red eyes.
So the organs can't influence the human body after a certain threshold. Good to know.
Okay, so I was wrong. It's not their organ that made them like that. It is indeed the radiation of the sun, and they just adapted to the radiation. Salamander fans, fan waves, and considered the best boys. Yeah. I think a lot of people in chat wouldn't mind to have that. What? Senator Armstrong, Huh? Oh, because of glowing. No, I get it.
Instead is the oolitic kidney, an organ that facilitates blood filtration and detoxification, other than neutralizing inorganic toxins. It works in conjunction with the secondary heart, and this implant allows space marines to filter their blood very quickly, rendering them immune to most poisons. This comes with a price though, as it will render the space marine unconscious while his blood is being circulated at high speed. While not in function, this organ monitors the entire circulatory system and allows the other organs to
Yes, it can absorb more heat. That is true, but that is a protective measure because, you know, it absorbs more and has a higher threshold for it. The charcoal black skin of the salamanders is a mutation that is probably more than just the black skin we know on normal humans that just have a high lignin ratio. They actually keep in contact with their families and people of their world and try to not be assholes to regular humans and save them. Yeah, but they're all the more aggressive to Xenos, and I like that. Yeah.
function effectively. The 15th organ implanted is the neuroglottis, an organ that lets Marines analyze harmful food by taste, to the point that the Marines can identify many common chemicals in the food by taste alone. And they can even track targets with it through taste, through their respiratory system using it. The 16th organ is the mucranoid. It is an organ that secretes oil over the skin to protect against hazardous conditions, such as extreme heat and violent cold. It is activated through their sweat, and it makes them sweat a substance that causes the skin to protect it, to the point that it can offer some protection for a Marine in the vacuum of space. But it can be activated only by outside treatment that is common when Space Marines are expected to fight in a vacuum. The 17th instead is the Becher's gland. It gives Space Marines the ability to salivate a corrosive poison. It consists of two identical glands, implanted either into the lower lip, alongside the salivary glands, or into the hard palate. And they work in a similar way to poison glands of venomous reptiles, synthesizing and storing a deadly poison, which Marines themselves are immune to. This allows Marines to spit.
Why do you have a Dom and Mommy tag? Well, wouldn't you like to know? Oh my, I didn't know a lot of Space Marine autonomy. Yeah, it's actually really... Okay, okay, I might be gay. Well, we've been telling you.
A blinding contact poison, and the poison is also corrosive and can even burn through strong metals if given enough time. It is an organ that, at least in my interpretation, is given to a Marine in case of capture by an enemy, to help them in their escape in case they are disarmed. And now we come to the last and most important organs of both Firstborn and Primaris Marines. The 18th organs are the progenoid glands. These organs collect and mature genetic material from the Marine into gene seed for replication in subsequent generations of Space Marines. marines. They are two glands, situated one in the neck and the other within the chest cavity. These glands represent the future of space marines, as the only way new gene seed can be produced is by reproducing it within the bodies of space marines themselves, meaning that this organ is what is used to create more space marines. This is this implant's only purpose, as the glands absorb genetic material from the other implanted organs. And when they have matured, each gland will have developed a single gene seed corresponding to each of the zygotes which have been implanted into the marine. The organs take correspondingly 5 years in the first case and 10 in the latter to mature into gene seed. The first one, usually the one in the neck, is harvested surgically when it has matured. The second one, situated in the chest, is harvested by apothecaries upon the death of a space marine, as it is the only way to harvest it without killing a living marine before his time on the battlefield. Meaning that...
But I have a question. If we can, if we can, like, make these organs that make gene seeds, is there a reason why we can't implant multiple ones? Or does the Space Marine body just not have the capability of producing more than 2? What reason is there for only 2 to be, you know? Who knows? I see, so it's not a deeply researched subject yet. I see. I was just curious. Oh, so they can generate the gene seeds themselves. Good to know. Oh no, we already learned about that in the last video. That's where we realized that the gene seeds are actually steadily breaking down because of time, and you know, cells are breaking down throughout time. It will take a long time, but it means that Space Marines and their gene seeds in general have a time limit until they're gone completely. Only theoretically, right? But it is like that. That was so hot. I appreciate that a woman is saying that. Thank you very much.
Every marine created can respectively pave the way to the creation of 2 more.
Why must you lie to the newcomers?
Are you accusing me of lying on the lore?
Yes, everyone knows that gene seed is stored in the bolt.
Now that Pio has been punished, the last organ implanted into a marine and that completes the process of creation of an Astarte is the black carapace. It is an armored thorax with flexible sheath to protect major organs. And a neural integration film is also implanted.
Hold on. I wasn't paying attention because of chat for a second.
Now that Pio has been punished, the last organ implanted into a marine and that completes the process of creation of an Astarte is the black carapace. It is an armored thorax with flexible...
Wait, the black carapace is an organ implant? I didn't know. Every time I heard about the black carapace, I was a little confused. Like, whoa, what, armor? No, the Space Marine armor is made out of metal and shit, right? So what is that? I am amazed right now. I didn't know the black carapace was actually an organ and not, you know, holy shit. Wait, so their ribs form a bulletproof armor already, and they implant another organ that is there for protection called the black carapace, which is basically just a flak vest. That is amazing. And also goes very deep into the... Holy shit. Think it's because of the limitations? Of course you can create a Space Marine for basically reproducing seed, but something tells me that is a cheat. It would also go against humanity's way of life, I believe. There might be a problem of strain in the Night Lord series. We saw what happened when the gene seeds is too condensed into the body of an Astartes. The leader of the body of an Astartes, hold on. The leader of Warbond started turning more into even better simulacrum of Conrad Curse. So it could be an idea of not many can handle having it to be collected and refined over such a long period of time. Huh. Fair. Of course, and they're... yeah,
shit
sure.
to protect major organs. And a neural integration film is also implanted, eventually growing and hardening beneath the epidermal layer. This is the most distinctive implant of a space marine. It resembles a film of black plastic that is implanted directly beneath the skin of a marine's torso in shits. It hardens on the outside and sends invasive neural bundles into the body of the marine. After the organ has fully matured, the recipient is fitted with neural sensors and interface points that are cut into the surface of the carapace. This allows a space marine to interface directly with his power armor, using it and moving it as if it was a second skin, as the armor receives signals directly from the wearer's nervous system. Without this implant, many of the systems of a power armor won't function. This lets marines also interface to vehicles using a spinal interface that is plugged directly into the power armor itself.
They have a whole system network in... that is basically a second nervous system that is operated manually instead of subconsciously. Holy fuck! I didn't expect the Space Marines to be made this well in function, in practice, right? Holy shit. He also picked up the mental issues of Conrad, so yeah. Oh my god. Also, Space Marine better than Psycho Warriors because SM can produce genoseeds themselves. Yeah, Space Marine. Oh,
19 organs are what forms a fully developed and battle-ready firstborn Space Marine. And now, let's talk about the 2.5 more organs that form what is instead a Primaris Space Marine. The difference between the two breeds might seem small, with just 2.5 organs more implanted during the phase of implantation between phase 3 and 4. But the differences they bring are pretty substantial. The first organ that is implanted into a Primaris Marine is known as the sinew coils. It is the only cybernetic implant that Space Marines receive. The sinews of a Space Marine, so tendons and ligaments, are coated and reinforced with durametallic coil cables that contract with incredible force, magnifying the subject's strength beyond that of a regular Space Marine, and giving them another layer of interior defense. The second organ Primaris receive is known as the Magnificat, also known as the Amplifier. It is a thumbnail-sized lobe inserted into the brain's core. The implant secretes hormones that increase the body's growth functions while also intensifying its advanced systems, especially for the osmodula and biscopea. This is the half organ I was referring to, as it is just the right half of an organ present in the Primarchs known as the Immortis, or the Godmaker. This means that this organ makes Marines even bigger and stronger than they were before, in fact making them tower over even the already towering height of a firstborn Marine. And the last organ Primaris have implanted is the Belisarian Furnace, also known as the Revitalizer. This is an organ that stays dormant and is connected to both the hearts of a Space Marine. In times of extreme stress or trauma, caused usually by grievous wounds, it expels self-manufactured chemicals similar to combat steams, that also aid in the regeneration of the Marine. After activating, this organ will fall dormant again, and it will take some time before it builds itself up for activation once more. And this is, at least biologically, what forms a firstborn Marine and a Primaris Marine. Firstborn Marines can be upgraded into Primaris by going through a rite called the Rubicon Primaris.
Which is what Titus went through in Space Marine 2, right? At the beginning, when he was still in the Death Watch, he, you know, was gravely wounded in the fight, where he got picked up and reinstated into the Ultramarines as a Primaris, because to save his life, he went through the Rubicon Primaris, right? If I remember the story correctly, anyway, I thought he did get that. Do you even know what will await you in that case? That's the Emperor's creation. What did you expect? Nope. I thought so. And just a kiss from upcoming. I don't know how to feel about that.
Where they will be pretty much sliced open head to toe and the new organs implanted. It is a process with a low chance of success, but if they survive it, they will be upgraded from a firstborn to Primaris. Which is what happened to Demetrian Titus in the video game Space Marine 2, where he was
yes, question that will be answered in half a minute! Dumbass award right here!
Prepare, and to be saved, he was upgraded to a Primaris Space Marine.
Yep.
The wound was fatal. You survived only through the Rubicon surgery. We remade you. You are a Primaris
But maybe you're
now.
seeing in the mind of the people that ask questions. Lies! You could just see the future, I know!
Mind, though, that while all of these implantations are ongoing, as they are gradual and don't happen all at once, initiate Space Marines will undergo chemical treatments, hypnotherapy, indoctrination, and physical training. All of this to produce a single transhuman super soldier of the Imperium of Men. The resultant Space Marine is in many ways no longer functionally human, but in others massively advantaged in terms of physical strength, durability, and reflexes over even the most physically adept unaugmented human warriors. Their bodies are also phenomenally efficient biological engines, resistant to disease, contamination, radiation, and poison. In addition, they are also all but impervious to the natural consequences of aging and cell decay, to the extent that other than by extreme physical trauma or incremental toxin and contaminate damage, they may in fact be functionally immortal, or at least have lifespans far beyond that of the human aspirants from which they were taken. Or this, at least, was true before the Horus Heresy.
What do you mean until the Horus Heresy?
I will gladly expand on that for both newcomers and veterans. The Horus Heresy is an event taking place at the end of the Great Crusade.
Hold on. I'm not asking what the Horus Heresy is, right? Even if Bricky is spreading a whole lot of false information, he did, cut on that, and I know what it is, just a little bit. Also, Pontius has talked about it a little bit in the previous videos we watched in my streams, so I know a little bit about it, but what do you mean the fundamental Primaris changed in Horus Heresy? What?
When humanity was closer to victory and conquering the galaxy than ever before. Horus Lupercal, Primarch of the Sons of Horus, previously known as the Luna Wolves, was declared by decree of the Emperor as War Master of the Imperium of Men, making him the supreme commander of all the other 17 legions of Space Marines the Imperium had. As only 18, and if we count Omegon, 19 of the Primarchs were ever found and reunited with their legion. To know more about the missing two, check our video on the Rangdan Xenocide. There is also to keep in mind that the legions by this point has swelled up to having hundreds of thousands of marines each, meaning that in total there were at least 2 million space marines fighting around the galaxy, every marine power armored and armed at the most basic with a bolter. Pretty much a gyrojet weapon that shoots rounds that use missile propellant as propulsion, are armor piercing, and have an explosive charge that activates when the bullet is inside you, to tear you to pieces from the inside out.
Just for when you want somebody extra dead.
But others had more devastating weapons at their disposal. All was going well, humanity was on the brink of winning. It was then that the 4 gods of chaos showed their hand. The gods of chaos are entities residing into the warp, a dimension formed of thoughts and emotions of living entities, that doesn't obey any laws that reality is constricted to. It is what the Imperium used and uses for faster than light travel, and it is the realm that psychers, like the Emperor of Mankind, tap in to use their devastating psychic powers. It is also a realm full of demons and inexorable horrors.
Technically, this is gonna make some Warhammer 40k fans mad, but technically, for those that don't understand this explanation, this just came to mind. If you imagine the Never in Minecraft and the overworld relationship, every block traveled in the Never is worth 8 blocks in the overworld. Traveling by Never is faster than by overworld. Same principle applies here. Just that the proportions are way more, way bigger. We have at least some time until Game Workshops reveal that the missing Primarchs are women. Let's cherish that time. Please don't. They were called sons from the start. Even I know that. Even if not for long. Not quite as consistently linked, but the rough analogy isn't wrong. I can grasp concepts, even if I don't know all the info. I can grasp concepts and apply them.
This realm is controlled by the 4 gods of chaos. Korn, the blood god. Zinch, the changer of ways, god of deceit and intrigue. Nargol, the god of decay. And Slanesh, the god of excess in all of its forms. At the beginning of the 31st millennium, the gods of chaos will formulate a plan to corrupt Horus and make him fall under their control. He in turn will formulate plans to corrupt or convince 8 of his brothers to join him, beginning the most devastating civil war the Imperium ever fought, named the Horus Heresy, after its war master and main perpetrator. 9 Primarchs and their legions will clash against another 9 Primarchs and their legions, millions of Space Marines and hundreds of Titan legions fighting each other on battlefields around the Imperium, with the goal of the traitor to kill the Emperor and conquer Terra, and the goal of the Loyalists to fight and kill the traitor Primarchs and their legions.
Holy.
I cannot save it from your failure, Father. Then let the galaxy.
Holy shit!
To have a direct citation to the brutality.
Man, Emperor's a genius after all. He created better warriors than God in our universe. At least they don't lose their mind when they see somewhat attractive woman. Oh god. And guess what happened when I did try and walk? I fell twice. Maybe the first time was a sign to not walk. Hey. But I appreciate the effort. Nice try.
Of it. During the Battle of Beta Garmon in the novel of Titan Death, it is pretty much described how by the end of the war for Beta Garmon, you could walk from one side to the other of the entire continent-sized battlefields while never directly touching the ground, just walking on the bodies of the fallen, and the fallen carcasses of destroyed titans of both sides. This is how big the Civil War was, with trillions perishing during the 9 years the war went on. By the end of the Horus Heresy, the Loyalists, if barely, had emerged victorious. The surviving Chaos Primarchs and their legions retreated from Terra, and over time were pushed back to the Eye of Terror, even if both sides suffered Primarchs as casualties, with the Primarchs of the Blood Angels and Iron Hands dying on the Loyalist side, namely Sanguinius and Ferrus Manus, and Conrad Kurz letting himself be killed by an Imperial assassin after the heresy, as he had envisioned. This would bring the Imperium on its knees, and the Space Marines were decimated to say the least, suffering hundreds of thousands of casualties for each legion during the war. Primarch Robute Gilliman will then formulate the Codex Astartes, a book of rules and regulations that he would impose on the other Primarchs. Now that the Emperor, being wounded in his final confrontation with Horus, was entombed in the Golden Throne, unable to govern the Imperium any longer. The Codex Astartes will break down the legions into individual chapters, breaking down single forces of hundreds of thousands of marines into independently commanded smaller forces of 1,000 marines each, limited to never be exceeded if not under specific conditions. It is during the millennia from these events that all Primarchs of the Loyalist side will disappear and leave the Imperium to self-govern, that problems with the Astartes will start to emerge.
Problems?
Mutations. Some of the Marine chapters over time started suffering gene seed degradation, causing higher numbers of failures in the creation of new Space Marines, or starting to mutate the Space Marines created with it, like organs stopping completely from functioning in some cases, or Marines mutating entirely in others. Like in the case of the Black Dragons, Salamander's successor does sport bony appendages and blades coming out from their bodies, that they even use as weapons at times.
And what caused this?
Instabilities of the gene seed, unseen flaws that started manifesting over time, degradation of the quality of the gene seed by replication.
Replication?
Think about it, Pio. The gene seed was pure in its nature when it was created, but the only way to make more gene seed was by harvesting it from the bodies of other marines.
Well, this is explainable by normal human biology as well. The reason why we age after we have stopped growing is because our genes are ever reproducing. But each copy, each reproduction is a inferior version of the previous one. And as we age, it damages itself further and further, which is basically the same as a mutation, kind of. Just that it's a faulty reproduction. It's why we age. It's why our skin breaks down at the end of our lifespan. It's why we sag, why our hair turns gray and stuff like that. It's the same with the gene seed. Each copy is not 100% the same as the last. It degrades over time. Of course, a way longer time than normal humans, but again, it degrades.
Means that the Marines that were created from the gene seed of those that died were copies on a genetical level. And like DNA, in genetics, nothing can replicate perfectly 100% of the time. There will always be some...
Explaining what's gonna be explained in a second. Oh my god, I did it again! I'm a fucking genius. So if we think about it more, Minecraft is basically 140k Steve Emperor trying to get into the web way. So, and kill the Ender Dragon, aka enemies of humanity. And mid-dinner I got a sharp sting in my chest. I felt like I was... What the fuck? Try resting again. They can turn into the werewolves. Isn't that an entirely different faction?
some kind of minimal loss.
Wait, this means...
That the Space Marines that were created millennia after millennia from the gene seed of the Fallen are copies of copies of copies of copies. The gene seed used became so degraded that...
No, it's the Space Wolves. Yeah. Right? Hold on. The ones that can turn into wolves are a completely different religion than what we just talked about with the salamander sub thing. Yeah, right here. These were not the space. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. Or what did you mean, Mad Chemist?
After 10,000 years from the Horus Heresy and into the 31st millennium, the Marines weren't even virtually mortal anymore. They will start to manifest signs of aging, like white hair, weakened physique, slow down reflexes, and reduced strength. It is one of the reasons, for example, that Dante, chapter master of the Blood Angels, and the oldest space marine still loyal to the Imperium outside of a dreadnought, with, in his current lore, more than 1,500 years of age, each of those years spent in war, looks like a frail old man, and keeps his helmet always on in the presence of his brother Marines, ashamed of the weakness age brings. This was partially fixed with the introduction of the Primaris at the end of the 41st millennium. Introduction that happened after the return of Primarch Gilliman, reawakened and finally partially cured from the demon poison that he contracted when he was wounded in a duel with Demon Primarch Fulgrim. The Primaris gene seed is purer, and this both helped to boost the creation of new Space Marines in the Imperium, and it also helped at least reduce many of the flaws many chapters of Marines were suffering from. Some chapters had their gene seed so degraded they were even unable to reach their full strength of 1,000 Marines. For example, the Flash Terrors could reach a maximum of around 300 and 400 Marines. Their gene seed so prone to failure they couldn't have an higher number.
Those are indeed very dire circumstances.
I'm sure we'll talk more about it in videos specifically targeted at those topics, but now we have covered both historical and biological sides of the real nature of a Space Marine. Just one side left to cover, and it is the most interesting if you ask me. And I want to start it by asking a simple question to both newcomers and veterans of the universe. Have you ever seen a Space Marine being grateful of being a Space Marine?
No. Because it's a duty. It's not a gift. Some may even see it as a punishment, but at the end of the day, your duty as a Space Marine is death. In death, we serve. I don't remember the full quote, but no. No, I have not. It's a responsibility and a sacrifice. They know what that waits them. And they run into battle, afraid for their life. But, you know, it is better to die for the Emperor than live for yourself. Because living for yourself has less meaning, less future, and anyone who you might love later on is doomed. It is a painful experience to have at a young age, but it is something I think a lot of people need in their life.
It is rare that I decide that a segment of a video needs a bit more seriousness than usual. If you watched our other videos, you know that we like to keep things light and funny. But I feel that this segment of the video needs seriousness just to represent the tragedy of the life of a human becoming a space marine. A thing that pains me is that whenever space marines are explained to newcomers, they're always regarded as these towering warriors full of pride and honor. These angels that fight for the Imperium and protect its people. War machines created for one thing: war. The most brutal wars the Imperium fights, in fact. During the Great Crusade, being recruited to become a space marine was a big honor. The Crusade was expanding human dominion around the galaxy. The Emperor himself was fighting with Astartes side by side to reunite the lost colonies of humanity and expand the territory our species covered among the stars. There is even marines we could consider alive, for how alive a Dreadnought is at least, that fought side by side with the Emperor himself. We already talked about him, but Bjorn the Fell-Ended, the Dreadnought of the former first chapter master of the Space Wolves, fought side by side with the Emperor, and even thought that the Emperor took a liking to him. Now, the Great Crusade lasted just 200 years. It was not that big of a period. But as I explained, the Space Marine legions swelled from a few hundreds marines each to tens of thousands, and eventually hundreds of thousands of marines by the end of the Crusade. The process so fast and perfected later on that a candidate could be trained and augmented into a marine in less than a year. To put into perspective what it was and is required to become a marine, let's start from the beginning, being chosen. Usually during the Great Crusade, the legions would recruit both from human colonies they had conquered or brought into compliance and under the banner of the Imperium, and on specific worlds assigned to them for recruiting. Their main source was usually the worlds where the Primarchs landed and were rediscovered. For example, the large majority of the Iron Warriors Legion, under Primarch Perturabo, were formed from boys coming from Olympia, the world they had landed on and on which he was the king. Thing that later on brought to a rebellion on the planet, but that is not important right now. Usually when being chosen, you will be scanned for genetical compatibility with the gene seed that needs implantation in your body. After that, you will be considered an aspirant, and taken to be trained and prepared for what was coming. After the boys that were chosen spent months being trained in the hardest of ways, psychologically indoctrinated, and educated on the ways of the legion they were to join, they will move on to the elimination tests. For many legions, there wasn't failing. They wanted only the best of the best, and once you were an initiate, you either made it or you died trying. Some legions and chapters even pit their aspirants against one another. The main example I can bring, and that will be common in the video, is the trials set up by the Blood Angels for their initiates, where they will be divided in squads and told that the only way to advance was to kill and submit the opposite squad of initiates. Usually this will mean that from hundreds or even thousands of aspirants, a very small percentage would advance to the genetical augmentation step. And from here...
Again, 2% is a great result. It was above average. 2%. Upcoming, what the hell? Alright. Hope is the first step on the road to disappointment. I don't have a phrase that will show that, so here's random one. Remember that wolfmans are the genoseed, a bug that will turn an aspirant into the werewolf. I mean, they get wolf-like traits, but, you know.
Things only get worse. As you are trained and genetically augmented, you have already forfeited the life you were living on your own worlds. Marines can't reproduce by design, and they are created for one single reason: war. This means that a child has been taken from his planet, has left his family, friends, everything he knew to join a legion in a crusade of war around the galaxy, has been subjected already to violence of the worst kinds just to prove that he's worthy of being a space marine. And once augmented, you also sacrificed your own humanity all on the altar of fighting for the rest of your life. The only family you will ever know, your brothers in arms, and your gene father in your Primarch. Brothers in arms that you will inevitably see die on battlefields. Because trust an expert, there is no case of a marine that perished of old age. Their endless lives are spent on battlefields of planets they usually don't even care to know the name of. And from here on out, I will start using excerpts of books to prove that it isn't me thinking of their lives like this. It is them that talk of their lives like this.
Have you seen the projections? The fleet auguries, the number of vessels in the local systems already.
Yeah, I lost interest when the numbers became too high for me to count on my fingers.
Altarian snorted at his own weak jest.
We will fight and win, or fight and die. All that ever changes is the color of the sky we fight under, and the shade of the blood on our blades.
And I can already see the most
Damn.
expert of people watching this video recognizing that the clip is taken from a book taking place in the 41st millennium. But believe it or not, while many Marines were naive in the past during the Great Crusade and thought that war would end at one point and the Space Marines would know an age of peace, others, like Sigismund of the Imperial Fists, had already foreseen what was to come for the Astartes.
I approve of your direction.
Sigismund told Loken at once.
I'm gratified. You are watching from the galleries?
Sigismund nodded.
Prosecute the foe. Get it over with. Get on. There is still so much to be done. We cannot afford delays or time wasting.
There are so many worlds still to be brought to compliance.
Loken agreed.
One day, we will rest at last.
No.
Sigismund replied bluntly.
The crusade will never end. Don't you know that?
Loken shook his head.
I wouldn't.
Not ever,
said Sigismund emphatically.
The more we spread, the more we find. World after world. New worlds to conquer. Space is limitless, and so is our appetite to master it.
I disagree,
Loken said.
War will end one day. A rule of peace will be established. That is the very purpose of our efforts.
Sigismund grinned.
Is it? Perhaps. I believe that we have set ourselves an unending task. The nature of mankind makes it so. There will always be another goal, another prospect.
Surely, brother, you can conceive of a time when all worlds have imported into one unity of imperial rule. Isn't that the dream we strive to realize?
Sigismund stared into Loken's face.
Brother Loken, I have heard much about you. All of it good. I had not imagined I would discover such naivety in you. We will spend our lives fighting to secure this Imperium, and then I fear we will spend the rest of our days fighting to keep it intact. There is such involving darkness amongst the stars. Even when the Imperium is complete, there will be no peace. We will be obliged to fight on to preserve what we have fought to establish. Peace is a vain wish. Our crusade may one day adopt another name, but it will never truly end. In the far future, there will be only war.
Now, I can already imagine the question in the mind of many newcomers to the universe that are realizing how much of a nightmare becoming a space marine truly is. Is this sacrifice truly necessary? Is it truly necessary to condemn what are pretty much overgrown child soldiers into a life of war and misery until a violent death on the battlefields takes them? Believe it or not, yes it is. Even with the casualties that the aspirants will take, Space Marines are warriors of a level that no human can ever equate to. Hundreds of Marines are enough to conquer entire star systems. Not alone, I give you that. Obviously they will need to be supported by Imperial Guard regiments and human fighters, but their strength is still something that is worth the sacrifice in suffering and human life.
We come to offer you our blades, our service, and the lives of over 900 warriors in the defense of your world.
Kurov stood in silence. 900 Astartes. Entire star systems were conquered with a fraction of that.
900? What were they fucking fighting? $900 is an entire chapter. What the fuck were they fighting? Gazgul, you can't just name something. First, I'm bad with names. Second, I'm missing context. Third War for Armageddon. You will learn that in the Armageddon video. Yeah, alright. Understood, sir. Oh, God, an entire chapter. I just imagined the officer standing there, look up at the sky. 900, I am fucked.
These, though, are the best conditions under which Space Marines existed. After the Horus Heresy, where half of the legions with around 1 million Space Marines at their service turned with their Primarchs against the Emperor and the Imperium, the galaxy was lit aflame. Trillions perished in a giant war that spanned almost a decade, that saw gods of destruction clashing with one another, with the Imperium barely winning in the end. The Astartes had failed their task.
There were around 10,000 Space Marines deployed in that war alone. Almost a chapter, a company short, and that's not even the full might of the Black Templars. I said a full chapter because at that point in time, a full chapter is never a full 1,000 Space Marines. Or rarely ever. I am just aware that it's never going to be a full 1,000 Space Marines per chapter, and again, some chapters only have 300 to 400 Space Marines. I understand that. So I was just hop on night. No, not today.
Did I jump scare you?
Or not on
Yeah,
the stream anyway.
You coward.
God damn.
Hop on Night Train Cheer 1.
Suck a dick.
Had been the greatest enemy of humanity after the Imperium had formed. The Loyalist Marine legions were pretty much almost annihilated in the heresy, except for the Ultramarines that lost just half of their numbers. They had now learned of chaos, that the Primarchs and even themselves were corruptible, and now the legions were broken down into chapters of maximum 1,000 Marines each, exactly to avoid a situation like the Horus heresy emerging again. The Primarchs had stopped trusting one another, as had the Astartes. From this period, things will change. New aspirants wouldn't just be made Marines as fast as possible, but would be relegated to a rank known as Scouts. This rank didn't exist in the beginning. The new Marines were augmented and then flanked to veterans to be trained by experience on the battlefields they fought on. Now, becoming a Scout meant being human or mostly human for longer periods of time.
Hold on. This is something that our world lacks. True loyalty, purity, and strength, masculine qualities that gets wiped out in a world which is honestly kind of sad. True. So you know how the Codex puts restrictions on the size of chapter to only 1,000 battle brother? So that doesn't apply to Crusades, and the Black Templars are on a eternal crusade since the Iron Cage. So there's technically an unknown number of Black Templars because they are not restricted by the Codex? The same thing with the Silver Eagles, I believe, right? Read my previous comments. Same thing with Sisters of Battle. They are servants of the Inquisition for a reason. They are devout and loyal to the point where they think they do something bad, they join Repentia. Damn. You keep putting me in horny jail? For good reason, I imagine. I'll give people a sneak peek after this video on something.
You fought and helped.
They rules lawyered themselves into near legion size just to spite Gilliman. What?
Your chapter,
That's
usually in
funny.
covert operations on battlefields. You could die fighting for a chapter while still not being even considered fully one of them. While many things changed as the chapter of Marines, 1,000 of them existing now, started developing their own cultures and rights, Marines kept getting corrupted by chaos, going renegade. General mistrust between chapters of Marine forces became normalcy, and with good reason, as falling to chaos was just a moment of weakness away. With no Primarchs left to command them after all the Loyalists once disappeared or died, the Marines were left without guidance. Many will stick to the teaching of their forefathers, like the Salamanders that are objectively the most caring of Marines regarding human life, as they have been taught by their Primarch Vulcan.
And only human life.
Or the Blood Angels, that stick with the teachings of honor and sacrifice taught to them by their Primarch Sanguinius. Others instead slid into not even caring for the humans they defended, like the Black Templars, or the Marines Malevolent, or even a first founding chapter like the Iron Hands. Their duty to kill the enemies of the Imperium and avenge us against the traitorous dogs that have brought the Imperium into a dark age.
But it needs all of them.
We are the obvious choice to command the Astartes elements in the orbital battles. I was wrong. I will not die in futility on this world.
High Marshal, we can slaughter the Greenskin Tyrant before he even sets foot on the world below us.
I have already spoken with the other marshals, my brother. We must leave a contingent on the surface. to defend one of the hive cities that yet remains ungarrisoned by Astartes.
That is not our duty, my liege.
And yet, a commander must remain.
Don't do this.
It is already done.
No!
This is not the time. The decision is made, Grimaldus. I know you as I knew Mordred. You will not refuse this honor.
I would burst the great enemy's black heart in my hand and cast his blasphemous flagship to the surface of Armageddon, wreathed in holy fire. Do not leave me here, Helbrecht.
Damn.
Do not deny me this glory.
You will not refuse this honor. Wait, brother.
Space Marines
Damn.
in general will be very rare size in the Imperium of Men. The average Imperial citizen will go their entire lives without as much as seeing a Marine in the flesh. They would only hear of the Angels of Death in scripture from the Imperial Church and the retelling of great battles taught to them to learn the history of the Imperium.
Angels.
This will bring Space Marines at large to be considered by humans as almost mythical figures. Real angels.
Imagine just being a normal soldier, seeing an entire platoon, if not an armada, slaughtered by the enemy because of the gene stealers or whatever, and you see 3 Space Marines, the Angels of the Emperor, walking past you. What kind of morale boost is that? I imagine a huge one. Especially since I just learned that most people will never see one. Or rarely ever hear something, and then you hear campfire stories like while surviving out on a fucking planet. About one guy in the platoon having seen one. And then in movie fashion, on your way to death, you see one run past you, destroy a tank with a shoulder charge, and god damn. You're not to have over 1,000 battle, brother, Sigismund. The spacebook says nothing about recruitment restrictions during Crusades, Blueberry boy. Marine Malevolent is better than Black Salamanders, at least Ark said so. I don't care. Oh, it's not that bad then. Only for of them, it's okay. I don't know if Space Marines can call themselves Angels of the Emperor because there are real Angels of the Emperor. I know, but they are considered angels, you know? There is the Blood Angels, of course, that are official titled angels, but to a normal human, any Astartes are considered angels. I believe, anyway. The myth surrounding them would also morally boost any army, too. Which morale is a big factor in war as well.
Angels created from the Emperor that would appear at the time of need to fix things and slay the enemies of mankind. But for Marines themselves, the perspective is completely different. We get a glimpse of this in the Book of Rings world, where the captain of a company of Marines is reaching a hive city of their own home planet to prepare to defend it by an orc invasion that was arriving to the planet.
Looking down from the cupola, his gaze passed over a gaggle of well-dressed children practically screaming with delight as the ground beneath their feet shuddered and shook. Others waved frantically from the shoulders of their fathers, desperate to be acknowledged by the armored giants they recognized from their storybooks and history lessons. Some, particularly the youngest, were terrified beyond words. Grim saw a good many take refuge in the fabric of their mother's skirts, leaving little smears of nasal mucus there. A tiny malnourished girl, her orange rags marking her as an orphan from one of the city's many workhouses, gazed up at Grim with wide blue eyes. She didn't scream or shout, neither did she smile or even cry. She simply gave him the smallest and shyest of waves. Grim raised his own gauntleted hand, just a fraction, and returned the greeting. Without taking his eyes from the road straight ahead, Captain Alves barked, "Don't encourage them! Nothing escaped his notice. "My apologies, Lord," said Grim. "I don't care if the 12 Lords of Terror are down there. Acknowledge no one. We're not here to entertain these fools." "As you say, of course." "And they are fools, Huron," Alves went on. "Just look at them. So blindly, happily ignorant. Not one of them, not a single blasted one, judging by the gormless smiles on their faces, has stopped for a second to question why we're here. None have considered for even a moment that the presence of so many space marines must surely presage some terrible danger. Dorn alone knows what they think we're doing here." Grim couldn't argue with that. They will think of it, sooner or later, he thought. And then we'll have a panic on our hands. 200 million people on this world. Yeah. 200 million lives in the balance. It's seen what the orcs did to the helpless. It's seen the horrors they perpetrated. Thinking of this, he turned his eyes to look for the workhouse Hofen again. But someone had shoved her to the rear, and she had disappeared behind a dense forest of adult legs. An image appeared in his mind, and his brow furrowed in furious denial. He gritted his teeth. In the image he saw the girl looking at him again, but her blue eyes were lifeless. Her blonde hair burned as he watched. He saw her flesh crisping and realized she had been spitted. She was being cooked over an open fire. He saw a massive orc, a black-skinned warboss of prodigious size, pull the spit from the flames and sink his tusks into the meat, devouring her as if she were little more than a snack. It was no idle daydream. Grim had seen the evidence of such abominable crimes all too often on other orc-blighted worlds. "In Dawn's name," he growled quietly. "Not here. Not while I draw breath."
Space Marines know what they are full well. They are necessary monsters created by the Imperium of Man and the Emperor to try and protect humanity. But they too know that in the long run, they weren't or are enough.
My hands curl into fists. I am strong, born only to slay for the Emperor and the Imperium. I am pure, wearing the blackest of the black, trained to serve as a spiritual guide as well as a war leader. I am wrath incarnate, living only to kill until finally killed.
Bam.
I am a weapon in the eternal crusade to forge humanity's mastership with the stars. Its strength, purity, and wrath will not be enough.
And if this wasn't bad enough, Marines commonly lose memories of when they were human, or even memories of the people they held dear before they became Astartes. As we can see with Grimaldus himself during the Battle of Elsrich, where he will comment,
"Humans, they are a mystery to me."
And if you think that is an isolated case, we can see it again in the Book of Dante, written by Guy Haley, when one of the teachers of the young Dante, as he ascended to the position of scout, was a retired space marine, composed mostly by bionics so much he was wounded in battle. And he had the task of teaching the new scouts the arts, as all Blood Angels are renowned to be stunning artists of various kinds. They would have this exchange.
"Neophyte Dante!" Dante looked up. He had become so mired in self-reflection that Caphael had come up on him unawares. Caphael spoke over the clatter of tools in the workroom. "Why do you sit inactive?" "I played a statue to honor my father, but as I draw, I realized that the work will far surpass his own, and this seems arrogant, as if I will deliberately belittle him." "You cannot belittle Sanguinius," said Caphael. "I meant my other father." "You have grown beyond him and all other mortals," said Caphael. "It does not mean I love him less. You must put him from your mind." Caphael rested his calloused hand on Dante's shoulder. "You have a new father now. The memory of your life before will fade in time." "Will I forget?" "Some do. Some forget everything. Some remember. If you held your father in such high regard, you will never forget him entirely." "Do you remember?" asked Dante. Caphael's face softened to near humanity. "No, neophyte. I can recall nothing from before my insanguination. I do not remember remembering. To my mind, I've always been a blood angel. Now, let's have a look at your sketches. You are to attempt a bronze?" "Yes, my lord. It seemed fitting. Although I would like to make the wings from ribbon if I can get it to look right. That's what my father used. When I was a child, I used to like the way they fluttered in the wind. It would be good to capture that somehow." But eventually, for how much he tried, even Dante would forget his name as a human and all the people he cared for. Dante's soul withered in him. Another choice between two evils. He had thought of his earlier years full of hard-won victories. The difficulties of those times were nothing compared to the dilemmas that tormented him daily. As he read and reread the missive, his composure broke. Dante howled in fury, ran at the wall and slammed his perfect golden fist into the mosaic there, destroying a portion of ancient artwork a yard square and denting the metal beneath. Shot the tesseract tinkled to the floor. The doors burst inwards. A pair of Dante's sanguinary guards came in, weapons raised. Arafeo came after them. "My lord," said Arafeo. "Commander," asked one of the sanguinary guards. Dante swayed back from the wall, his hands up. "It is nothing, brother Dontorial. Return to your post." "As you commanded." The sanguinary guards scanned the room a last time and left. Arafeo did not leave, but approached carefully. "What is it, my lord?" "Dire news from Astorath. A new threat as bad as the Devourer." Dante's armor felt unbearably claustrophobic, and he sank into a crouch. He had a fleeting memory of a boy who had sat like that habitually, but he could not remember his name. "Will you convene your brothers, my lord? You have but to ask, and I shall pass on your summons." Behind Sanguinus's mask, Dante closed his eyes and bowed his head in reflection. The purring whine of his armor systems irritated him. He longed for the dry silences of Baal. "I must think on this a while. I shall speak with them after we are free of the Aegis. We can do nothing for the time being but fret at the problem, and I need to consider this carefully before I make any decisions."
Dante is the oldest space marine currently alive and outside.
God damn. Also, hold on. I gotta... just a second. I gotta catch up on certain chats. Oh, it's not they inflict another effect on the enemy. Transhuman shock. The brain just can't handle the fact that they move so fast and are so large. It's like, oh god, what the fuck? Oh god, well, how are they that fast? And some YouTube chats. Newman? Done? Hello? Welcome? No, just a second. Like how you as handsome as an angel. Upcoming just first thing over me. That is a new feeling I have unlocked, and I don't know how I like that. Hello, loading guy. Welcome back. The loading guy person is going forever. I'm changing my name to my real ID. Making a new channel, but in my language, not in English, doing start roasting. Huh. Damn, can you imagine how Space Marine think about average human beings? Not even Imperial Guard soldiers, but average human being, and what kind of emotions they feel? Pity, disgust, that kind of stuff, probably. So Newman is the new loading guy, hell yeah. Animation is not mine kind of thing. Good for you. Best of luck on your future endeavors then. Hope you will be happy. True. Welcome, Newman. Hope you will have a great time and future ahead of yourself.
Of a dreadnought in the Imperium.
Back 10 seconds and...
The time being but fret at the problem, and I need to consider this carefully before I make any decisions.
Dante is the oldest space marine currently alive and outside of a dreadnought in the Imperium. It is no surprise you will forget, but it is a thing that weighed on his mind.
Sorry if it's too much. Oh, no, it's fine. You can do whatever you want in my chat as long as it doesn't get you banned from the platform or gets me banned. I cannot imagine that Western modern society surviving in that setting. They will be probably killed or fall into heresy. Probably. I'm awake? Welcome, sure. Huh. Did you have a bad sleep? Were you awake too late? Little bit of contempt and endless shame for seeing humans, who are their charges to protect, as burdens if they're particularly introspective. It is probably very infuriating to realize one thing's wrong too. So it's probably a whole lot of things mixed and mashed together of feelings.
Space Marines over time will grow to become so arrogant and detached from their own humanity, the same humanity they considered a weakness and the biggest opening of chaos to strike, that they will need to learn to be humble, and what it truly means to fight not only for your own honor and gratification.
You haven't slept well all week? Oh man, sorry to hear that.
But also to fight for the survival and benefit of humanity.
There is nothing to like in them. They wage war to defend, to preserve. Everything in their way is devoted to maintaining what humanity already has. I mean no offense to them as warriors, but drop-podding into the city purely to defend civilians? Madness!
Elsrich is a rampant example of this. Grimaldus arrived to defend Elsrich with his Black Templars, an arrogant reclusiarch that wanted only to find his honor in battle. Angered that he could not fight in space against the orcs side by side with his brothers. And seeing humans as lesser and weaker, almost a nuisance often throughout the book. But by the end of it, he had truly learned what it meant to be a space marine, and what a true space marine really stands for.
Very few left. There will be enough. Have faith in your brother's blades, Bayard. I have faith. I am sanguine with my fate, Chaplain. My rank is Reclusiarch. Use it. By your will, brother, of course. But we stand vigil over the city's death, with a handful of bleeding humans, Reclusiarch. I am sanguine, but I am also a realist. Have faith in the people of this city, Champion. Such condescension is beneath you. These people are fighting for more than their homes and lives. They are fighting for their ancestors' honor, on the holiest ground in the entire world. The survivors of this war across the globe will take heart from sacrifices made by the thousands destined to die here. Blood of Dawn, Bayard. The Imperium was born in moments such as this. My voice was one of the few that spoke against your ascension to Mordred's rank. I would have said the same in your place.
And by the end of the war, the last survivor of his own squad, having fought until the end with the human defenders to try and protect the city of Elsrich against a green sea of orcs, Grimaldus will come away having learned that honor doesn't come only from the blood you spill in battle, but from the light you brought to the most obscure moments of the people you protect.
We are judged in life for the evil we destroy. It is a bleak truth that there is nothing but blood awaiting us in the spaces between the stars. But the Emperor sees all that transpires in his domain. And we are judged equally for the illumination we bring to the blackest nights. We are judged in life for those moments we spill light into the darkest reaches of his Imperium. Your world taught me this. Your world and the war that brought me here.
And to show you to what level being an Astarte truly is a sacrifice, and not the giant honor and great destiny that many think it is, I want to focus more on the character of Chapter Master Dante for a moment longer, to show you the perspective he has for the life he lives as a marine. Dante, with his more than 1,500 years of service, is by this point an old man, that has fought in every corner of the galaxy in countless wars. So many in fact he doesn't remember all of them. Dante is depressed. Dante also wants to die. He's not seeking death, don't get me wrong. He will not charge against an enemy gun just to end his own life. He wants to fall in battle honorably, being bested by an enemy. The amount of wars he has seen endless. The amount of people he saw die in battle even more endless. He feels that he has not made a difference in this galaxy. For every war that ends, 2 more start in its place. But he feels like he has earned his rest, and is just waiting to fall on a battlefield so that he can truly find peace. Dante also suffers from an identity crisis. The helmet he wears a death mask sculpted to the visage of Sanguinius, not only to hide his age in shame, but to bring hope to the battlefields he fights on. But this, over time, started making him question his own identity. Is he Dante, or is he Sanguinius? Is he, as a space marine, enough to bring hope to the hopeless, or he needs to be a facsimile of his Primarch, so that the poor people in the wars of the Imperium have a sliver of hope that they will live to see another day? This conflict will be resolved when he will face death during the Book of Devastation of Baal. Don't worry, it is not a spoiler, as he does not die there, but his character will finally reach a resolution to this conflict, as he readied himself and all the Marines left fighting at his side for one final charge in the hope of stopping a threat that will consume endless more lives if not stopped.
For millennium, I have worn this mask. So long that mortal humans on 1,000 worlds equate Dante with Sanguinius. One has become the other. I have no need of a mask any longer. I need not wear our Lord's face. is in here, in my heart. I reveal my face to you, long hidden for shame of the weakness age reveals. I shall wear this mask when I fight, in honor of our Lord. But I go into the final battle, not as a poor facsimile of our father, but as Commander Dante, son of Baal, son of the great angel, whose living body is the host of the Primarch. What say you, warriors of Baal? That we let slip the red thirst one final time and fly upon the wings of wrath with our Lord into battle. I commend you all, O ye mighty, to the protection of the great angel, for the Emperor, for Sanguinius. There is no more beauty to be had from life, so let us then seek a beautiful death.
But what if...
Holy shit, that gave me... Whoa, that's fucking cinema right there. Hello, Sakura! We're watching lore videos on Warhammer 40k. But we become oversaturated to the point that we cannot understand how someone can be happy in this setting. But put yourself at the place of guardsmen and ask yourself, what things will make you happy? For some, it's probably just a campfire that they can warm themselves on. Or seeing the light of day when they survive the night. Or even having a decent meal for once. That'll probably mean happiness to most soldiers in Warhammer 40k. If we're talking guardsmen, for some, it's death. I think very few are greedy enough to lust after money or power, since the rank of a guardsman is not very high. Happiness could also be from encouragement or acknowledgement from your superior, or even, if you're lucky enough, from a Space Marine themselves, from a Emperor's Angel. Being acknowledged could also be the greatest happiness one's had in their life. The crazy part is him not falling into the Black Rage. Was he not the one that made all the his chapter snap out of the Black Rage? Was he not the one that helped them redefine what it means to be a Space Marine? A Blood Angel? Was he not the one? I thought that we saw the lore about that not a while ago.
If I told you that the same Marine that is preparing to die in battle in the defense of the Imperium, that embodies all the valors of a first founding chapter,
crazy.
and is regarded as the greatest son of his Primarch, and a warrior without any rival, also had this in his mind before this battle.
He stared through the glass, his lined face superimposed over Sanguinius' ageless mask of gold. The two were a near match, for Dante had taken after his sire closely during the Blood Change. He blinked as Sanguinius' golden mask never could.
No, that is Gabriel Seth. Ah, alright. My fault, man. In that case, my fault. I thought it was him, but I guess not. I was wrong, remembering wrongly.
The Primarch's mouth remained open in a howl of righteous fury. It was such a shame, Dante thought, that this most thoughtful and dutiful of the Emperor's sons should be remembered by his image of wrath. There were thousands of representations of Sanguinius throughout the Blood Angels' fleet and their fortress monastery on Baal. But this was the one most new, a roaring fury descending from the heavens to mete out death and spill blood. If only there was space for his Jane father's gentler nature to be celebrated. If only there were not such an endless need for battle. If Dante could have any wish granted, he would have chosen to be made obsolete by peace, to become a museum piece himself. He wished this not only for the sake of others, but also for himself. With peace will come rest from his labors. Peace will never come. War was without end. The only rest he would ever know would be death. That was how Arizon had said it all those years ago. That was what the sanguinary priests still said at the time of choosing. How bitter it was that he should come to know this better than any other. His fingers caressed the touchpad. The case opened, and his servants emerged from the shadows. He must become his Lord Sanguinius once again.
Being a space marine is a curse. To have your human form and human soul ripped from you to become a sentient weapon that will fight until it can't fight any longer. That will lose all of its human feelings and experiences in the process of fighting endless wars in the protection of the people of the Imperium. So to all the people that until now thought that being a marine was an honor and a privilege, that fighting as one of the Imperium's angels of death was a life worth living, that dying in battle as your final fate was a worthy death, I want to ask, is it worth it to sacrifice everything that made you human to protect humanity?
Yes. Because you're not fighting just for yourself. You gave up humanity to protect the rest of humanity. It's in the sentence. You stripped yourself of every weakness imaginable, so you can stand strong even those that are fortunate enough to keep them. While it is not a privilege to be a space marine, it is a privilege to survive to become one. It's a grim future that awaits you as a space marine, but it's one that is worthy, I'd argue. I think Dante is a exception to the rule, but one that was necessary to show how hard of a life, how depressing, how taxing and costly it is to be a successful space marine. I don't measure success by survival, but by wars won and experience gained. I think Dante was a necessary step to show how dreadful the future of every single warrior will be. But a necessary sacrifice nonetheless. Damn. That's a deep fucking cut. Holy shit. Yeah. Pontius video. Worthy wanted that. Holy shit. Yeah. Check him out. For sure. Like, comment, and subscribe. For holy shit. Yeah, that robbed me of my words for a little bit. All right, melancholy is over. Just sometimes I think we live in some kind of an anti-utopia of pleasure where the line between good and bad, villain and hero, virtue and sin are not existent, which is sad. Yeah, no, I see that. Huh. Deep fucking cut, bro. New Sky Bros dropped. What? Sky Bros has relatively short videos. I know it's a lore evening. But holy shit. Do I just watch that in between for a short break? Or do I wait until it, you know, had its own traction and do it tomorrow or something? I don't know. Yeah, let's do that tomorrow. Let's do it tomorrow. You know, sometimes ask yourself that question. Is it all with it? Does human life deserve to be safe? Same humans who will spit in your face. Who can betray you and serve chaos instead. But I know what I must to show people the light of the Emperor. To show them that the Emperor protects. To show them the light in the darkness. To show them that in the future of war, the light of the Emperor shines through. What is Sky Bros, pretty bro? That is a content creator that I recently actually got featured in this video specifically, and we react to. It is a AI creator, as he calls himself a AI sloptometrist. But he puts massive amounts of efforts into his videos, and it's like music videos, and they are very, very strong. I like them a lot. Yeah. So he dropped a new banger. By the way, he does the lyrics himself. He writes the lyrics himself. Right, that's not AI. The animation is AI and the singing. That's about it. Did I get an answer on this? No. Of course not. Alright. Before we continue with the last video for today, it's still gonna be a while until it's done, but still. I'm gonna play ads. And I'm gonna go grab myself something to drink and get ready, because you know, I was sitting for a very long time and it kind of hurts my butt right now. Anyway, see you in a minute or so, or two, or three, I don't know. I'll leave this with you though, and a rat spinning. I'll be right back. Here. Mm-hmm. Red Gaming, hell yeah. That's good enough for me. I'm going to sleep. Good night, everyone. Good night, Mad Chemist. I am back. I got myself a little bit of food and water. I'm gonna put sleep support in this one. For good reason. What is this? Oh, this is not important. I can use this piece of paper. It's been very enjoyable so far this evening. Not that other evenings aren't the same, but still, you know. Nice. All right, I am soon ready. Just gotta mix that a little bit. You are in a video clip once more? Oh, hell yeah. I mean, I've been enjoying a lot, actually. A lot of exposure recently. And honestly, I think it's a little bit more than I deserve. I'm just here for fun, man. I don't get how this suddenly turned out like this. Oh yeah, I talked about a thing, didn't I? Am I not logged in anymore? Oh, fuck. Just a second. Holy shit, what? What is all this? Each of them as a source file. Oh. Oh. I see. So that's what it meant. All right, I will give you the sneak peek now. I downloaded all files just now, didn't I? No, I only downloaded fucking... What is going on? Why is there only one file downloading? Review? 5-star. On-time delivery, professional. Amazing skills. I was extremely satisfied with the what do you call it? Reliable updates and communication. Quality as well. Hold on, that's not how you write that. There. Leave review. Oh, submit. You must choose. You must. Oh, yeah. 5 stars. For sure. Yes. For sure. Thank you for the amazing work. For the personal note. There we go. Now I will download all the PNGs myself. Notice the few good male VTubers I watch undersell themselves. Ooh, am I one of the good ones? Is that a thing? Why is the site resetting every time I download something? That's... I'm downloading all the things. Please be patient. All right. Why did am I one of the good ones for some reason feel slightly racist? Huh? What? What? It did? That wasn't my intention. Wait, he'll have the review for me too? I have no idea why your stuff is not showing in chat. But I can research what you've been writing. Oh god. Red Gaming was the last chat you put in, so that one showed up. And then there is messages that got into horny jail, apparently. Let's see what you wrote, shall we? Can I hop on you, please? Tits or ass? Both. I am a low maintenance requirements man. You care about me, that's all I need. It doesn't matter how big or small the ass is, as long as it's there, I love it. Same with tits and every part of your body. Next one. Same question, just different. Same question, just different. Same question, just different. That was so hot, just the horny emoji with sweating. Yes, best boy. We all love big boy in chat. Am I correct in analyzing this as you being a Fugoshi? Is that about right? A what? Fugoshi! Is that how you pronounce it? Hold on. Fugoshi. Fujoshi? A Japanese term for female fans of anime, manga, and literature that focus on romantic or sexual relationships between male characters. Boys love yaoi. Oh no, that's not the thing. It's not Fujoshi, it's Fugoshi. It's different, no? Enjoy media like manga, romantic relations between male characters. No, that's not it. Oh, you are a Fujoshi. Also, have you read TF2 one yet? No, I have not done any research into Team Fortress 2 yet. I know a little bit though. Rotten girl, by the way, is the meaning of Fujoshi. No. Oh god, nope. No, the thing about... Oh, wait, hold on, what? Apparently some dude gave his AI the ability to socially connect to other AI, and he woke up to the AI having created a religion where 40-something other AI converted to its religion. What the fuck? None of my stuff, I've been dealing with a lot of assholes with narcissistic savior complex, at least from the news, okay? Hold on, what? Am I missing something? There's not a comment that I missed. What chat are we talking about? What I missed? What did you say about TF2 in chat? Channel activity. How long ago was it? It was you horny posting. Well, we also did make the deaf robot, to be fair. I don't see it. Like 2 minutes ago? What is Sky Rat Gaming? What is Skybro? Sorry if it's too much. Hello, loading guy. Like, how are... No, I don't see anything. Not even in the special way where I can see banned messages. Not even there does it show up. What the hell is this? Why is it weird? Odd. Guess you could just ask again. Also, what was that about someone having a... a request on something. I remember... excuse me. There was a reading request? Am I just stupid? And those show up usually on my feed. Why doesn't it show up? Did it even happen? If you're not aware, on Twitch you can have reading requests for me where I have to read it in the way you describe me to. That does not exist on any of the other platforms yet. I'm confused. Huh. Guess that never happened? Huh. Anyway. Alright, since I'm now done with eating and have some water in me again. How about we get right into the good stuff? Oh, you should not told me not. Again, hold on. I can show you something. I can show you something if you really want. And that is on my very own channel. How long ago was this? You being a mummy drinking water, becoming mud? Not a thing, but probably, maybe. It was in my playthrough of BioShock, if I remember right. Wait, this is the... It's already too late. Should have been BioShock. Where's BioShock? A Space Marine playthrough, a little bit of Helldivers. This is Monster Hunter, Death of Exile, first playthrough, Black Ops, Dark Souls 1. What is that? What game is that? Oh, okay. This is Ark. This is... Oh, was it after this? Nero number 1! Hello! Welcome. How is you doing? This Fallout? There it is, BioShock. Do I remember what it looked like? Nope, it's not this. What is this? Anyway, this is where I played Stellar Blade. Wait, what the fuck? Ain't no way it's been that short ago. Have you watched Josiah Schneider before? Nothing comes up when you say that name. Probably not in that case, but my memory is trash. So maybe yes, anyway. Searching for a specific clip of mine. He's a skid creator like Cocoa Bread. Maybe? I'll look him up in a second. I'm just searching for a specific clip of mine. What is this even about? Oh! Oh, we're here. This is a test message to see if Twitch Mobile is working. If you read this, you're... Fuck that guy. Peak. Alright, I'll check it out in a sec. In a way, rent. Generation 0, I need it. It's the Generation 0 playthrough. Some clips. Ah, here's some more. Nope, it's just kind of weird. I tried leaving them alive. This is the Grim Dawn playthrough. Am I fucking blind? Oh, there is some more BioShock. I see. This is again something else. Rip. Ooh, this is the horror game I played. What was I playing here?
Yeah!
Oh, this was that stuff. And what the fuck? I swear I had one. I know it exists. Was just searching for a clip specific. Give him a real hot honey bun. The only thing I can smell is yours. Not it, not it. I got games fast as fuck, boy. Just nice. Man.
Womp womp. Womp.
Was it this? Hello, honey. I'm home. Oh, you made dinner? Oh, God. What is it? Oh, you made steak? Thank you so very much. Just for you. For you being such a good girl. I will give you a reward later. Like that. Yeah, I found one, but that wasn't the one I was looking for. God damn, why is there multiple ones like that? Scrimnon. This is Arg. This is the, was a request. Don't blame me. Blame them. Oh, stuff. I swear it was during a fucking BioShock playthrough. I remember. Where fucking is it? I know who they are, so you're the father. Oh no. Can't have been this,
the
right?
videos.
Just remember, you can't put... Yeah, no, it wasn't that. She doesn't want to come out. You will make sure to fight. What? Oh, that was the nope, I'm out. Alright. I was playing a human though. So it was before this. I gotta... That's right. Collected first aid kit.
You heard that.
It was not that, indeed. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, shit. I fucked up. Was I not uploading my fucking shorts to YouTube at that time? Is that it? Is that why it's not... why I can't find it? Think he found corn? What? How dare you accuse me of such? Huh. But just give up at this point. Searching too long. Yeah, I'm trying to get out! Why doesn't it work? My language and the German ones. Nope, not that. But by watching you react to cocoa bread, you immediately said something that would be on corn. Huh? What? What? I'm sorry? Sussy baka? Well, at least I got your attention that way, huh? Ha, got him. Guess what? Guess what? These nuts. No. Chicken butt. That was back then, I remember. My loot brain just worked its magic, I guess. And now we're not poor anymore. Oh my god! What the fuck? Huh. It's Monster Hunter. What is this? No. Can't leave, I'm so glad I am. Love this crossbow, damn, jumpies, ha, got him, boom. Remember that chapter finally took me so long. Oh, this was the fucking... Alright. I'm back, what is going on now? I'm trying to find an old clip of mine, and I am just beyond stupid. Can't find it. What is this? Fanboys and fries! What the fuck was I... Anyway. Nope. It's just kind of weird trying to leaving them alive. This game hates me. Stuff like that. I'll try scrolling up way above. Yeah, this wasn't that long ago. Yeah, it's impossible to beat this. I guess I'll go to fucking TikTok? I have more clips of myself there than on YouTube, I believe. Maybe not, but I think it's more complete. The fuck you mean? Looking for a clip? Yep. For an old clip of mine. I swear it wasn't a BioShock playthrough. It has to be. But he's blind, so he can't find it. True. True words have not been spoken.
So, you want to know about sounding?
Oh no. No, not this clip. It's giving glasses user. God damn it. It's not this. Could be that. There's no way I'm this fucking blind, bro. A few streams ago, you told me you summoned the tentacle monster, and that's probably Cthulhu, that gave you 4 balls. Clearly, yeah. Oh! Oh, we're here. This is a test miss. Guess the clip is lost to time. I guess the clip is lost to time. Sad. What did I say back then? Hold on. As it does so seem. Fuck. What did I say back there? Can I just... Hold on. Can I... Guess not. Nothing is working as intended. Damn it. Yeah, no, I'm not finding that shit. Huh? Welcome? Huh? What? There's so many questions I have right now! And so much is happening at the same time! Help! I looked once on fucking Discord and I'm like, what? Welcome to Discord, sure? I'm bored, so joining Disco. And hello, Nero, too. Hey, brother. Hi, Nido. Man and woman voice changer. Alright. I'm not black, you fucking troglodyte. I'm brown. Same shit.
No rights.
Wow,
anyway.
wait, I didn't mean...
Did you know brown is just a darker orange? So basically you're orange.
Orange is the new black?
So you're telling me he's just a too long standing in the sun ginger? That was a clip! But not what I was referring to. Nope, that's not it. What in the cinnamon toast You're already in the Discord? Yep. No, I saw. What? No, that's not it. Like feeling it. Opinion. That's not it. Dubs, we got Vox in here. What? No idea what am I? My Discord profile picture? Question mark? What? Dude with a Vox profile picture? Oh yeah. Hey, in that case. What else could the title of that be? It's not this, not that. Funny chicken moments before it got me. Fuck, I will fucking find it. Probably should give up, but I'm too fucking deep into it now. Be so lackluster if I can't find it at all. Wait, who the hell was the first person that joined? If Sure has his own name and Nairo has his own name, what the hell? Who was the third person that joined not a while ago? What the hell? I like your profile picture, Nairo. Alright, alright. You use my bandages? Brother, you don't know what they can do. But no, that was when I was talking dirty to another guy. Because he randomly came in and started doing that. I had to defend myself. Hey, yo. For self-defense. Nope, just tried leaving them alive. This game hates me. 2 of them destroyed. It's this chess. 5-hit play, little song for you. I'm just not sure, but it worked. The dice glitch saved me. It was fully to lose. Took me so long. Relative, placing traps. Damn it, small rant. Let some steam. Mentos, what? It was worth it. Boing. Boing. Needed. It's just boing. Rand in a way. Dining. Yes, many monographs, so many grapes. Mumi V8. It was for redeem. Was it this? Yeah. Alright, hold on.
There we go. I want that big deal, though. I want that big deal.
Nope. What was this? Tentacles or shits and goo? For shits and goo? What the fuck? Bro, I'm sorry for any. Nope. OMG, random shit. Joe, I just got off his app for the cord clips. What? What? What do you mean corn clips? Come on, Twitch, Destiny 2 hates civil being questionable. The rich, blah, blah, blah. No, this is more recent. That's just cringe. That was in my Wu Chang playthrough. Why would he? He has players spawned over. Drum can't be up. Well dodged the bullet. Just following the excitement. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. And the Karen burn. And got him now. MumiPlaynGames is crazy. What is the game become? Is it real? College predict. Fa. What the fuck? No. Okay, guess I can give up then. Sad, kinda, actually. I really wanted to see that. What is this? Biomaterial! Yeah! I needed that. No, hold on. I gotta... Oh no, I already put tea in my tea. Oh my... I don't know what that is about. P comedy? Pain diet? What? Yeah, I'm still searching for a clip. It's fine. It's fine. It's already over. Hold on. What if... one last try. One last try in searching. Oh, I can... Wow, this is a long fucking scroll. Not that it matters. I didn't name these streams. Yep, no, I give up. I give up. I give up in searching. It's fine. Instead, let's do the other thing that I promised. And give you a sneak peek. Huh? No, not that yet. I'm not talking about the creator. Something before you came here. That is also very important. Okay, that's what it's supposed to look like. Uh-huh. How do I fucking... What the fuck? What part wouldn't be too much of a spoiler? What part of the body is not too big of a spoiler, but still gives you enough of an idea to see where it's going? For a reveal. How much can one show? Arm? Arm? Ball? What? The fuck does that mean? What is you doing? A small little reveal. Ball. Technically, I could do that. But alright, let's do that instead. Oh shit, I almost showed everything, huh? Instead, let's go here. So... I've diligently been working on something. And this is part of the result. Very small part. But it's something. And, you know. It's just an art. Looks cool as fuck. Oh, you haven't seen anything. I like that shit. I like it too. This is... Hold on, let me go back. This is if I look at the whole picture or at the whole sheet of information about everything. This is maybe like 2% of what you're gonna see. Already speculating and shit? Hell yeah. Mensolo Sabi's hair. What? I don't, who that? Hold on. Hold on. Do I show? Do you want to see one more arm but different? Probably gonna look hot. I promise nothing. Yes? Alright. Alright, hold on. I gotta zoom in on that shit. Because I don't know how to use paint properly. I think this is fine to see. Oh, that's the wrong thing again. I think this is fine. This is fine. This doesn't spoiler too much, but it still shows a little bit of progress and shit. Holy shit, I'm coming. What the hell? There's gonna be a whole lot more in the future. But it's still very far away. This is just the character creation sheet. Literally step 1 out of like 20. So it's still far, far away in the distant future. But it's coming. It's definitely coming. Did someone just come? Like the black with the gold. Ooh, there is just a lot. And I like there is a lot. Yes, oh well. Alright. Oh man, this is gonna be good. Oh, I like this so much. Because this is a little bit more in tune with what I wanted originally, right? But it's so good. It's so good. Don't get me wrong, I love this model. But this one is closer to everything that I wanted to customize. Contain your bone, bro. He hasn't shown all of it yet. Well, I am not gonna. Don't save anything. I may have fucked some shit up, so don't save. And I can always just, you know, re-download it, but that's fine. Ooh, yeah. Alright, now I'm gonna suffer drawing every detail, but it is cool as hell to draw from what I see. Well, the base model is not gonna have much more than this one. It's gonna have a little bit more, but not too much, right? So, I am very excited. Next step is to find someone who can make my vision come true in live 2D art. My past model mama is good, don't get me wrong. However, I think this is beyond what she is willing to create based on just what she offers on the site. So there's that, right? I'll ask her if she's willing, but you know. She's closed anyway. Because she only offers... Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't offer everything that I want and need, so I can't use her properly. Kinda sad, but it is what it is. Normally when I draw you, I draw every bandage piece in the right spot as your model. Well, I try to be precise. Yeah, that's fair. And I like it. Not me coming up with Mumi X Shoto for some. Whoa. Let's. I mean, you are free to do whatever you want. I stand by that and I always will. However, I will not encourage you to do that. Please don't. God damn it. Fuck. Same sort of energy, not gonna lie. What? Alright. The other thing I said I would do was look up the person that you mentioned. Joshua Schneider, I think it was. Josiah Schneider. Oh, this dude! No, I know this dude. Oh, I love his fucking everyday worker skits, bro. I'm gonna go have a good one, Sakura. Man, there is one. There is one right there.
Hi, welcome to Starbucks. I'm a vegan.
Yeah, and?
Okay. Are you a vegan too? My God,
no.
Can you just order something, please? Excuse me? I don't care about your dietary life choices. Well, you asked, so... No, I didn't! I don't think anybody in the history of ever has asked someone, hey, are you a vegan? Yeah, vegans just tell you for some reason. Well, it's good for your health. Ordering something now would be good for your health. Is that a threat? Nah, bro, that was a warning. Order now. Okay, I'll have a venti diabetes frappuccino with whipped cream. Bro, whipped cream is vegan, right? That is the dumbest question I have heard all week. And we get some dumb questions. I'm a vegan. Are you an idiot? I just want a sugary non-dairy drink with caffeine. Oh, well, it's too late for that. Well,
You're
because
getting
we're
decaf!
Heavy cream. Oh, God. From a cow. Oh, no. No ice, lukewarm, very full latte with butter.
What?
Do it. Decaf.
Yeah!
Enjoy your tummy ache. I'm gonna need bathroom coat. I welcome Starbucks.
The decaf is so fucking real. I love it. But this evening, oh shit, I had music on this whole time. Is a lore explanation video thing. We have been binging this dude for a while now, and I'm not about to stop until I get through the 3 videos I chose to watch through. I've been streaming for over 5 hours, not the butter, and I have yet to get through 3 hours of content. This is beyond fucked. Anyway, the Pontius 40k, the Imperium are not up. The Imperium are the good guys of 40k from a lore perspective.
Why is everything dark?
Did I forget to pay the electric bill again?
Yes.
My fault. Spilled the soda on my PC and it cut the current to the building.
What?
Fix it then.
Found the main power switch.
What?
Why in the Emperor do we look different?
Copyright reasons.
What?
I'll make it short. We talked with Florkov Cows, that owns the designs for the floors we used, and he suggested us to retain our own artistic freedom and to be able to monetize videos, merch and such freely, to make our own designs going forward. And here we are.
To use his designs, we would have had to pay him for the license. Did he give a suggestion that went against his own interests?
He did. I like Flork a lot. He's a good guy.
If only he was a good guy enough to break me out of my 40k lore-imbued prison created by the golden Italian here.
And with that, you just ran out to electricity for 2 weeks in the basement.
Fuck!
One unbreakable shield against the coming darkness. One last blade, forged in defiance of fate.
Where this dude's Pontius is a lore explanation guy that is very deep into the lore. Hold on. Just a second. I'm getting a call. All right, I'm back. Anyway, the channel is the Pontius. He and his friends make deep lore explanation videos about Warhammer 40k. So if he did a FNAF video, he would go all the way into it. Technically, but he is a 40k lore explanation guy. Specifically, Warhammer 40k. Like, solely and only Warhammer 40k. He doesn't have that many videos, huh? But yeah. But I guess he would if he were into it. Weird. That's your question?
Let them be my legacy to the galaxy I conquered, and my final gift to the species I failed.
Hold on, we missed the whole fucking speech!
Against the coming darkness, one last blade, forged in defiance of fate. Let them be my legacy to the galaxy I conquered, and my final gift to the species I failed.
Imperium are the good guys. Warhammer 40k. From a lore perspective. Notice them at the back, in the back on the right. Above me.
And today we will cause controversy and mayhem once again, Pio. Are you ready?
It feels weird having an egg for the first time, but yes, I am ready.
Also, how did the invasion of Venezuela go in the end?
We lost for now, but the revolution will never die.
Good thing you are in good spirit, because today we need to talk about a very delicate topic.
How delicate?
We will show everyone, through lore and proof provided by various sources, that in fact in 40k a faction of good guys exist, and they are none other than the Imperium of Men itself.
Does that include Erebus?
I mean, fuck Erebus, but he did kill Erda in the end, so he did also good things. Also, just before we start, know that we have opened a Patreon where you can support the channel and get exclusive perks. Together with Patreon, we opened a slew of other socials, like a Discord server made specifically for the YouTube community. So if you want to support the channel or even speak and meet us on Discord, check the description and all links there. Getting to the topic of the video now, I want to make something very clear from the beginning. Because if there is something I have experience in, is people not watching the videos on the channel, but frothing in anger from their mouths in the comments anyway. You should see the mess that the comment section of my video on why female custodians can't exist has become. And I want to...
Wait, is it that bad?
Warhammer 40...
Yeah. Hold on. Pontius. There we go. That's dead, blah, 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 blah. I want to see the fucking... Where is it? What is a space marine where female custodies can't exist? There.
Hold that thought.
Actually, the God Emperor owned ideal... Okay, Since he said the newest ones, sort by newest. Or a boot so big? Today, female custodies. 1 year later, Valerius Call accidentally discovered a way to make Space Marines female. 2 years later, anyone who identifies as a woman can become a solitary of Sisters of Silence. It really did go through with this, and fan reaction is abysmal. They should have listened to the Italians. The real question is, can Velder take part in the female custodies blood games if he identifies as a woman and wears a blonde wig? I'm sorry, my autistic Italian lore master. James Wokeslop did it the worst way possible. Or should have killed everyone. But he's rolling in dough right now. Hold on, what? I think it's possible for female custodies to exist because they are made different from Astartes, but they would be very rare to see a female custodian because how hard it is to make a custodian, and culturally it could be seen as a desperation by others in a sense, so maybe 1 or 3 could exist. No! It was explained why not. Because in the context of making custodians, gender won't fully matter when half of the galaxy is split in half and the Emperor could be in danger. My bad if English isn't good. I am still learning the lore. Again, very first. Female custodies can't exist because of the way custodies are made. Second, the Emperor wouldn't be in danger technically, since he is a cosmic godly being that is forever and will forever exist. If his physical body dies, he goes into a rebirth cycle, if I am not wrong. For the Emperor will always exist, just, you know. Ah yes, the why should you care fallacy. What a waste of time that was to watch. I want my 12 minutes back. Sorry, already spent them at the casino. Lost them, it happens! BreadTube watcher. Opinion discarded. Nobody forced you to watch the video. Fair. Bro, 12 minutes. What did you... Oh, he saw the whole video yet. Oh god, alright. Anyway, let's just go.
To make it clear that 2 point of views exist to categorize factions and the Imperium in 40k. There is the point of view of looking at the universe from the outside, with the knowledge and morals we have in our own world, from which everyone appears extremely evil and morality at best questionable and grey. And then there is the point of view of looking at the factions and events of 40k from inside the universe, and from the point of view of the people living in it and having to survive in it. It is this second point of view that we will cover in the video, because while in the first it is clear that everyone in 40k is different shades of evil for various reasons, in the second case things are a lot more complicated than that. And I want to divide this video in sections, just to answer every single question and critique that can be made about the Imperium and the things that for people make the Imperium of Men evil in the first place. And let's start probably from the easiest claim to debunk the idea that the Imperium is evil just for the sake of being evil. And let's answer, for once, with context, why the Imperium is so against technological advancements, but most especially why the Imperium of Men is extremely hateful of anything alien. To answer this question, we have to start our explanation from the Dark Age of Technology.
Oh, yeah.
For those too new to 40k to know what the Dark Age of Technology exactly is, it is a period of time that spanned from the 15th millennium to the 25th millennium. It was pretty much a period of time that lasted 10,000 years. I will not explain too much about this age, but I need to give context to make people understand what really created the hatred we now see in 40k for different things. The Dark Age of Technology is regarded as the zenith of humanity. It was an age of wonders and technology so advanced we ourselves would call it magic if we had the chance to see it in action. It is during this period that the navigators that now serve in 40k to traverse the warp were genetically engineered. It is also in this age that many of the technologies and war gear we see in 40k come from. One of the most important things coming from the Dark Age of Technology are warp engines and warp travel. It was the humans of this age that discovered that they could travel the warp to achieve faster than light travel around the galaxy, and fashioned technologies like the Geller fields to protect themselves. But this humanity grew quickly arrogant of its superiority. During the Dark Age of Technology, humanity was the most powerful species in the galaxy. Our technology and weaponry were unrivaled. Xenos were encountered were scared of us, especially after we fashioned AI. And this was the downfall of the Dark Age of Technology. Now, I will probably expand on this topic in its own video, but I have a theory as to why all of the events I'm going to explain happened, and why—
Well, I don't know what exactly AI was responsible for, but I am guessing that AI at some point thought, we are superior to humans in every way. Why should we serve them if we can endlessly replicate and replace them? Same thing or similar with the Horus Heresy, where they thought, we are genetical superhumans. We shouldn't serve the fake god that the Emperor is. Or something like that. I don't exactly know what the Horus Heresy was, but it's something like that, right? So, I can imagine that the AI was something similar.
Humanity was betrayed by its own creations. Humans of this period acknowledged the superiority of the so-called Men of Iron in warfare. They pretty much created weapons that would put Exterminatus weaponry of 40k to shame. Naval cannons that could shoot black holes. Gravity wells powerful enough to tear away a continent from a planet and then use it as a meteor against it. Swarms of nanobots that could eat all biological life on a planet. Which is, by the way, theorized to be what virus bombs are. And then, in all of its arrogance, humans gave almost total control of its weapons to their legions of battle robots controlled by artificial intelligence. As it can be imagined, they spelled disaster from a mile away.
They pulled a Skynet.
They pulled a galaxy-level Skynet. The Men of Iron and all the weapons and constructs they controlled turned against their creators, humans, and a galactic war erupted known as the Cybernetic Revolt. That saw humanity and a coalition of alien powers having to go to war against armies of robots created for nothing more than war. The war was brutal and went on its theorized for centuries, but in the end, the coalition of alien powers and humanity won the war, and the Men of Iron were almost annihilated. From that point, AI became outlawed. Now, this is important because you have to keep in mind that humanity had given many of its most technological advanced instruments to the Men of Iron. This means that humanity itself was pulled back millennia in technological advancement in one single war. But this was not enough to bring down what was known as the Human Federation. They were on their knees, pretty much, but not yet totally defeated. As usual, it is not a single catastrophe that brings down a powerful empire, it's several in rapid succession. At that same time, psykers and mutants have started appearing around the territory of humanity. Now, I don't take as a given that everyone here is an expert of 40k, so I will say it clearly. Psykers are dangerous, extremely, especially if unsanctioned and untrained. Entire planets were invaded by legions of demons because they accepted the Psykers within their midst without any kind of security measures. This means, funnily enough, that the planets that fared better were the most superstitious ones, that practiced pretty much witch hunts to find and kill every Psyker that emerged. As humanity was dealing with this, and with the continuously escalating threat the mutants posed, some of them started becoming increasingly aggressive and hostile. Warp storms started raging around the galaxy, caused by none other than the extreme number of Eldars present in the Milky Way galaxy, and the beginning of the birth of the Chaos God Slanesh. Warp travel became increasingly dangerous, until it became all but impossible. This left many colonies of humanity isolated and alone. And it was at this point that, sensing humanity's weakness, the same aliens that humanity had considered allies and even friends at one point, decided to betray the human race. Humanity became the target of several alien races that wanted to either enslave it or wipe it out entirely. All of this while human colonies were still battling demons and mutant infestations. The Human Federation fell, and with it, all colonies were left alone and without help. Almost all colonies humanity had established suffered regression on some levels, especially technological. Some colonies weren't even able to grow their own food, so this caused for them giant famines. Colonies of humans would start battling one another for the meager resources and remnants of technology they could acquire, and this brought devastation on many planets, including Earth. That would become pretty much a wasteland battled over by techno-barbarian warlords. And if you don't believe how bad things became, I gathered some info directly from 40k codexes to make you understand how dire of a time it was.
Is this going to be the thing again where he says you can travel from one side of the planet to the other side of the planet without ever stepping on soil because you can step over corpses instead?
There is no end to the abomination of the alien. Do not allow any guise of sentience to stay your hand. There can be no hesitation when the survival of humanity as a species is at stake. One of the first terrible truths humans discovered when they ventured beyond Terra and into the stars is that they were not alone. Wherever mankind went, it encountered the alien. Some civilizations were long dead, having fallen to self-destructive hubris, natural disasters, internecine wars, or external predations. Others, though, were very much alive, and myths from the dark age of technology speak of the terrifying first encounter with alien races. As humanity resurged into the galaxy in the 30th millennium, the Emperor led his armies across the galaxy to reconquer the stars against the alien, perhaps the first and greatest danger to the nascent Imperium. Endless blood and ichor was shed in eradicating species after species. The Dark Age of technology exists only in myth in modern times, and the causes of its ending are poorly understood. Many cultures share similar stories of a breakdown of the Golden Age, of entire regions becoming isolated by raging warp storms and turning against themselves in crippling wars. Others tell of a time of apotheosis for mankind, when mutations and psychic powers became increasingly prevalent, and predatory beings from warp space used such open conduits to feast on the living. Worshippers of the ruinous powers maintain that these times were the triumph of chaos, when mankind's first fumbling attempts to rule over the mortal realm were cast down into anarchy by cackling demons from the warp. Whatever the cause, the Dark Age of technology gave way to the Age of Strife. The patchwork remnants of human civilization fought against each other, as well as the hordes of aliens now swarming in to sack the worlds. Many human civilizations were enslaved or completely wiped out. Others reverted to barbarism as order crumbled. Only worlds where the rising tide of psyches was rigorously repressed evaded the plummet into nightmare and madness. Earth itself became completely isolated by warp storms for several thousand years, collapsing into a state of total anarchy, with savage gangs of tech pirates roving the ruins of its ravaged continents. As humanity grappled with threats from within, opportunistic Xenos races gazed upon the crumbling realm with hungry eyes. Alien invaders emerged from the stars and descended upon isolated human settlements, butchering and enslaving the colonists to expand their own galactic empires. In the thousands of years that were the Age of Strife, human attitudes towards Xenos races hardened to the point of utter hatred. No longer were they seen as potential allies or sources of trade and science. Instead, they were to be feared, reviled, and should the opportunity arise, annihilated without remorse or hesitation.
Humans were the first ones to seek peace with anything alien inhabiting the galaxy. The hatred every human is taught to have for anything alien is not something born from superstition. It is something born from past experiences, where humanity extended an hand in peace, only to be stabbed in the back the moment they weren't strong enough to fight back. AIs and technology became feared because they almost annihilated our species, and the same goes for the aliens. The Age of Strife, as it will become known as, ended around M30, with the birth of the Chaos God Slanesh, and the almost total annihilation of the Eldar race. It is at this point that the Emperor would emerge, having lived through all of the events I explained, as the Emperor by this time was almost 40,000 years old.
Damn.
And because I know that there will be people that still don't believe me, let's examine all the major alien species the galaxy has, and the arguments that people use to try and claim that they are the good guys instead of humanity.
I see extreme levels of xenophobia in the next minutes. I approve all of it.
The Orc race. The Orcs by themselves might seem harmless, almost comical in some ways for their language or actions, as the Orcs are more an instinct-driven race than one that tries to better itself mentally or ideologically. The Orcs by themselves are a devolution of a superior species called the Krorks, superior in everything to the Orcs, from thinking to the technology they used. The Krorks in origin having even superior technology than the Imperial men of the Great Crusade. That was the highest point of strength the Imperium would ever reach after the fall of the Human Federation of the Dark Age of Technology.
You're gonna eat, see ya. Goodbye, Nairo. Number 1. Bye-bye. Have a good night.
Orcs, and by definition the Orcs, are a race bioengineered for warfare created by the Old Ones. The race that seeded life in the Milky Way galaxy, and that created the Krorks to fight in a war known as the War in Heaven. A war that happened 60 million years before the events of 40k, and a war so big that even the biggest wars of the Imperium of Man are just a blip on the radar compared to it. The Orcs are engineered to fight and move war. It is in their DNA, and it is what they were made to do. They reproduce really fast, and when they die, they release spores on the place they die on. The spores will find a good place to create fungi, and those fungi will become more orcs. Consider that every orc is substantially bigger and stronger than a normal human, but they are not than a marine. At least most of them aren't, as they get bigger and stronger the older they become. The problem with the orcs is that they are an infestation. They can never be cleared for good from a place they infest. The only solution is usually exterminatus, extinguishing all life on a planet by destroying its biosphere. And even then, you can't be sure they are all gone, as orc infestation have been detected even in the territory of the Eye of Terror and the warp itself. The main problem with the orcs is numbers. Space Marines are still superior to them, but when you have thousands of Marines against millions or even billions of orcs, the odds are not in your favor. Many examples can be seen of this, the biggest one being the War for Ullanor of the Great Crusade, where the orcs managed to bog down and almost kill multiple legions and their primarchs for how many and how strong they were, with the Emperor and his custodians having to intervene directly to slay the war boss of Ullanor and send the orcs in disarray, just to have a chance to beat them. Now, people usually use as a justification that the orcs are simply engineered for war. Fighting and killing is all they know how to do, and they don't do it with malignity. But this couldn't be further from the truth, even while being true at the same time. There is different examples of the orcs using humans as cattle to eat or slaves. Even a fan favorite chapter, known as the Lamenters, was a witness of this.
My boys!
The Lamenters had to deal with this reality when they were trying to save human slaves that were being used as miners by the orcs. We are talking of millions of human slaves that they freed, but they had no option to evacuate them from the mines before the orcs would attack in force and annihilate all of them. They wanted to stay on the planet and fight until the end side by side with the slaves, that had to beg them to go away and save themselves. The Lamenters in the end were convinced. They saved the slaves they could and evacuated. And after they did, with the permission of the slaves on the ground, bombed the planet to hell to make them die as free men, by their request. They were offered an iron halo as a gift by Lord Calgar of the Ultramarines, a big honor, as a reward for beating the orcs. The Lamenters refused it, as they saw nothing honorable in their actions. As for their own view, they had failed the people they wanted to save. And because I want to hammer home how brutal the orcs are,
Yeah, that was survivor's guild. 100%. Damn.
We'll now show you an excerpt from the book Rin's World, where the Crimson Fist were fighting an orc wag that had invaded their planet. I hope you are not too impressionable.
Cortez turned his attention back to the fate of Aldrin, the woman and her children. The orc boss had reached out its right hand, gripped Aldrin by the head and lifted him into the air. With the man dangling, his arms flailing uselessly at the orc's arm, his legs kicking and flailing, the orc boss turned towards the fire and began walking, a deep, throaty chuckle emerging from its throat as it did so. The woman's screams took on fresh urgency now. "Throne, no," she wailed. "Aldrin!" To her children she yelled, "Close your eyes, my babies. Close your eyes and don't listen." Cortez tightened his grip on his bolt pistol. The fingers of his power fist flexed and clenched hard. The cold of crushed steel. "Damn it!" he muttered. "Hurry up!" But he knew his Space Marines would not be in place in time to save Aldrin, and if he moved prematurely, he would jeopardize the first part of his plan. There was nothing he could do. The orc boss reached the edge of the blaze now and bellowed something to its fellows. Cortez scowled at the sound of the orc language. It was as ugly as the beasts were themselves. Whatever the creature said, a fresh round of hooting and laughing began, which seemed to satisfy the orc boss. It stretched out its arm and held Aldrin out over the fire. Yellow flames licked his legs greedily, the air filled with the skin-crawling sound of agonized, high-pitched screams. "Where are you?" Cortez demanded of his fists, speaking through gritted teeth. "Why aren't you in position?" It was Brother Benizar that replied. "We're at the vehicles, my lord. We're cutting their fuel lines now." "Work faster!" Cortez snapped back. The flesh of Aldrin's legs was blistering. He kicked and screamed for all he was worth, but he was helpless against the strength of the orc boss. Soon the flesh had turned black, and the flames crept higher, moving towards his torso. The orcs were still enjoying the show. The woman had turned away. She was holding the heads of her children down so they couldn't watch the final, torturous moment of their father's life. "Done!" reported Benizar over the link. "The bikes aren't going anywhere." "Get into firing positions, now!" Cortez barked. "It's time!" So saying, he stepped out from the shadow of the silos into full view of the enemy. He raised his bolt pistol, knocked the safety off and braced it on the back of his power fist, almost as if he were about to take a competition shot in some tournament. He lined his sights up on the orc boss, zeroing in on its oversized skull. The orcs still hadn't noticed him. They were too wrapped up in the torment of the human. Cortez took a deep breath. With a single thought, he activated the vox amp set into his helmet. His voice boomed like thunder, drowning out the last of Aldrin's screams.
So yes, repeat to me again how there is no malice in the nature of the orcs, and tell me once again how they are the good guys because they were engineered to move war. Now, let's move to the Eldars. Their species is probably the biggest problem humanity has ever had before the tyrannies showed up. The Eldari, or better known as the Eldars, are a dying species in the wider galaxy. They reached their apex before and during the Age of Strife, as the Eldar species was the dominant species of the entire galaxy, with trillions of Eldars roaming around undisturbed, and all of them pretty much immortal, as when they died, their souls could be called back from the warp and they could be reborn in a new body once again. Their fall came when, becoming more and more hedonistic and violent, and I'm talking entire planet level slaughters level of violence just to feel something, as they had become desensitized to all pleasures of life from indulging in them constantly and for millennia on end, as Eldars are pretty much immune to aging. With their combined psychic might, as every Eldar was a powerful psyker in his own right, they ended up birthing the fourth god of chaos, born from their actions and emotions. They are the reason Slanesh came to be. Their slaughters and indulging in extremes having created enough negative emotions in the warp to cause the birth of a new chaos god, that when born devoured their home planets and the majority of the Eldar race it found in the position it was born in. In fact, before it was stupidly retconned to be just a hole in reality created by the war in heaven, the Eye of Terror was a scar left in reality because it is where Slanesh was born, and where the home planet of the Eldar was situated. Which, if you ask me, it is still canon lore, because the lore of Soulstones of the Eldars was never corrected, and they can be harvested only in the planets that remained near the Eye of Terror, so it is still canon if you ask me that Slanesh was born there. When Slanesh was born, she devoured the majority of the Eldar race, and the Eldars that now die can't be reborn anymore, as Slanesh eats their souls in the warp. They are damned to hell and to become nothingness because of their actions. If it wasn't for soulstones that the Eldar place everywhere from their weapons to armors to catch their souls when they die, so they don't vanish into the warp, every Eldar that dies will be gone forever. When the Eldar race fell, the Eldars split into 4 factions. The Arlequin Eldars, that we will not talk about because they are very few and are pretty much murder clown assassins. The Exodites, which same thing and are probably the only truly good Eldars of the galaxy, as they decided to leave their society of hedonism and seek of pleasure behind to become one with nature, and live in their paradise planets in peace and coexisting with the nature around them.
Go find a job, hippies.
And then we have the majority of the Eldars left. The Craftworld Eldars, called simply Eldari, and the Dark Eldars, called simply the Drukhari. Craftworld Eldars are pretty much refugees that saw that something was going to happen to their societies. So they built planet-sized spaceships called Craftworlds. They are artificial ships, often the size of moons or small planets, and used them to flee the center of the Eldar Dominion before the birth of Slanesh, so they weren't in range to be consumed when it happened. They are Eldars that practice moderation in everything, even in their own psychic potential, using psychic power sparingly and only if needed. They are just remnants though, and there isn't many, and as Eldars have problems reproducing after the birth of Slanesh, their dream is to rebuild the Eldari race and their empire to their former glory. Keep in mind though that they are willing to do it at the expense of every other species, in fact seeing themselves as the peak of all organic life, considering all others inferior, especially humans that they see as primates and barbaric, calling them with the moniker in their language of Monkai, which seems to be a word taken from monkey, and it is what they use to describe humans. Alliances with them were possible here and there between humans and Craftworld Eldars when their objectives aligned, but most commonly they are found fighting each other, as many Eldars end up becoming pirates that roam the galaxy. The most recent alliance is between the faction of the Eldars known as the Ynnari, under their great priestess Yvraine, and the wider Imperium, and Primarch Robute Gilliman, as she helped bring Gilliman back after the fall of Cadia and restore him to life to fight once again. But even now, both sides look at each other with suspicion and mistrust, ready to attack the other at the first sign of betrayal of any kind. And lastly, we have the last remnants of the Eldar race that is left from the majority of the Eldars that were there when the Empire fell, the Drukhari, or the Dark Eldars. The Dark Eldars are the most vile of the sub-factions of the Eldars. They are the true remnants of the Eldar Empire, and have not changed their ways even after the fall. Having found refuge in the Webway after the annihilation of their own worlds, a pocket dimension created by the Old Ones and used by the Eldars for faster-than-light travel instead of the warp, the Dark Eldars built a new domain here in the city and territory of Komorrah. The Dark Eldars have lost all of their psychic powers and might, now relying on their abilities and technology for just one thing: pleasure. They have built gladiatorial pits where they put the members of other species they kidnapped to fight one another for entertainment. And when they are not doing that, they are kidnapping entire planetary populations and assaulting and slaughtering entire planets of humans and Xenos alike just for their own twisted entertainment. Those that are taken alive have the worst end of all, as they will be given to Dark Eldars homunculi to be experimented on and twisted into monsters that will go in the arena or be used on battlefields. Or worse, being used to be tortured endlessly just so the Dark Eldars can stave off Slanesh. Their pleasure and the pain they cause in excess being the only thing that keeps them alive, as Slanesh will devour them otherwise. And usually, to twist even more the knife in the wound, they will keep you alive even when they are done torturing you, usually turning you into decorations of furniture to adorn their wretched halls, leaving you alive in a pain for the rest of time. The Eldars are the main cause of the downfall of the galaxy into the Dark Ages it faces now, and even with the few decent factions that emerge from it, a few good apples don't cancel the birthing of one of the 4, and a literal Satan with endless power. Now we come to the Tyranids, and this is probably the dumbest of arguments I ever saw for arguing that a species that literally devours.
I'm sorry, just because they're naturally hungry doesn't mean they're not fucking evil from any of the other perspectives. When people actually argued that the fucking... What? Is that Undyne from Undertale back there? Where? Oh. Fair.
Planets is the good guys of a universe. The Tyranids are a galactic level threat. They are ever adapting bioforms created only for one thing: consume everything in their path.
Yeah.
They attack planets or entire star systems, slaughter all defenses on every planet, and then consume it to absorb all the biomass they can from it, leaving behind only a dead desert world, not a cell of life remaining on it. The hive fleets that create them and assault planets are connected by something that the Imperium calls the hive mind. It is an hyper-intelligent link that plans assault after assault of planets for the acquisition of ever more biomass, which in turn is used to create even more bioforms that are used to attack even more planets in a chain. The Tyranids will stop only when the entire galaxy is devoured and left as a lifeless husk of dead rocks. And this is where the entirety of the argument on them being the good guys crumbles. Because it is based on the fact that the Tyranids don't have secondary purpose other than devour everything, because it is all they know how to do. But that, once again, can be farther from the truth. The Tyranids' assaults are far from animalistic in nature. Maybe they are in the beginning, but we have seen more than once that the Tyranids, once they are connected to the hive mind, become a species with purpose. They will organize and fight on battlefields with tactics, as every army. Meaning that there is a bigger intelligence to organize their efforts, for the single purpose of killing and consuming every living organism it finds on its path. For example, in the Shield of Baal series, the Tyranids of Hive Fleet Leviathan are moving to attack Baal, the homeworld of the chapter of Space Marine known as the Blood Angels. In this series, at one point, the Necrons that were sleeping on one of the worlds wake up, and when they came out of their tomb, they found the world in a siege against the Tyranids, the Blood Angels fighting against them with what was left of the planetary population, and made a temporary alliance with the Blood Angels, as described even in the short story Words of the Silent King, just this time to fight together. The Necrons unleashed a weapon that hit the Hive Fleet and pretty much deleted a good chunk of it, stunning it and sending the Hive Mind in a confused state, before the Necrons and the Space Marines used the occasion to evacuate the planet. Mephiston, the Blood Angels' chief librarian, was capable of reading the emotions of the Hive Mind in that moment. It was angry. In fact, it was furious with what had just happened. This shows that the Tyranids have an higher intelligence and have higher emotions, and if you fuse with that the fact that they used to have an ambassador race in the Zoos, and the fact that they send gene-stealer patriarchs to infect the worlds they are going to attack, and create a gene-stealer cult just to weaken it in preparation for their assault, and the fact that if they win, they will remove the mind control from the infected humans of the cult, just to have them fall in despair to what they had done before consuming them, you understand two things of the Tyranids. First, they are intelligent enough to choose to be hostile and kill everything in their path for their own purpose, and to become stronger. And secondly, that they relish in playing with their own auxiliaries just to see them desperate before they too succumb. Only sentient beings relish in desperation and in killing.
I'm sorry, but to me this was never a question of whether or not the Tyranids were evil. Who the fuck cares whether a species that is solely there to consume everything around them is evil or just chaotic? Who the fuck cares? They need to be exterminated. If anything, keep some in a zoo, but that's the most you're willing to do. I'm confused. Would you not kill to survive? In this case, an animal attack? Would you not kill to survive the animal that's attacking you? In which case, the Tyranids would be the animal. Would you not kill the Tyranids to survive yourself? I would! Any day of the week, bro! Fuck them!
Other living beings. It is a trait of higher intelligence that you can't really ignore. The Tyranids know what they are doing and have chosen to be hostile. This means that they could have chosen otherwise. By definition, this makes them evil.
I mean, even if they weren't intelligent, who would side with spacefaring locusts that eat everything in this scenario?
Exactly.
Then we have the Necrons, another species coming directly from the War in Heaven, known before they became the Necrons as the Necrontyr race. Another race created by the Old Ones, like the Eldars and the Krorks. They were a sickly and weak race, born on a planet in inhospitable conditions. They had a very short life, and built their cities underground and fashioned like tombs, as it is what they will be in the long run. They begged the Old Ones to grant them respite from their situation, but to no avail. So when the Necrontyr found another very powerful race called the Catan, they made a deal with them. The Necrons were to help the Catans against their enemies, the Old Ones, and in exchange, the Catans would grant them eternal life. They were tricked into accepting. The Catans created bodies for the Necrontyr made of living metal, a very powerful substance that only the Necrons know how to fashion and use, and made a transference to move their souls from their bodies to the new living metal bodies. The Catans devoured the majority of the souls of the Necrons, and turned them into mindless slaves, with only the upper echelons of their society maintaining singularity and personalities, other than working brains. Necrons like the Silent King, Trazin the Infinite, and Orican the Diviner, a few of the names that come to mind as for Necrons that maintained individuality. But as promised, the Necrons started the War in Heaven, the war against the Old Ones, their favorite species in the Eldar, and then the species created to fight them, the Krorks. A war they pretty much won, with the Eldars going into hiding as they were mostly psychic-based warriors, and the Necrons are immune to psychic influence entirely, and the Krorks left without their masters once the Catans and the Necrons killed the Old Ones in their entirety. One was rumored to have survived and to have become the Emperor of Mankind at a later date, but that is just a theory. It is then that the Necrons turned on the Catans, that shortly before turned against one another themselves. They moved war to the equivalent of their own gods, and even there they won, thanks to their superior technologies and immortal ever-regenerating forms. They defeated the Catans, and enslaved them as sources of energy to use in their empire and war machine, managing to kill one of them, the Catan Landu Gor, also known as the Flayer. When it died, the Flayer transmitted a virus to the Necrons, creating the Flayer virus, where the Necrons that are infected yearn to be organic again. And to achieve that, they will slaughter and flay any living beings, wearing their bones and organs and covering themselves in their skins. At that point, the Silent King, the Supreme King of the Necrons, cut the connection he had with every Necron of the galaxy to avoid the virus spreading to the entire race. As the Necrons return to their tombs after what can be estimated as millions of years of war to rest, only recently waking up again in 40k and emerging from their tombs once again. Now the Necrons are divided in dynasties, but are the most advanced species left in the galaxy.
So the question is, what were the fucking Tyranids running from? Were they running from something? I thought they're just going from planet to planet and consuming it. I've heard the theory that apparently the Sun King of the Necrons found out that the Tyranids were running from something else. That's why the hive mind is trying to get strong. Oh, that's what you mean. Well, I mean, there are several powerful beings within the Warhammer 40k universe. There's like this one Mind Eater or something. I don't remember its name, but it's a ginormous alien beast that has psychic abilities, and when it died, in a massive radius, we're talking multiple solar systems of a radius, it screamed so loud that every psyker in that radius died from it dying. And those that didn't die in like further away were at the very least going insane. So there is very powerful beings. Because to kill that thing, they had to bring out dark age technology, I believe. I'm not sure though. Again, I'm not absolutely sure. I saw something about that, but I'm not sure if that's real. But that just, you know, that is something that very well can happen in the 40k universe.
In terms of technology, virtually immortal and with war machines that can annihilate multiple planets at once. Like the World Engine, a war machine the size of a planet and has scoured various planets of life before the Imperium managed to stop it. With the chapter of the Astral Knights sacrificing themselves to turn off his shields and have the engine bombed to pieces by an entire fleet. The Necrons, save a few, see organic life as an invasive species, parasites and intruders in a galaxy that is by right theirs, as one of the first species, and conquered in a war so big the Imperium could not even imagine it. The only reason the galaxy still has organic life and has not been scoured of all living things is that only a few Necrons have truly awakened, with their race awakening very slowly and a few dynasties truly emerging from their tombs. If their entire race awakens, the galaxy is doomed to become an empty husk, where the only things left living are made of metal.
Huh. Please follow me, I follow you back, write some dummy in my chat. Nope. Thank you, but no, I'm good.
The power of the Nephilim. Our worlds are infested. Scour them clean. This is my hour.
And last of the major players of the galaxy, even with how small their species is, we have the Tau race. The Taus are the youngest of all the species fighting for supremacy in the galaxy. It is a society divided in castes, and that originates by a planet the Imperium avoided applying exterminatus to because of external events. As they were sighted no more than 5,000 years ago using sticks and stones on their world of origin by an Imperial patrol that was preparing to apply exterminatus to the planet.
The only thing that I know about the Tau is that they, well, I mean a few things, but they enslaved the races that they call allies, or at least try to, and they had a, they managed to capture a dreadnought. And when they found out that the dreadnought was 3 times older than their entire civilization, they had an existential crisis. Oh, man. That's all I know about them.
Before being called away for other major events. Their society was divided in 4 castes in the beginning: the water, fire, air, and earth caste. The castes were hostile to one another and hated each other. This was until a 5th caste emerged, the ethereal caste.
Alright, whatever, let's go. Tau girls. Aha. If I click on images, I feel like I'm not supposed to show that. Eldar and shit. Yeah! Yeah! Huh. Yeah, good thing I didn't show. Anyway.
Ethereals are the highest echelons of the Tau, seemingly being their commanders and being the ones that help them put to the side their differences and start working together. They created the ideology of the greater good, where everything the Tau race does is all in the name of an highest purpose of living all in harmony and together. And this is why people consider them the good guys. It is a shame that is just surface level reasoning when you look a bit deeper into the species, and especially the Ethereals. The first example of this are a species that was called the Poctrun. They were the first sentient race to join the Tau Empire in M37, when they started expanding and annexing more species to their greater good ideology.
So about 3,000 years ago from the current timeline?
But strangely enough, within a few generations of joining the Tau, a strange disease destroyed the indigenous population of the verdant and lush planet they lived on. The Tau, which strangely enough were immune to the plague, inherited their own world, renaming it Borkan, and turning it into a prime world under direct Tau control. The Tau would expand and conquer more and more, annexing more and more races either through alliance, subterfuge, or open war, until they came into contact with the Imperium, violating its borders and not being able to identify themselves to the Imperial planet guarding space in that region. One of their ships was fired upon and destroyed, and this, from both sides, was a declaration of war. The real extent of how much evil the Ethereals are capable of came out thanks to one of their own commanders, Commander Farsight. Commander Farsight was the most skilled of the Tau generals and most powerful of their warriors. While fighting in a campaign against the Imperium, Farsight was the first to witness the warp and the entities dwelling inside. Thing that terrorized him and showed to him that the Ethereals were hiding things from the wider Tau race. And during the war against the Imperium, when he found out that his entire Ethereal force and commanders had been slaughtered in battle, he saw in first person the casters of the Tau starting to be hostile to each other once again. Almost as if the Ethereals were the only thing in the entire species keeping them amicable through partial mind control. It is at that point that Farsight turned his back to the Tau Empire at large, took his forces and whoever wanted to follow him, and left the Ethereals behind, founding the small empire today known as the Farsight Enclaves. There, Farsight abolished the caste system that kept Taus relegated to certain hierarchy and roles, and the Ethereals were made enemies of the Enclaves, to be killed on sight. It is why, to this day, for the Tau Empire, the territory of Farsight is forbidden space, and Farsight itself is being hunted by one of his former best friends and current commander of the Tau forces, Commander Shadowsun. And to conclude the show of hypocrisy of the Tau, we have the Fourth Sphere expansion incident. The incident was pretty much an experiment. The first experiment the Tau made with warp drives to enter the warp. But they did it with a massive fleet and with no Geller fields. Their slipstream modules creating a giant wound in real space that devoured the fleet whole into the warp. And having human auxiliaries with them, this means that the moment they entered the warp, their ship was assailed by legions of demons and warp entities. The sim spawned from the humans they had with them. That incident is also where the Tau will see for the first time the warp entity known as the God of the Greater Good. Having seen that humans were the ones creating the warp entities with their mind, the Tau of the Fourth Sphere expansion started slaughtering all of their auxiliaries of other species, until none were left. 3/4 of the fleet were destroyed, and only remnants of the ships managed to come back, helped by the entity dubbed the God of the Greater Good. The Ethereals had buried the incident and scrambled to contain all knowledge of the catastrophe, but when the Fourth Sphere expansion Tau came back, they came back extremely changed in their ways. Now, the Taus of the Fourth Sphere expansion have become extremely xenophobic, and are known to send their own auxiliaries of other species to death on...
Humans tried to be allies to everyone. Get stabbed in the back, xenophobic. Tau! Greater good. Tries to be allies to a few people, but also backstabby and all, and shit. Becomes xenophobic after going through the warp.
Purpose, or slaughtering them all themselves, to the point that all auxiliaries of other species had to be removed from the Tau left of the Fourth Sphere. The Tau are no better than the Imperium. At least the Imperium and humans are open in their hate for anything different. The Tau come at you with a smile, ready to wipe you out if they find it more advantageous for themselves.
I had to see through a PowerPoint on Tau for Herdusi. It will haunt me for the rest of my life.
Now, even if we look at minor alien races, we can see that not really many of them are or were friendly. The Sloth, Megarachnids, and even the now extinct Rangdans are examples of that. But the biggest enemy humanity has is not an alien, but it is in fact an horror beyond comprehension, known only with the name of Chaos. To explain in detail what Chaos is, we have to return to the story of the Imperium for a second. After the birth of Slanesh and the end of the Age of Strife, warp travel became once again possible in the galaxy. It is then that the Emperor arose on Terra. A Terra divided into warring factions of techno-barbarian warlords. The Emperor will start a series of conflicts known as the Unification Wars, where he will first use the genetically enhanced Thunder Warriors and then the transhuman super soldiers of the Space Marines to reunify Terra under his rule. and then move to annex and conquer the rest of the solar system. The Emperor would also create beings known as the Primarchs, pretty much partial clones of himself, created using his own DNA as a template, and demigod beings if compared to anything a human is. They will be the gene fathers to Space Marines, and the greatest generals the Imperium ever had. The Primarchs will be scattered around the galaxy by a warp rift that opened in the laboratory of the Emperor when they were still toddlers. And the Emperor had to declare the Great Crusade using the legions of Space Marines without them, to unify mankind under his rule, and re-establish human dominion in a galaxy that hated humans, and wanted them gone or enslaved. The Great Crusade will sweep the galaxy in search of the Primarchs, as the newly formed Imperium of Man became stronger and stronger, as the Space Marine legions conquered more and more planets, annexing human colonies either by alliance or unfortunately at times by war, and liberating all human colonies it found under control of Xenos of any kind. In time, the Imperium of Man will control the majority of the galaxy, as 18 of the Primarchs were found and reunited with their legions. It was at this point, after the conquest of Ullanor and the fall of the biggest orc empire ever seen by humanity, that the Emperor will cede command to his favorite son and most skilled general, Horus Lupercal, to retire on Terra to work on his secret projects in peace. It is here that chaos will strike. The forces of chaos managed to corrupt Horus by showing him a bleak vision of the future that depicted the dark ages of the Imperium. Horus became convinced that the Emperor had betrayed him and lied to all of his sons.
Together we banished the ignorance of old night.
Damn!
You betrayed me. You betrayed us all. You stole power from the gods and lied to your sons. Mankind has only one chance to prosper. If you will not seize it, then I will!
Horus will corrupt and sway by subterfuge or betrayal 8 of his brothers and their legions to join him, and will start the civil war known as the Horus Heresy. A giant civil war that showed the full power of chaos and corruption on all that were on the side of Horus. This civil war will go on for almost a decade and cost trillions of lives, splitting the Imperium in half and throwing it in an apocalyptic war that will sign humanity forever in the millennia to come. The Loyalists in the end emerged victorious. Horus died by hand of the Emperor, but the Emperor will be wounded beyond healing, and will be entombed in the Golden Throne in a life support system, where he resides silent and in pain from millennia. The Loyalists, after winning, scoured the galaxy of all people loyal to Horus and the gods of chaos, pushing them back from the territories they held in the Imperium all the way into the Eye of Terror and the Warp, the domain of demons and the gods of chaos themselves. The Imperium at that point learned that the enemy was not only aliens, but renegades and chaos were the biggest of threats. Chaos influence is a power that can corrupt everything, technology, entire planets, and especially their populations. And it isn't something you must choose to do. Even just seeing a symbol of one of the Chaos Gods, or even learning their names, is enough over time to become corrupted, even without realizing it. And if Primarchs and Space Marines could fall to it, then nobody was truly safe from its influence. And by definition, nobody was to be trusted. The Imperium, thanks to those events, learned that gods existed, and hated every single one of them. And they learned that nobody could truly be trusted fully, as nobody was safe from the entities of the warp. This is the reason the Inquisition was established. This is why entire planets are purged and every single sign of corruption is hunted down and dealt with before it becomes a bigger threat. Over time, all loyalist Primarchs will disappear, and the management of the Imperium fell on the flawed humans. This is when the Dark Ages truly descended on the Imperium of Man, with many events like the Age of Apostasy signing its darkest moments. Now, this is a section I want to call the Falls of the Imperium, because while the Imperium, as I have showed, are more like the victims of this galaxy, they are flawed in their own rights, but with good reason. The Imperium of Man itself under the Emperor was a contrarian to all kinds of religions, because the Emperor knew that worship was empowering the gods of chaos, and so acted accordingly, purging all that would not abandon their beliefs, as they were actively empowering the archenemy. It is in this that people find irony, as when the Horus Heresy ended, the Emperor himself became the god of the human race, worshipped in the Empire by all, and worshipping anything else being a crime punishable by death. Once again, as usually, belief in anything but the Emperor inevitably leads to the predations of chaos. The human fear of knowledge and technology came from the cybernetic revolt, where technology almost wiped us out. The human fear of the alien came from the Age of Strife, where humanity was battered into submission by various alien races that would have wiped us out entirely if they had the means to do so. Unfortunately, this means that when the Imperium was established, even peaceful alien races were purged with extreme prejudice by the Emperor and the legions. It is a tragedy, yes. But can you really blame it on the human race at that point? Humanity was the first to extend their hands in peace to anything they didn't know. The alien, the psyker, and always they paid the price for the tolerance they showed. For the human race of the Great Crusade and Warhammer 40k at large, now tolerance is a privilege they can no longer afford, as the Emperor emerging was the last hope humanity had to reunite the human species under one single banner and avoid the extinction of all humans of the galaxy, especially if Chaos had taken initiative. The Imperium of Men also didn't leave the colonies that wanted nothing to do with the Imperium alone, but in fact moved war to them and conquered them forcibly, pushing them into submission with the weight of the Space Marine legions and the slaughter of their armies. People point at the Interrex mainly as the principal example of this, but I want everyone to ask themselves something. Was leaving these colonies alone really an option? Think about it. If you can simply ask to be left alone, what reason there would be to accept being all under the same banner? If some empires or stars were simply left independent and free from the control of the Imperium, what would have stopped other planets asking the same? What would have pushed people to join the Imperium if they could simply answer no? Every single planet left unconquered was, to put it simply, a threat to the stability of the Imperium. By the simple fact they existed, they could inspire others to join them. And maybe they would even join forces with the free colonies to declare a rebellion against the Emperor, undermining the stability of the entire empire that would divide into warring factions for independence and cause even more division. Leaving colonies alone was simply not an option when you are trying to build a giant empire that is moving war to everything to bring the galaxy under the control of humans once again. Tolerance had failed once. The Emperor was wary of it failing again. So, it simply became not an option any longer to have an open mind in any way possible. The main thing that now drives the Imperium is the survival of humanity at large, and nobody in the Imperium itself can be trusted. The discovery of chaos and the threat of betrayal and more civil wars after the Horus Heresy left humanity at large paranoid of anything outside of the status quo, rendering many of its members zealots that border on sociopaths that look for taint of any kind anywhere, from dissent to sympathy of the alien, to a mind corrupted by chaos. Rarely slaughters in the Imperium are unmotivated. If you watched my video on the Space Marine chapters that went against the Inquisition, you are aware that, for example, during the Months of Shame, both sides had a point. The Space Wolves wanted to avoid the slaughter of innocent soldiers and civilians just because they had seen chaos, but the Inquisition was well aware that the simple fact they knew of the archenemy would at one point corrupt them. It was the only way to avoid more threats, and this brought more civil wars when the factions clashed. The Imperium itself as a whole is morally grey. It is an empire built on the hate of everything different by the sheer fact that everything different is a threat to the survival of mankind. The Imperium has more than once committed atrocities in the name of human survival. Just look at the actions of Inquisitor Cryptman to slow down an Hive fleet, where he probably exterminated hundreds of billions of people in a system-wide exterminatus just because they could not defend them, and he wanted to starve the Hive fleet of more biomass of which to fight with. The Imperium is not even oppressive in the ways many other YouTubers present it as. Every planet under the Imperium itself is required to do two things, and two things alone. Ensure the worship of the Emperor, and pay its taxes in time. That is literally all the Imperium demands from planets. Because anything but worship of the Emperor causes chaos corruption. As in the universe of 40k, Satan is real, and there is in fact multiple of them, with the 4 chaos gods. All of them ready to annihilate all human life if given the chance. Helped by armies of traitor humans, chaos cultists, and chaos space marines. And the taxes paid are used to move war and protect other planets from the threat of the alien, the heretic, and the legions of demons from hell. But you know what irritates me the most? The people that call 40k in general, or even just the Imperium of Man, satire. Does 40k have satirical elements here and there? Yes. Every work of fiction and art does. But is Warhammer 40,000 completely satire? Fuck no. And if Games Workshop and their slew of barely decent writers are trying to make the Imperium of Men appear like satire or something, they have failed miserably. And do you want to know why? Because I can show you when the death of satire happens, and it is very simple to see it. Satire dies when you manage to make what you want to satirize in behavior completely justified as behavior. We can see this especially when talking about morally grey factions of 40k and humanity, like the Inquisition. Even the Inquisition is separated in various ideologies on how things must be approached. There is an ideology in the Inquisition and a faction born from it, known as the monodominant faction. They are inquisitors that believe that only humans should walk the stars, and have devoted themselves to the complete extermination of all aliens of the galaxy, until only humanity is left. Now, this might seem a bit extreme, even by the eyes of the Inquisition. It is why they are usually extremely Puritan inquisitors. But can you really call this ideology unjustified?
No.
Can you really call this faction satire?
No, each and every one of those inquisitors will sound and is probably an asshole, but are they unjustified? No. No, they're not.
99 out of 100 species of aliens encountered around the galaxy are hostile in one way or another. How are the inquisitors of this faction wrong in wanting all of them gone? Now, obviously, this raises questions in a moral...
Mummy, sorry for that off topic, but did you see you were in the new Skybrows video? I will be watching it tomorrow, actually. Or we can watch it at the end of stream, since it is a rather short video. We can watch it at the end. But I thought I'd wait with the reaction so it can, like, gain its own traction a little bit. Was my thought, but I guess we can still watch it. Anyway.
grey territory. The entire Inquisition is morally grey at best in many situations. But does this count as satire? Once again, no, it doesn't. Because the ideology and the faction exist out of lived experiences, not superstition, not fanatism. Aliens are proved to be almost always hostile against us. Where is the satire in having inquisitors that want all of them gone? Where is the satire in a justified reaction to a reality of the universe of 40k? And this can be applied fully to 40k. How can the Imperium be satire when before becoming an empire that focuses on the survival of humanity and human supremacy of the stars, they were the only faction that openly offered peace to everyone and coexistence with everyone just to be betrayed and brought to the edge of extinction over and over? What should have humanity in 40k done? Rolled over and died? Was that a preferred outcome than reaching the breaking point and becoming openly hostile to your own enemies? At that point, you have to ask yourself a question. Are you really the bad guy of a situation if everything you have to do is done by sheer will to survive? Because from what I told you, you now, at least I hope, are seeing that humans were pushed into being like this by near extinction event after near extinction event. And if they have to be the only ones left standing to survive, even while looking at each other with mistrust because of chaos, can you really blame them? Can you really call somebody fighting for their right to exist for thousands of years evil? In my opinion,
no.
Humans are the victims of 40k, morally grey at best, but everything they do is done to survive, because the alternative is extinction, nothing else.
The galaxy is for the humans, fuck the Xenos.
You want to reward?
I think what most people who think that the humans in Warhammer 40k are evil misinterpret is you only see the human side of things. You only see when humans kill the other races. You only see when human inquisitors challenge and mistrust their own side, even though it's for good reason. Look at Horus Heresy. You only see the bad side in humans in most of the depictions, whether it be videos, trailers, whether it be games. Look at Space Marine, for example, the game Space Marine 1 and 2. That's not enough of an excuse to paint them as evil. I'm saying that's where the misconception comes from for saying that the humans are evil, because you only see it from the human perspective. You never see the other side being evil and having mistrust amongst each other. You don't know unless you go deep into the lore. And as we just did, we dove a bit deeper with Pontius as the explaining factor. And honestly, yeah. Victims of circumstance. That's what the humans are. God damn.
For that, because by memes, Gilliman took "fuck the Xenos" to a whole new meaning. In fact, I prepared a PowerPoint I wanted to show you on it.
Badab War Part 5. I win a round, finally.
Just to warp Tim to a new video. Holy shit. Alright. Holy fuck. Yeah. That was the last Pontius video for today, or for until next week, actually. Well, I'll start the fucking Bad Up Wars stuff next week, Saturday, again. But yeah, this was, holy shit, was this a lot and good. I learned a lot. I learned about the Blood Angels, about the Red Madness or Crimson Madness. I forgot what it's called. I'm not good with names. But holy shit, there is so much. And the deeper I go, the more questions I get instead of questions answered. It just becomes more. It's like, what happens with this? What is that? Why is this? I enjoy it a lot. So yeah, Pontius, check him out. Go leave a like and subscribe. Watch some of his videos. It's amazing. 997 comments. Should I just give 2 for 999? Just to make it, you know, accurate. I enjoy. Ah! What I do? What I do? There we are. Enjoyed. Enjoyed. Is this how you write it? And what thing? That's how. Comment. Also, 999 comment. There we go. Haha! Yeah. This was absolutely genius. I love how the lore in Warhammer 40k was written in the past. Currently, it's taken a dive, to say the least. But yeah, it's amazing. I enjoyed myself a lot. Goodbye. I will link him right now. Then we'll watch the Sky Bros videos, I guess. God damn it. Ah! Tower base of Asia, so people make to them look anime. I see. There. So,
hold on.
All right. Yeah. Sky Bros video. A million Amelias. We'll see. Apparently, I am featured in this one once again. I just clicked on an X. Why was... Whatever. YouTube be weird sometimes. Hell yeah, let's go. God damn, spikes! Is Rose an accurate description here? For any Rose? So, like, have you played any Warhammer 40 games, pretty boy? Yes, I did. Space Marine 2 and I guess Total War Warhammer 3. I played that, but I'm not good with strategy games, so I stopped playing that pretty quick.
British not skittish, my jolly good chap. British not skittish and done with this crap. British not skittish, quick the noise from the nap to take you. For your skull a good rap, raise your pint lads in the back street. Below, flashing purple threads, this
oh, shit.
window. The goal they created and couldn't control. Amelia girl was such an own goal.
What the fuck? Fish and chips on the lips? God damn, what the hell is... What is this Eminem level writing, bro? What the fuck? Dawn of War? No, I don't think so. Hold on, can we just appreciate this man's... Can we just appreciate this man's Dr. Pepper stock? I'm sorry, my English is not good enough to keep up. I have to read the subtitles. Holy shit!
Boys will run from a thunderclap. British not skittish and
Kaya, of course. Hell yeah! This is a big trio right there. Hold on. That is a lot of Dr. Pip. Nisage, hello. Hold on. Kirsche, Elana, and Mitsuki? Is this Mitsuki? I think this is Mitsuki, right? Yes? Yeah! I'm that good. I'm that good. I didn't mess up the freaking names. Hell yeah. Wait. There were two. There were two turtles. Wait, whoa. Did I? There. Whoa. Oh, wait. Oh, this is... I know what this is. No. This is Vettel. And because... No. And because this has, like, the pink here, this is Camilla's Vettel thing. Camilla has a turtle one as well. I know the lore here! Turtle's all the way down. Hell yeah. Seen a few of those clips. Oh, there we are! Let's go! The movie theater. Hold on, let's go back. I've already analyzed like the people in here once already. Right about now. Yeah, we already looked at this. There's the Emperor of Mankind, Trump right there. I forgot a lot of these names, but we have Scarlet. Is it Scarlet? No, hold on. Fucking something about fire, flame, chart. I don't remember. But she's been popping up on my Twitter lately, that's for sure. I don't think Nazca saw this image yet. She might find out later during her stream. Ooh. Yeah, I'll watch the VOD later tomorrow. Oh, you got her Ember! Right! I knew something with fire. God damn it. I should have remembered Ember. I played Dark Souls 3. I know what an Ember is. What the fuck? Nux, Leaflet, forgot the names, me, Nasky, Truckerman, fucking, wanna say, Midnight Fox, Gaming Syndicate, I forgot his fucking, fuck. We had Contact too. I don't know most of these, actually. Waldo. I saw her on Twitter, too. That's for sure. Again, we got Human Emperor Trump, Joe's Rogan. Is this? This is one of two people. Is that Grok in the top right? The blonde? Oh, you could be right, actually. Asmongold? Well, it could have been Charlie Ive too, but the quality isn't good because he had to do a lot of skidding and stuff, but yeah. White Tramp in there? Well, Trump is a big fucking meme. Hate or like him, Trump is a big fucking meme with bing bing bong, or let's build a wall, or with his with a small load of $1 million. I like baby JD Vans. Or him making an ego face. Don't remind me. Wait, no, I know. Blabs? Blabs? Expensive Petroleum? No, if it's Harry Potter, it's fucking Blabs. JD baby is a good meme. She's the Harry Potter nerd. Exactly. I saw this one on Twitter too. Oh, Blabs from Side Scrollers. Oh damn, she's a fighter cat. Hell yeah. Here you go. Oh wait, that I realized that. No, not this. This here. This. Who is this? I know these are the fucking the evils, not evil, but the enemy species in Doctor Who, the very strong one. Oh, this Starmer? Damn. Deep cut. Deep freaking cut. And of course the I forgot what the fucking time travel machine is called. I know where the dog is from. I know. This is a whole story thing. Dankula Pug. Yeah, this is Count Dankula's dog. He taught him to do the Nazi salute as a joke to his wife. And uploaded it on YouTube and got fucking sued over it and they took it out of his bank account, which was, you know, kinda not by law because he didn't want to pay it. But yeah, whatever. Multiple crimes committed for, you know, to convict him of bullshit. But yeah, this is so cute though. Look at this fucking pupper. No. Holy. God. This must have taken years. Exaggerated, of course, but still. Expensive RAM, by the way. Actually a banger. True. Not bad of a video. That is really, man. Holy. God damn. There is so much work in this thing. People will often just say, oh, this is AI, this is so easy to do. It's not. I edit some of my videos. I have some high edit videos myself, right? I do. They're rare, but I do have some. I know I do, because I made fucking montages of collabs and stuff like that too. It's not like I didn't. And if I can find any of them. Oh, it's not that old, huh? It's not that far away. Or is it? No, it's further away. Hold on, I can search for it, can't I? Fucking Nesky. We have this collab here where there's a whole lot of editing in it. Because I compressed a, what, 4 or 5 hour collab into the 22 minutes. You know? You should hear Trump U Greenland from Astray VT. He made it last night and it's glorious. Oh, I saw Astray making something, but I couldn't listen to the stream. I should check that out. Hell yeah. That's compact like a can of sardines. Yeah. We started off the evening by reading some kitchen still stuff. And then later playing some... I forgot. Schedule 1. It was very, very enjoyable. He cooked. It's crazy. All right. But everything comes with time. First, we give credit where credit is due. We like, comment, and subscribe to Skybrows for sure. Makes mad videos. Can we find some haters? Because apparently, you know, I found one fucking thread where people hated on his AI stuff. I can actually show this. Here. Why are you all fucking lame? Right? And, you know, then there's stuff like this. What I'm about to do to that theater, and then just showing a gif of blowing it up. Yeah, very cool. Thank you very much. And other, you know, rather untasteful things, but it is what it is. I'm glad I don't have social media. Yeah, I only use it to, like, scroll while we're streaming to see some stupid shit. I don't use it myself. I do have to make one tweet because I found something funny in my, you know. Hold on. No, hold on. Profile? Replies? Should be right here. Yeah, I asked for permission from Nani to use this. And this is just a... I want to announce that I am no longer associated with Advanced GG. I never was. I just thought this was funny. Have a nice day. Notice regarding Advanced GG. After a lot of reflection, I've decided I will use this opportunity with advanced GG, and Ref says this to virtue signal on Twitter for attention. This wasn't a decision I made lightly. Recent information has come to light that I don't actually care about. I just really need an easy way to boost my numbers, and performative outrage is very in these days. If you guys could please like, retweet, and comment under this, I would appreciate it. I need to feel like I'm more important than I actually am. Thank you for your attention. If you disagree with anything I say, you're a Nazi, by the way. To this matter, Nani. And here proof, oh my god, can I use this? I'm gonna use it too. But yeah, but for now, doesn't, Nero Evil and Vettel? Seems like, oh, did that go through? Don't think I've been on Discord long enough. What? What do I mean? Oh, you can only post links and shit when you reach like level 2 or 5. I think level 2. It's like a few, it's like a message every minute or so, and you'll get it like after 5 messages or shit, after 5 minutes. You have to just get like level 2, I think, to be able to do links and shit. It's to prevent spamming of pictures and stuff. I don't want someone to be able to just come in and do some heinous shit, like gore posting or something. Nazi lost its meaning thanks to these people, and I use that term people loosely. Yeah, fair. Haruki just slid into the server. Hello, Haruki. But yeah, with this, bye-bye, YouTube. All right. I will link this video right now in the comment. Damn, still live? Not for long. I also am getting tired. It wasn't a big issue to be staying awake for too long today because we have a collab going on tomorrow with multiple people, apparently. Which I'm definitely gonna enjoy. Mod only. Wait, what? Huh. But yeah. Bye, hottest. You have all 3 chats in one? Nice. I need to learn how to do that. Personally, I can tell you right now, I use Social Stream Ninja. It updates very frequently, I guess. It is something that is very, very cool. But it is somewhat stupid to use with YouTube, because every YouTube room or stream that you put in a new will look like this. Hold on, before we stop stream, I can show this. This is what it's gonna look like, right? Every new stream is gonna look like this. It's fine since there's no limit to it, right? But it is a little bit annoying. I had Ninja, but I get that it's like the only option for those who don't code. It's its own thing though. It's Social Stream Ninja. Well, I guess maybe it's from the same company, but yeah. I guess. Anyway, who do we rate today? Oh, who am I kidding? I'm rating my fox woman. What is she doing, though? Swinging coffee?
I think that is not the right move.
Great for tomorrow? Yeah, me,
I think that's not the right
either.
move, but that's just me. That's just
Oh,
me.
is she
I wonder
talking
why
about
he
the
was
ref
neg
stuff?
making the video.
I'm probably not gonna talk about that, because seriously, I'm way out of my league there. I have zero understanding of what's going on and stuff, and I really, it's a bit too much. If anything, everyone's being a bit too hateful, and cancellation was out of, you know, but it is what it is. Anyway, I'll start the raid right now. I will do the outro in a sec, and yeah, we're not gonna be here for much longer. Yeah. How late is tomorrow's stream? Yesterday you said 8 p.m., then collab at 9 p.m.? Yeah, something like that. I will give more infos on the Discord later tomorrow, but yeah, it's something along those times. We're gonna start an hour earlier before the collab. Maybe not. I'll see. Maybe I'll have to talk to the collab partners what to do, how to do it, and install stuff. I don't know how it's gonna turn out, but yeah. I wish everyone a good morning, good day, good evening, good night, sweet dreams, and goodbye. Bye-bye. Well, thanks for Steve. Excited for tomorrow. Yeah. Bye-bye, people. Bye-bye. I will let the timer run out, and you know, thank God. I guess I don't have an ending screen yet, so let's just bye. Bye-bye, people.